Back for another week of recaps here of the Deadlock Fight Night over in EU, as we have the return team Maidong up against Aegis Aurora to kick off our challenger match. As we jump into the draft, we see Maidong first pick Great Talent with the second pick of Bebop, which is quite surprising with so many strong heroes still free. We know Hoot can be an explosive player and a playmaker, and we see that yet again as he locked in Bebop and gets an early gank onto Sonya to keep that Yamato weak.
Yeah, Hook ready. And it's gets the cook. There's the uppercut. Is the full-up damage going to be there? It surely should be. Here's the assistance from the Warden, and Sanya Sniper is definitely very dead.
Those early games continue though, as Hapex, who is standing in for Aegis Aurora, surprises YG.
See the early game setup, but right now, again, another rotation. Kelvin moving on in. Is it going to be enough? 74 HP gets the parry at the very end. Without the parry, could have went very differently for this 35 HP Kelvin.
One thing you really don't want to see is Kenny F on Vindicta, and seeing him get assassinate kills early on just only makes that worse.
Goes over the lane 4. We'll see if the assassinate train gets started here right now. Just looking for Bebop on the other end. Bebop or Warden, either would be fine, and just mercilessly hunts down Hoot.
Only one letter separates Hoot and Hook, as those two things work in synergy, getting another kill, this time on Fremont.
Band stats that we had at the start, right? It's like, oh my goodness, does it again. Quick hook in onto the Viscous. Is Fremont gonna be able to slip away? Doesn't look super likely. And Hoot just all over the map right now, Dan.
We start to get some more proper team fighting around the 8-minute mark. Some miscommunication in the AA camp leads to 2 kills for Lex.
Me and the lane. Lex again lassoed, and there's no follow through before the swap. Oh, that is brutal. Lex just gets the swap gift wrapped in the end. Feeling good HP wise, and they even get Disaster towards the end of it.
After a successful earn turn in for Maidong, Tvik gets punished being overextended, and Kenny F gets 2 assassinate kills. Luckily for Maidong, Moffin keeps things equal with 2 kills himself.
It's such great space control, and okay, well, Aegis Aurora now, they're going to be the ones taking initiative, looking to dive in here and under the tower, trying to find all the value, and they are chasing him down, forcing the frozen shelter from Hapex as well to try to make this more of a sure thing for Aegis Aurora. They're going to get the pick onto the Calico. Maidong in trouble here. The Guardian's going to go down in the midst of all of this fighting, and Maidong actually doing a pretty good job here, but they are losing players, chasing down the weakened members of Aegis Aurora. That's with Zasta down on the Paradox.
You ever wonder what's stronger, Watcher's Covenant or Lasso? Well, Onibi finds out the hard way, being pulled back in. This leads to a long fight that ends with Maidong getting 6 kills for 4 deaths.
Yeah, totally agree. And another fight breaking out here in the middle of the map. And trying to escape it, Aegis Aurora trying to disengage, not really liking the look of this one, getting split up. So Maidong, they're really taking massive advantage, but in from the side here. Now we're going to find Sanya Sniper on that Yamato trying to come in, but the flank has not worked out. Hoot lands a hook, forcing the shadow transformation, and that is going to turn the attention from Sanya Sniper straight onto Hoot, and Hoot has been completely annihilated there, and it's not stopping just yet. Sanya Sniper, though, just in too deep his EP as Calico gets the trade.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you're in, you're in. On one hand, you know, Bebop wasn't going to survive. On the other hand, Ivy, very timely stone form by the Guardian. Oh, there's the assassinate from Kenny F from afar. You know, here's the scary part. If Kenny F dies, that's going to be a huge bag. To Vic, he sees the money. Look at the bag, Dad. That's huge. That's a retirement fund.
Yeah, but who has picked it up? But Hapex, the Kelvin, trying to save the money, trying to get the bag of swag back home to the bank, and it's got a, well, I mean, he's in the frozen shelter, so it should be good to go here. This is not where Talon does his best work, I've got to say. Trying to get out of this situation now. Tvik trying to live, and there are some more long distance burst damage just thrown out there, but I mean, it's got to be up to the bird here. This is it, ZP, the last ditch attempt. Can we reclaim the money? No.
Aegis Aurora managed to punish Maidong trying to push a lane 2 Walker as Freemox Gooball runs them over for Sana to clean it up. 5-for-1 trade and mid boss for AA.
Full collapse from Aegis Aurora, looking to turn the tables on Maidong, who's just looking for the hook pick instead. Fremont, Gooball, dancing around, getting all sorts of value for the Gooball right now. Hit after hit right now, Dan, and that's going to be setting up Kenny F on the sky. Disaster falling. But what about the assassinates here? Kenny F connects, finds Hoot, and the cleanup should be strong for Aegis Aurora here, one would think, especially if ABL could somehow get away.
Yeah, another one for Kenny. I don't know that that was an assassinate, but regardless, we can see that Kenny F is finally starting to take over on the souls, really coming back into the game. That bag is going to stay well and truly firmly attached to the hip there of Kenny F, and so will be in a position now where, I feel like Aegis Aurora, they're going to convert it into mid-boss.
Even up against the Rejuve, Maidong still grouped to push on lane 4. With Sanya and ABL rotating in late to cut them off, Maidong have 2 back-to-back failed fights.
Going all the way in to try to do so though, but it looks like Maidong are getting really low on HP here. They've sacrificed a lot of health in the pursuit here, and it might just backfire. Who's about to go down? Only B goes down as well. They are just falling like flies all at once, and there is the wipe. That's exactly what Jake was talking about.
Wanting to avoid a 30k Yamato, Maidong try to get the 6v fight, but the Sniper's Blade is too strong, playing Fruit Ninja with the Maidong team.
Oh, last stand also forced out ZP.
Yeah, and Warden without last stand, not in the greatest situation, gets swapped, melted down. Quick pick off, and Aegis Aurora still looking very healthy after the fact. Shadow Transformation still in reserve. This is where Sanya could really dive. You don't even have to worry about the Warden doing extra damage. Shadow Transformation coming up. The heal in on top of it. And we'll see what Sanya does here. 2 more falling in. With 3, now 4 pickoffs, Aegis Aurora is going to go deep into the Maidong base.
A Hail Mary is needed out of Maidong attacking Aegis while doing mid-boss, but it just leads to their own demise, and Aegis Aurora advances once again to the championship match.
It'd be legendary as Thick immediately getting caught as Maidong just looks for a miracle. But again, I don't know what shape that miracle is going to take, but you know the stuff of not miracles. The goo ball from Fremont just bouncing around. Often though. Here, last stand, Shadow Transformation is going to come up, and this is the ideal set for Warden, and it doesn't matter because the stats are just far too low, Dan.
Doesn't look like the mid-boss is even necessarily needed at this point. With all of these kills, everybody down, we are about to have the first map of today taken here by Aegis Aurora, our previous champions of 2DFNs, looking to once again challenge the title with their defeats of Maidong.
Credit to Maidong for the uncharacteristic picks that they went with, but unfortunately for them, Aegis Aurora will advance once again to the championship match. And now, even with the stand-in of Hapex, they have a chance to redeem themselves, beating the team that knocked them off the throne in Virtus Pro. So the one way to find out what's going to happen by checking out the next recap video, and of course, liking and subscribing here to Locked In. Haven't caught the news, Buff enjoyers have been picked up by the organization of Virtus Pro. But now the real pressure's on. They have to defend their title up against a team they previously dethroned in Aegis Aurora. As bans came out, Aegis Aurora opted for the Bebop ban, I guess from recency bias, as who in their Maidong match was annoying. As I take a look at the picks though, VP get 2 of their best heroes off the bat with Wraith and Paradox. Virtus Pro, who typically start off slow and passive, open up with 2 kills by Sherrick.
Going a little bit deep, wall in the way, gonna get Stone Form forced out. Wizaster coming in, and just the quick back and forth there. Became able to get out of the line of fire. In fact, Hapex gets punished.
Damn, some really nice punish there of that forward play, actually converting on both kills.
Listic, who has always been criticized for his weak hero pool, shows off that he's been practicing, especially on Calico.
Even gets like 1 to like 1.5k ahead. You can kind of do a little bit more bullying. Speaking of bullying, Listic
in the 1v1 just seems to not be able to die, buying time for his team to rotate in and pick up some kills.
Staying out there really a very long time, ZP.
Yeah, but is this the fight Calico wants? I don't think Calico wants him to get a smoke right now, Dan. As you just see Hapex go, I will take this fight. Lays the damage in the Listic. Listic looking for any exit here whatsoever, or at least a little bit of help. Ivy, though, does come in. But the parry! Parry into Cube. This fight taking a turn here at the Secret Shop. Listic, though, might be able to get away. McGinnis, 83 HP as Hapex tries to get away. The great escape, not quite going to be the case.
I swear this entire recap isn't just about Listic, but we get to see him play Calico a little bit differently as he roams around consistently catching AA off guard.
Next 6 to 7 minutes count and create enough chaos with their composition to get ahead. And Fremont dying there, that's not step 1. That's step -1, Dan, if anything. As VP, again, just really nice rotations to solidify the pressure Aegis Aurora is trying to put down.
Taking control of the game, VP pushed lane 2 and 4 at the same time, keeping Aegis Aurora on their back feet as it's 5-1 in objectives.
Objective, a Walker this time, getting absolutely beamed by the Talon, Kenny F from the skies, doing so much damage, but the heal's coming on through. There it is, finally, the charge shot will finish it off. But did they lose the Guardian, or rather the Walker? I believe they did. Yes, they did.
Yeah, I think the push that we're seeing from VP right now is pretty astounding, where not only do they have the Flux slot, not only are they getting down another Guardian.
Aegis Aurora still only having 1 objective taken in the match, go for a push on lane 2. They take 3 kills, but lose 2 in the process.
Menace, and you set fights to your tune. It just hasn't happened here. Although, Mo combo onto Ivy, a little bit closer to what they were looking for.
Yeah, Sonya Sniper trying to get it out of there. And there comes the owl. Oh my goodness, the dive coming on through there. Kenny F also with the charge shot, finishing off Mikhail S. So the trades, though, they're just a little bit too devastating.
In the next few minutes, VP were able to take 2 more walkers, but Aegis Aurora responded, taking the last 3 Guardians. This led to a split push by VP, securing 3 kills and a mid-boss.
Just been getting more on the map, and 4 walkers up to 1 is kind of ridiculous. Kenny F getting picked off here, even worse, as Verse Pro just dominates in the middle. And when you dominate in the middle like this, it usually just ends up in mid-boss. You have 3 down. Does VP go for mid-boss right now? They could, or they might just value this walker.
And off that reju, VP were able to take the base of AA. After picking off Listic, Fremont tries to make a play for the urn, but is forced back into his own base as the 30k soul lead made it too difficult to fight.
And here comes the rest of VP. Now they're all going to collapse on to Aegis Aurora, who are outnumbered in these particular fights. So this is looking like it's just going to convert yet again for VP.
And Listic just got back in. Listic uses zipline boost. It is back up to full strength for VP, pushing on in. They get the pick on the free mark. Wizaster even gets picked towards the end.
VP's trap with the urn goes a bit pear-shaped as Zergy is caught out and killed. But the lead VP had built up the entire match means 1 kill isn't enough to stop the plow of VP as they go on to close out the first match.
Wizaster catches Zergy straight dead to rights. They get the bag. That's about as clean as a pick off you're gonna get for Aegis Aurora. Can they get more immediately thereafter? See ABL right now moving to a safer position. Still a really nice fight, but Kenny F gets caught. And I just wonder, is the gap too big even with the clean early pickoff? ABL just getting nuked down. So is Obikim in turn, but Obikim might be able to get away. And you just see the Fed Warden of Sharik cleaning up the rest. Dan, that should end it here in map 1. Virtus Pro, a masterclass in macro start to finish.
Our Warden has been so farmed. It's been like the most farmed hero, like basically the entire game. Excellent performance here in map 1 for VP against Aegis Aurora. They're going to have to go back to the draft, quite literally.
Aegis Aurora still did not want to play against the Bebop, though VP have only ever played it once in DFN, and managed to lock in around Paradox. However, the biggest threat last match seemed to be Listic on Calico, which he somehow was able yet to grab again. Well, the last person you want to see having a strong start yet again is Listic, which he picks up 2 kills early on in the match.
All right, well, you heard from Jake. Could be Pocket's playground as Listic gets a little bit of revenge after the early death over in lane 2. And it might not be done yet. Talon's in a real rough spot. Look, Kenny F actually shakes the pressure, kills Sharik, still might be going down in turn, 39 HP, turns it, nearly gets onto Listic at the same time.
He was acting more as a tiger than a kitty cat, still managing to stalk his prey in lane 1, killing Sonya Sniper. He returns to lane 3 as VP push and gets 3 kills.
Kenny F though, in on the pursuit. Up close and personal on Talon, a dangerous place to be. Just getting poked down, looking for a reek position here. Has the owl in reserve, but not getting a chance to fire it as again, it's just Listic smothering and taking any opportunity where there is a team fight the Talent's involved in the just be the man on the spot.
Still focused on the macro game though, VP managed to push 3 lanes at once, getting 2 walkers and 1 kill for only 2 deaths.
They're not going to have the ability to deal with the front line of Virtus Pro if they get too far behind, and they're almost at that point. Walker stun though, gonna make D-Mob's life a little bit hellish for a brief moment. Gets taken out. Pretty important for Aegis Aurora to make the most of this opportunity as VP overdives a little bit. Pretty mock right now. Looking, lands the carbine. But even still, Obikim dies, but other end of the map, Zergy able to punish Kenneth.
The lead continues to grow for VP. Well, I should say for Listic, as he gets 3 more kills and they get the last 2 walkers.
It's looking rough. I mean, it looked rough from the draft and nothing has happened to change your mind. And again, maybe if it was even, that goes differently, but instead you're so far behind his haze, you just instantly die. Listic goes in, drops slashes, it's over. You don't get to do anything with bullet damage.
After VP got mid-boss, Aegis Aurora threw everything they had into D-Mob, but it wasn't enough to take out the soul-sucking Geist as VP turned the fight around, annihilating Aegis Aurora.
It's just, the positioning for team fights is just so untenable for Aegis Aurora relative to what is likely to happen. Swap though comes in. Guys, still her swap on deck. See if they get it off in time. Goes for the warp stone, gets a little bit juked by the haze.
After taking the base of AA after the last fight, VP managed to secure another 3 kills with a 40k soul lead and go on to crush the patron, securing themselves another first place finish.
Live. Urn slowly heading back. I don't think Virtus Pro cares about the Urn too much here. Realistic moving forward. And Dan, this is likely brought us to the end. 4 down for Aegis Aurora, and Virtus Pro looking dominant in their first defense.
Yeah, I mean, last week we had the absolute longest day we've ever had. Well, this might be the fastest day in EU we've ever had. VP claiming the throne once again. It's so easy for them.
Now, obviously, it's quite difficult to beat any team out there with a substitute player, let alone the best team in Europe with Virtus Pro. But I think the VP organization should be quite happy seeing their team once again defend their title and prove to be the best team in Europe. Thanks again for watching the recap video, and make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In.
What is up, denizens of the cursed apple? It is time once more to dive into another Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. Number 13 already. Lucky number for us, because I'm just glad to be here. Jason, good to have you back. We obviously are still in the thick of things. We've just recently had a balance update, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And there's some other tournaments happening around the periphery, which is great. We don't have to carry the Deadlock scene. It's fantastic. With some results, of course, that might be relevant to today's matches in EU. We switched over so you can get to bed at a reasonable hour, mate. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I am really looking forward to going to bed at a normal time. I'm really happy to be back, man. Number 13, like you said, lucky number, but it's hopefully lucky times for some of these teams because we have Pojala. I've been missing saying their name, and I never thought I would ever be in that position to say so. And we also have Paravision looking to reclaim their title, man. We have an exciting day of EU matches.
I think our EU teams are absolutely correct. Pojala obviously got gutted again to form another EU super team, as is often the way in Deadlock, and they've had to go lick their wounds and reconstruct the roster. We'll jump in and talk about that in a moment. If you're joining us for the first time here at the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel, we have a challenger match, a best of one that leads into a best of 3 against the current King of the Hill. In Europe, that team is the newly crowned or the newly named Virtus Pro. Now, in that best of 3 money match, there's $1,000 on the line, once again, because of our thanks over at Intel. And we'll do that every week until we literally fall out of our chairs of old age. At least that's the plan for us anyway. We, of course, have Paravision and Pojala who, like we mentioned, teams that are no strangers to one another, teams that are also competing in other tournaments right now in Europe here. So these are rosters, Jason, pretty familiar with one another.
Oh, man. And the funny thing is, like, obviously, there's still a couple of players on Pojala who kind of were on Paravision, who were previously known as DMS. I'm looking at like Wolfie, for instance. He's looking for some redemption here. Obviously knowing a lot about these two teams, and he's gonna know a lot about exactly what Paravision might play. But the thing is, like you said, some balance changes coming through, man. Like we did see some changes to Calico. We saw Sinclair get a massive buff, and he was played today over in the one-win Bombshell tournament you're referring to before. So I'm excited to see some Sinclair because I feel like he could be such a good support pick. I know I was talking to Ido. I don't know if he's in chat right now, and obviously RIP to him, that he could be a very good support kind of hero. And we could see him really turn the tides and be like a later pick in the draft to really counter some big ultimates on the other team.
Yeah. I hope he can get unbanned sometime soon. That would be nice. Poor guy. Let's bring in, of course, our esteemed analyst here to help us jump through some of this top of show traffic, especially talking about our current situation of the game and our patch notes. Let's bring in ZP once more. You've managed to scrub the blue off your skin to get ready for the show, which is great. No more moonlighting.
Like a blue man from the Blue Man Group.
Gargoyle.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, look, you gotta get the blue away, but, you know, still repping the shirt, which you can't see super well right now, but hey, you know, everyone's getting a little bit of merch. Jason even has a mug that he's showing off. It's great. He wasn't even thirsty there.
Not straight whiskey.
That's crazy. I mean, what Jason is doing for the sake of this show is honestly, like, it's making me a little bit emotional. Can I see the side of that cup again, the mug?
Is it the side of the cup you're trying to see, or the side of my nose? Because
I mean, I can't miss the latter. Okay, nice. See, we've designed this cup with a little bit of a notch in the edge, so Jason can actually drink from it. Which I thought was really thoughtful. Anyway, let's talk about our Germany
specifically for that. They have these Klein glasses where my nose physically not fit in that glass, and I have to get the big one.
The Coach glasses, the tiny ones.
I swear they're like this big, and you know what? My nose does not fit in that glass.
That's right. Jason had to drink beer with a straw, folks. It was actually incredible. It was incredible. Can we talk about the patch notes?
No, hold on. Speaking of drinking in Cologne, ZP. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. We can move on.
Jeez. That's crazy. Honestly, that's crazy. We just got to show out. That's a story for a Deadlock Fight Night After Dark. Can we jump into these patch notes again? Because I think Calico was definitely a bit of a a menace, right? I think that she could be built so many different ways and was just really impactful. Lately, ZP, we saw her like developed with all of these support items, or at least like these AoE items. I don't know if we got to quite the Torment Pulse level, but we definitely saw like Cold Front picked up on Calico. But now that we got a pretty big nerf on the ultimate and the Leaping Slash.
Yeah, I think here the general idea is, hey, Calico's getting picked a lot. Calico's being used in the high end, the mid end, all throughout Deadlock. Let's tone her down a little bit less damage, a little bit less power in the ult. But I think what's very interesting to me here, especially because in the last few days we've seen Pajala Escambria play it, is that Sinclair has gotten buffed. Where Sinclair right now is almost, it's more into the support end, as Jason was mentioning, particularly with the changes of Rabbit Hex, where you can have incredible team fight disruption with one really good Rabbit Hex now. It's way bigger AoE. Your early game is a little bit better with better, quicker bullet velocity, and the increased range and audience participation gives you more options to duplicate the right ultimate at the right time. I mean, I look at this and, I'm just curious, is this going to be the night of Sinclair?
I mean, Jason mentioned we have been seeing it get picked, right? Also, audience participation, the duration got halved as well, so that might be irrelevant. It's not a true.
I believe it got full buffed. Did it get buffed and then halved again? I don't remember the exact order of how it worked.
They increased its range, they doubled its range, and they halved its duration.
The duration did get increased, and then the duration got decreased, and they decided that it wanted to be more range. So it's kind of, you get to hold on to it for less, but you get more options on grabbing an ultimate mid-team fight, essentially.
I think that the bullet velocity, though, for Sinclair is such a huge change. If you ever tried to last hit with him to get those souls, it is really stupid hard. I swear. It's like trying to get
4 times as fast now, right?
It's like 400 something speed compared to like, I feel like it was 65 speed or something like that before. A massive change that allows you to actually be able to last hit properly. But ZP, we did get to see him once played in DFN, and that was played by Saf, if I'm not mistaken, and he played it in a solo lane, and he actually was bowling quite a bit, and they did technically win that match. But it's really interesting to see if we do have the likes of Piggy, who I know loves to play quite a few different heroes as support, potentially pick that up.
Also, real quick, real shout out to Piggy for making it back in the Deadlock Fight Night, where I think it was like either 2 or 3 times where we would invite a team that Piggy was on, and then Piggy would just be off the team. And it's not really by any fault of Piggy. It's just fate was conspiring to simply not let Piggy play. But Piggy has made it in. He's locked in. He will be playing today. So we get another
any last second changes, ZP. And we could get a notice like in 2 minutes from now, like actually we're changing Piggy for someone else.
That'd be wild.
Let's jump into talk about these rosters a little bit in this matchup. Then we've got have a bit of a look. Also, like mild nerfs to Holiday. We'll see if that comes up. Also, rate changes. Let's talk about Paravision here. They, of course, we've seen them in our challenger maps on multiple occasions. Just as Jason tends to feel like Aegis Aurora is utterly washed, Paravision were able to hand them a 2-0 in the 1-win bombshell group stage. So they've definitely lived up to that title so far. This is a fun team to watch, right? I personally enjoy Play With Me and Prestis especially, right? Like Prestis is so good with like those airborne heroes. This is a really solid team.
So does my dog, apparently. I don't know if you heard him just bark when you heard talking about Play With Me. I mean, for me, ZP, Play With Me has been one of the most unique and fun players to watch, not to shill out for him, as much as I really want to, but he was one of the first people, if not the first people, to pick Haze and show what Haze can truly do with the hopping between like lane 2 and lane 1, going from the duo to the solo lane, soaking souls initially when that was a thing. And we got to see him really develop his own kind of style. However, I feel like he has kind of stagnated a bit because some of the picks he's been going with lately just have not seemed to work out for him.
Yeah, I mean, Play With Me has kind of been all over the place hero pool wise, and part of that is that there's been times where Paravision really hasn't valued things like Wraith, so Play With Me hasn't gotten to play Wraith as often. Haze, even when it is a very big comfort pick for Play With Me, isn't necessarily the best meta-wise. I will say, though, when I look at the roster here, I think about impact players for Paravision. I don't think you could say enough good things about Tass, where, there's a lot of ways to express yourself in the playmaker role in Deadlock. Anyone that's, in the hero pool realm of, running Paradox, Pocket, that sort of hero pool, right? And Tass is one of the very best at just simply rotating around, right place, right time. Back when double soaking was a thing, Tass would basically be ahead of anyone, regardless of the game. And it'll be interesting to see what Tass ends up on here in this first match, if they give up Paradox or not. But you think about keys to defeating Paravision. You could talk about Play With Me all day and all night, but I always look at Tass and go, he's just always efficient, always good.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I feel like Tass, I mean, he's played a plethora of different heroes as well for Paravision, whether it was under the Paravision name or under the DMS name. Or I can't even remember if he was on DMS or Polarized Cumbria before this. Either way, I mean, he's played a Paradox 11 times, but he has played a total of 9 different heroes so far, and he truly can be a playmaker. For me, I'm also looking towards, if we're maybe, when I talk about the highs, but also maybe some of the lows of the team, I feel like Prestis hasn't really hit his stride yet within this roster. I know he initially came out as being like a Grey Talon player, and he put on a pretty good showing the first time we saw it when we had the Grey Talon buffs, but he hasn't been as solid as a player that I wanted to see just yet. And I don't want to be too critical or too negative, but I feel like there's more he can provide. And when he can hit that stride, I feel like Paravision is easily, or could easily be the best team ahead of Virtus Pro.
And if you're an Ivy fan, this is a roster to watch as well, because Litz is basically trying to lock that Ivy in at any opportunity. Let's move along, though. We've talked about Paravision. Let's talk about their opponents here. Podgelias Cumbria. Now, give me the skinny, because this is a team, obviously, they were, gutted to fuel some of these super teams in Europe, but they've now come back together. They're ready to throw down. If you want to talk about recent results, they actually split a series with Virtus Pro in the one-win Bombshell tournament, which is pretty impressive. So they've managed to get themselves, I think, a draw and a win so far there. These guys already looking like they hit the ground running.
Yeah, I think we look at Podgelias Cumbria. Obviously, the only holdover from the old Podgelias Cumbria before half the team went to go make the super team in Paravision. The team basically designed to try and contest Virtus Pro. Wolfie is still on the team, but Piggy is there, where people may forget Piggy was previously on Virtus Pro when they were buff enjoyers, right? So you're at the point where you're getting a little bit of recycling of talent in the EU scene as you remake stuff. Jamside, of course, very well known for streaming in the EU community, was a player that we saw a lot in early Deadlock competition. I think got off teams for a little bit and now is back in. At times was like a very, very good carry player. So you sort of again have a team here where they had to retool a lot, but you do have some known quantities at the very least. And honestly, I do think like when you look at Piggy's impact in the support role, regardless of what team Piggy has been on, it's usually quite good. So it doesn't surprise me that they're able to even take a map off Virtus Pro recently.
Yeah, and I'm also like looking over towards Wolfie in particular, because like on DMS, he was like the solo lane player. He played a lot of Pocket. He played a lot of 7. And for instance, we saw Zergy play a ton of 7 as well. But we've seen a lot of teams really move away from him just because, in my opinion, he kind of comes online a little bit too late for how these games have been going. You need someone who has a little bit more impact earlier on. So I want to see like how Wolfie's going to be able to really play around this matchup early on, because I feel like Paravision, their strongest part of the game is that early game, because they always seem to punish everyone when it comes to like ganks and early pressure.
Just so people know, I know they're watching the stream, we love our new roster graphics. These are not the results of the pick and ban. These are just heroes that we associate some of these players with. They're not fully accurate. For example, Wolfie, I don't think you've ever seen Wolfie play Ivy, which I think Piggy's enjoying in the chat there. But again, so we haven't gone through our draft quite yet, folks. This is just a way for us to dive you into what to expect from this matchup. I think we should really be going back to the era of really competitive games in EU. We've got 3 very quality teams here, and I'm curious to see how Virtus Pro kind of fights off the potential opposition as we go in. We're going to be jumping into our 1 versus 1 for side selection here. For those that are new to Deadlock Fight Night, we make them Mo 1v1. I meant it, Mo. I'm Mo and Krill. So we're going to be jumping into that very soon, and then we can talk a little bit about the pick and ban. Here we go, folks. We've got Taz, I think, in the blue. Let's see him throw down. I think I just had a great idea,
Mitch. What if we had Moes? Or yeah, so Krills are fighting. We have Moes all around the edges, just watching as spectators. If we can make that work somehow, that would be pretty cool. To hold up signs like DFN and stuff like that.
Throwing coins and stuff.
Should have go type that in the brainstorming channel real quick. No, it looks like Saint did win that one. So Podgelias Cumbria winning out when it came to the 1v1.
I like that. Baits parry out of Taz there and waits it out. Beautifully done.
What I love with the Mo 1v1s is that the meta just continually evolves in what we've been seeing, where I just feel like the Mo 1v1s are actually getting longer. It's almost feeling like real boxing with how long the players are feeling each other out with EU and NA. And I've actually gone out of my way to try and not spoil myself on this anymore.
Oh, you're not looking at the draft graphic anymore?
No. I've never looked at the draft, but I used to be the person recording the Mo 1v1s, and we've changed up. I don't see the Mo 1v1s.
I see. All right, let's jump into our pick and ban here, of course. Obviously, Podula Escambria will have the side selection. So that means the first pick goes to Paravision, if I'm not mistaken. Here are your bans coming in. We can start jumping in and discussing it. So no surprise. Oh, wow. Okay. Are we banning Sinclair straight off the dome? That is a huge shift.
I think that's really interesting, CP, because we see Vindicta, Paradox, like two of our most highly prioritized bans coming out of these teams. If you're throwing Sinclair into the mix now, if he's a viable threat, that really makes the draft very interesting now, considering what they're going to leave open and what will potentially be taken away right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it leaves more of your power heroes available, but also it's a fact that Podula Escambria has been using Sinclair the good effect recently, and I think if you're Paravision, this is a very recent change, right? Like, this just happened in the past, like, day. You feel like you don't really want to go against this. Your prep really hasn't given you enough time to, like, look at Sinclair, and if it's an X factor where you feel like you can win no matter what, you don't want to deal with it in a best of one, right? A best of one leaves you very little margin for error if the Sinclair just ends up being way more than your strategy was looking for. You get rid of it, and in return, though, it does mean you're going to be giving up a little bit of meta power.
Yeah, I mean, there's Wraith that can easily be taken up right away. Vindicta can be taken right away, but we obviously do. Okay. As I say, we do know, obviously, great talent can be played by Paravision as well. But, I mean, Viscous, I mean, he's kind of come into his own the last few weeks, I would say, as being one of the most hotly contested picks when it comes to EU.
This is also a Paravision's favorite. Their most picked hero. They always seem to try and pick up the Viscous. And because the Sinclair ban, I think Podula Escambria not being first pick, they actually had to ban out the Paradox that Taz otherwise would have loved to play. I think he's got 11 matches on record in EU playing that hero.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to get rid of it and not let Taz get the Paradox. But now you take a look here at what's coming down the pipe is that you're giving Podula Escambria the Wraith. And in terms of what they're going to pick here, I still think Calico is going to be a pretty highly valued pick. I mean, Calico got nerfed, but I don't think Calico got nerfed to the point that you're not going to see teams regularly mix her in as a frontliner. I think her kit overall is still generally too powerful. Now, whether she gets picked here or not will be interesting. And instead, though, it's going to be Pocket, which, you know, Jason, I can sort of see it, especially if they're trying to pick it for Taz, but it's a little early for my tastes.
I'm not really the biggest fan of Pocket lately, and I don't really know why. I just feel like there's so many better heroes that could be picked with a higher priority than a Pocket, because he's not so heavily contested. Obviously, you want to pick a Pocket like when the other team has a Kelvin, for instance, because you get really easy ult setups. But I don't know. I feel like you could easily go for like something else that would be a little bit more contested, like a Geist, to give you a little bit more of a tanky front line. I know Mo and Krill has been kind of a hotly contested pick for Podula Escambria as well, though I don't think Paravision are necessarily going to pick this one up. But also Warden, we've seen constantly being played these last few weeks.
Lady Geist logged in here for Paravision, so they themselves really want to try and sneak that away. She's been moving up the pick order, I've noticed, over the last couple of weeks here. So team's definitely starting to favor the Geist. They've only picked her once, and they won that game. So good to see the Geist make the way in. Mirage here seems like a pretty reasonable pick. So Viscous, we still don't know really what the intent and the build is going to be with this Viscous quite yet. Is there an opportunity to punish like an early Pocket pick here from Podula Escambria? It is one of their preferred solo laners for sure.
Well, in terms of Viscous, the reason why teams are picking Viscous is that Viscous is just kind of good at everything right now, where, I mean, in EU, it's still kind of played more as a frontliner, but you still see Viscous being roamed actively, more playmaking style, and also just high on damage at the end of the game. I mean, Viscous is kind of a powerhouse, but okay, the Calico comes in maybe a round later than I would have expected from the get-go here, but yeah, so you might look at the Calico nerfs and be like, oh, Calico got nerfed. Not too much. I think all day long today, very likely to be picked in the first and second round, especially as EU tends to value the frontliners a little bit more.
And let's not forget, last week, Listic from Virtus Pro showed us a phenomenal Calico with the roaming potential. He was more of a tiger than he was an actual cat, I swear, because he was assassinating people left and right. And one of those players was Prestis, actually, so he knows definitely how not to handle a Calico. But with a Haze ban coming in out of PS, that, I mean, I don't know if it's ban worthy with still so many heroes available. Again, like Vindicta's free. Yeah.
Okay. What about Play With Me hero pool? Does this really
Warden
bother?
Probably.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, Warden would make sense. Also, I mean, there still has been picking Haze like more than you would expect at the current time. So, yeah. And also, as I say that, Haze gets banned. So, yeah, banning Haze makes all the sense in the world. And now for Paravision.
Well, does it though? Does it? I mean, because if he plays Haze, right, like you kind of already know what you're playing into with this.
Yeah.
He has to get unstoppable to really be like a massive presence. You kind of know what he's going to do early on. Is it ban worthy in your opinion, ZP, over something like a Grey Talon to target Prestus potentially?
I think the reason why you banned it is that they've had scrims almost certainly, and just overall historical playing against Play With Me on the Haze. You just know that it's a hero that Play With Me is like super comfortable on, gets more of it than the norm, and you figure you'd still rather just put Play With Me on a different hero, change the game plan up
That's
a
fair.
little bit, especially in a best of one.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Paravision really try and pick that up as often as they've been able to. And all the games in the one-win tournament they've had that Haze so far, they've won them. So definitely Podulais Cambria trying to avoid that. Bebop getting picked up here. Okay. In response to what?
Oh, I mean, well, first of all, I think he's like one of the lowest picked heroes when it comes to EU. He's been picked 3 times across our 13 DFNs now, and only Sinclair is below him at 1, which is kind of funny. But the thing is, I feel like Bebop just gives you the ability to, it's kind of like a Hail Mary that if you get a good hook, even though they have a Viscous, you get a good hook, you can get a good kill, you can potentially snowball the fight off of that. How it fits with their comp though, that I'm a little bit more curious about, because you do have like good burst damage with Calico and Wraith and even Pocket in there.
My bow is yours.
But
Okay, that's why.
yeah, I don't know.
What I was going to point out is that if they decide to go with the Grey Talon, then Bebop, of course, is one of the characters that can ground Grey Talon a little bit more easily. And just team comp wise, you had to wonder, okay, what is Prestus going to play here? And the point I was going to raise is that, well, it would either be the Viscous being played by Prestus or likely Saf playing the Viscous, right? So the fact that we have a Grey Talon getting picked here kind of illuminates what's going to happen. It's going to be Saf on the Viscous and then Prestus on the Grey Talon. And Podulais Cambria, they kind of figured that was coming and decide, hey, we're going to invest in the Bebop because we know you're going to pick this.
And still Paravision completely unfazed by the Bebop pick. They just take Grey Talon quite happily. So clearly they don't seem to feel like it's going to be as lethal as to the Grey Talon as Podulais Cambria do.
I mean, looking at their comp right now, I feel like Paravision just hold W into them, and they're not really going to be two phased. Like, there's really no front line to stop them. You just have Bebop to just worry about his hooks. Whereas, like, Geist, Mirage, Warden can all charge, and Viscous can all charge straight into them. At least for the Abrams, it kind of somewhat deters you because he can obviously go for the charge. But I don't know. I feel like PS just aren't really, they don't really have like a great comp to deal with Paravision who could just snowball a fight and create that space for Grey Talon or for Prestus to play from.
Paravision probably rounds us up with Kelvin here, if I had to guess. You take a look at what they're at. Kelvin isn't banned. Kelvin's still available. Kelvin would make sense to be their final pick. But yeah, I mean, you look at the frontline situation, I don't think it's that bad for Podulais Cambria, just because of the fact that I think Calico is still absolutely ridiculous in the front line. I don't think the nerfs changed a whole lot. So I think a lot of the frontline game is really going to depend on economy allocation as we go up here, right? Particularly when you're running with the Abrams, probably the most volatile frontliner in the game in terms of either being a huge impact player or, you know, an Abrams that's like 3 or 4K behind and doesn't do much.
Yeah. And we've really seen both sides of that coin, especially with Abrams' play rate in NA. Players like Yonkark often trying to secure them. We've seen them, have a lot of success, like roaming and obviously, combining the paradoxical swap, with the charge on occasion here. Obviously, that's not an option for PS, but plenty of lockdown ability on this team in terms of what Bebop, Abrams, and Wraith can provide you respectively. So
I will say this. Sorry to cut you off. I'm looking at PS, right? They have a very, I think, strong early game with their ganks. Like Ivy gets 3K souls, can just show up in your lane, silence you, and then you could potentially be screwed with the gargoyle lane on top of you. Bebop can roam early on with the hook, especially if you play like Hoot did. We saw from Maidong, I believe just last week, or is it 2 weeks ago? I can't remember now. Went for very early hooks. Calico can do that as well. So a lot of these side lanes for Paravision are going to be under a lot of pressure. And I think PS, if they can get a good start like that and really get their solo lanes going, I think they have a very like legitimate chance to take this.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at this, Jason, in the breakdown, I think you're absolutely right, particularly when you think about how Calico's been being played in the EU, right? Where Calico's been played ultra mobile. I mean, it was the most roaming I think I've ever seen Listic do in my life as far as deadlock play goes, right? So you run Calico, that's a huge threat in roaming. You run Bebop, that generally likes to roam. You have Pocket and even Wraith, where as far as carry heroes go, Wraith can also be very mobile and a threat to go around. I think this entire lineup that Podulais Cambria is playing basically sets them up where they need to get ahead in the first like 8 to 15 minutes, I would say. If they don't get ahead, I think the late game scaling of Paravision just runs them over.
I miss having Pojalias Cambria here as ZP because the amount of times you say their name differently, it's great
It's
to
not
hear.
just me. It's
Pojalias
not just me.
Cambria.
It's like it's half our broadcast talent, to be clear.
You and Dan?
That is half.
That is literally half.
Yeah. Sorry, Jason. He's got you on that one.
You got me there. You got me by the numbers.
What does it mean? To remind you, it means elder mackerel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Elder Macro.
Brilliant. Yeah, big fan of that name. I'm glad that they've stuck to it though as well. They're becoming quite recognizable in this world, and it's good to see them back, of course, after reforming to quite a degree. We're jumping into the game very, very soon, folks. Just one more minute to get our rather slow players ready to throw down and get this game on. Again, like frontline wise, we've got the Mirage Warden, we've got the Viscous here for Paravision. I'm curious to see the Bebop. That the fact that it preempted a great talent pick means that these teams have been playing against each other a lot of experience dealing with the proclivities of each other, and it's always fun to see that play out in game. Two teams with a lot of experience, and again, always seem to give us a good show no matter what permutation the Pojalias Cambria roster is going to be in. We're headed into our first game, folks. This is our Challengers game. The winner will advance to fight for $1,000. That's right. Virtus Pro awaiting in that best of 3 match. Let's head to the Cursed Apple now, and we're going to be rolling out here with Pojalias Cambria.
One thing I'm really... No. I was just gonna. I'm really curious to see lane-wise in the beginning is just do you shift the Viscous to the Bebop lane? It's like one of the most common lane shifts you will see if teams do early shifts, just because a Viscous cube is like one of the main ways of just preventing Bebop from getting value in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Well, I mean, I wanted to see exactly how these lanes play out, but one thing we're seeing here, ZP and Mitch, is that we do have 2 players for Paravision early on in lane 1. We saw Kelvin immediately head over there to play with me, which I'm assuming is going to be on the Warden. So let's going to go back to lane 2. So they kind of preempted the potential swap coming through, like you were kind of saying before, Mitch, about these teams obviously scrimming each other a bunch and kind of have a really good insight to how they might play.
Already this harassment being put down by Litz, of course. The Frozen Beam just trying to make so Alex can't do too much pushing up here. You can see now we have our lane assignments for you properly. So together we'll be going up against Wolfie on that lane number 1.
Yeah,
so it is together on Warden.
Yeah, and together on Warden, this is going to be my final point here before letting you guys get into it, but watch lane 1 here, because Pocket versus Warden isn't the easiest thing for Warden overall, even though Wolfie's kind of, again, handed to him right now, but the level of ganks that may come in with Calico being a threat, potentially very, very high. Together is going to be gank priority number 1, I feel like, for Pojalias Cambria.
And on that note, though, if we do see lane 2 consistently pushed up here, ZP, I don't think Calico or Alex is going to have the opportunity to easily go for these ganks. And I talked about this before with some other teams, like this pressure that they're applying in lane 2 is not allowing those ganks to happen, at least just of yet.
Yeah, we are not seeing, though, the Viscous matchup against the Bebop in the same lane like we had mentioned. There are ways around it, of course. I don't know if Reactive Barrier is really worth it anymore. It's obviously a more expensive item, and it does answer the threat of that Bebop. We got Play With Me is actually in the duo lane here. I'm just going to add that high velocity mag, of course, to the 0-point ward. And very standard early gun items here for this Mirage. Also, obviously playing the duo lane means that he can head out of there with the Traveler without giving up a huge amount of farm. Allow Prestus just to hang around and pick it up.
I'm also looking over towards lane 4 because I did not expect to see Saf going to be on the Great Talon, and he's going to be in the solo lane up against Jam side, up against the Wraith, and Great Talon has insane burst, so and you have the ability to obviously poke very far from range with your charge shots, so it could be a very explosive lane for Saf to kind of deal with the damage the Jam side could do early on. And I'm actually a big fan of this. I was expecting Prestus or at least Geist to be there in lane 4, but a little bit of a switch up.
Yeah, a bit of a different assignment. Oh, that's nicely done. I mean, this lane pairing, the Viscous and the Kelvin is so good for locking down one of those players or punishing an over position. Alex goes down. Tass was given up here, but it's a 2-for-1 trade ultimately in that lane number 2 favoring Paravision. And China's Cloak thrown forward here, but together not too bothered. This matchup here between the Warden and the Pocket actually sees Wolfie getting a slim soul lead.
You know, it's kind of funny. I wanted to criticize Paravision before we went into this match about kind of like the hero pools of the players. It's kind of like standard, like 2-3 heroes that they all seem to play. Whereas you look at maybe like likes of Virtus Pro and they have a very deep pool. They're not really bannable because they're just going to play whatever they need to against you. Nice little hook in the meantime, though, on a press is going to be locked under the guard with a nice parry to actually stop from hitting him. The disc is not going to be created. 125 HP and a dream, and he will just barely escape here. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like they don't really have that deep of a pool, but showing that together is going to be on Warden. Seeing Saf playing great talent, I think this is a little bit of a step up for them, and they're seeming to grow as a team.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some growing pains in the meantime, though. Saf loses out to Jamside there, who is one of the first, to build their ultimate. Litz actually has that Frozen Shelter active as well, so a window here for Paravision at least to keep that pressure on in lane number 2, and that does seem to be the order of the day after that double was picked up.
Look at lane 3. Jamside trying to go for a gank here with the telekinesis because he had it on mine in such a massive lead over Saf, but he's extremely low in health. And he'll be forced to back away, which does buy some time for Saf to catch up because I think he was down under 2,000 souls compared to the 3K at a Jam side.
It's tough to gank that Geist, honestly, but this is the window before she has that soul exchange available. Awkward here for Together. Cubed, though, as Taz comes to the rescue and ends up dealing with Wolfie. Nice little rotate there out of lane 2 for Paravision. So making some pretty big moves. Just after Podulai and Scambria had an unsuccessful rotate from 4 to 3, they helped Together now get a bit of an edge, or at least catch up in that matchup against the Pocket.
I'm just trying to see if they're going to stick to some of these lanes here, as we still have Tass and Together in lane 1. As you can see, Alex going to be rotating back over, it looks like, to lane 2. I mean, when these ultimates are online now, this is where I'm like really expecting to see some plays happen. But one thing that does kind of concern me is Saint seems to have fallen like pretty far behind his teammates compared to the other side. I mean, it's only a 1K difference, but you look at Litz, he's at 4K compared to Saint, who's at 3.2.
Timing not quite there with the leaping slash as the cube was still active for Taz. Although Alex trying to push some of that pressure back now. Already, this is like Taz's second foray over to this side of the map. The goo ball is going to allow him to get away. Okay, a lot of pressure. Yeah, those gloom bombs being lobbed in the direction of Together, and they do need to respect back away. And I don't know if they've noticed the Viscous here. Yep, they have. Okay, starting to rotate back over towards that lane 2. So Bandwise going to be aware of this now as Abrams is going quite low. I think Alex might actually have to get here. They're able to escape. Yeah, so despite that early warning, the Viscous coming, Bandwise takes a ton of damage, has to give up that space. And yes, the oppressive Arctic Beam is always going to be there for Litz.
Yeah, I believe Bandwise hit a charge on the Litz, but I mean, it's a Kelvin. He's going to heal up a lot of this damage. I actually want to see if he did go for Infuser. I've seen a lot of Kelvins lately go for Infuser because with the Arctic Beam, it does a ridiculous amount of damage. And of course, you're healing yourself at the same time while doing it. So we do see him go back in, and it looks like it's just going to be a little bit of poke here and there.
That's a nice puddle punch. It might be more than just a bit of poke. Return to Shadows has to be used by Alex to get away from that. They actually go in with like a leaping slash cold front. So it looks like they were trying to start something off, but I don't think they intended to stay in the fight that entire time. Awkward stuff here. Here's Wolfie just blows Together up. Looks like that barrage catch-on was all he needed.
He's done that quite a few times in lane, where he uses the satchel plus the, I can't remember the name of that ability. The cloak, there we go. The satchel, the cloak, and of course his cold front to just burst down as much damage as possible, because we've seen Together playing so aggressive every single time we ever look at this lane. A little bit of a hyper beam comes out, not really doing too much though, unfortunately, for a Saint.
They were, yeah, that's the risk. You sort of dangle yourself there in midair, and Play With Me can get some pretty good damage on you as the Mirage eventually chunked Saint down. Might have been the Jin's Mark proc on maximum stack there. Okay, here's the hook. Turn around, knock him up under the Guardian. Cold front used. There's the cube. That is, of course, what you try and use to get people out to safety, but this is scary for Litz, and well, Frozen Shelter was not available. Nice little roam gank there for Saint.
Yeah, and this is the impact we were looking at a Saint to have when it comes to a Bebop, and it is kind of almost required a little bit. I feel like if you do have a Bebop who's not pulling off assists with these hooks, then you kind of have like a 5v6 at some points. And obviously later on, you hit one big hook, it's not going to matter in the end, because that can be the hook that wins you the game, especially with these like insanely long respawn timers. But somewhat of a dive coming on the lane 2, and also at the same time, Jam side getting extremely low here. The out is up for Saf. He, I think, is low enough to be finished off, but you know what? Doesn't need it. Just uses his fist.
Okay. So Saf sees an opportunity. I think Jamside pushes up and tries to telekinesis the Grey Talon, and then turns his back and goes to farm the creeps under his turret. The problem is the wave is pushing against Jamside when he tries to start that fight. Saint. I don't know if he expects the Grey Talon to turn around on him like that. That's dirty.
That man's got a third eye. I swear, like, holy hell. I didn't expect him to do that much damage, but again, like, that's how bursty a Grey Talon can be, and that's why we're seeing him be so like prioritized in some of these picks.
Look at this build here for Alex. He actually has restorative locket there as well. So all that extra sustain, of course, melee lifesteal. The other items are pretty standard alongside the cold front here, but yeah, really expecting to be in the thick of things quite often. So looking to get a lot of value.
I don't know if ZP's here right now, but if he is, I want to ask him a question. Restorative Locket, I think, is one of the most underutilized items and one of the most overpowered items in the game right now. What do you think?
I think that's always been the case. And I think in pro play, we've kind of had this dynamic where we'll enter eras where half a team will get Locket, but then it'll go to the wayside. It's like people realize it's really good, but then something else takes their attention in the item meta and they stop building it. But its playmaking potential and its ability to make people misread when they have the advantage is second to none.
I mean, the amount of heal that you can sort of get, because it's not over time, right? It's pretty instant, I'm pretty sure. So it does turn fights on their head pretty quickly. Nice little TP out there by Saf as all the goons were about to turn up.
And I kind of like how ZP mentioned, like, it really lures you into a false sense of security, not realizing like how big of that heal can actually be, how quickly it charges up as well. And when you're at this pro level, I mean, you're looking at like a couple of missed shots or like a sliver of HP difference, and that could be a kill or a miss. And that's how low these fights come down to.
It's like half your health bar. It's like 500 health. It's 32 per stack and 15 max stack. So it's actually a ton of healing. Really clutch.
Especially if you're like a Calico, for instance, like you want to dive, you want to get really aggressive. You have, you know, Return to Shadows, which already is a free ethereal shift and kind of baits people into trying to commit onto you. And then you also come out of that, you can lifesteal with your slash, and then you just pop the locket, and guess what? You're back to like 75% HP. It's crazy.
All right. So, pretty close game here, all things considered, but there is a Guardian down. Although all of Podulai's Cabria's Guardians got pushed down in that exchange here. So, a little bit scary. Pyrovision scaling out their map control. You can see them really starting to inch forward a little bit. Obviously, there is an urn on the field. We've seen all these stuff spawn in now, 10 minutes into the game. Long range attempt there at hook there by Saint, but again, just looking to open up an opportunity here in lane 2.
Can we, if the observers are listening, hopefully one of them is not the stinky one. Can we check out Prestis really quick? I'm sorry, that's just an inside joke I have with one of our observers, because I want to see what Prestis actually maxed ability wise. We've seen a big difference in EU. A lot of the guys max their life drain, whereas in NA, we're seeing a lot of them max their bomb. And we are seeing a little bit of a mix between the life drain and the blood shards. And it looks like the bomb, actually, it's pretty much equal between all three of those. So he's not really heavily focusing into one of those.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, we're actually just having our points evenly distributed through them. Nothing too crazy itemized. Berserker and, of course, the kinetic dash here picked up for the Geist. So fairly straightforward. Obviously, the bullet lifesteal is a pretty important part of her kit. Allow her to work down some of these camps and opponents a little bit more safely. Hold on, what's going on here? Wolfie having a back array. Does get some good barrage connections, but never had an opportunity to go for the Affliction. Definitely being chased down now as Prestis turns up. Affliction does get popped. Can he get into the satchel just in time? But God, there's just too much damage. And now Prestis, of course, would have had a soul exchange where it needed. It wasn't. Last Stand going to come in now. Put together. Who's there to be fighting? Yeah, the Calico I see. Spotted out now. It's going to be a little bit dangerous for Alex, but Play With Me still got brought down. That Last Stand has now expired. In the meantime, Saf and Prestis getting busy.
Yeah, no stamina for him to continue to jump up. And a big little play here for Paravision. They get themselves 3 kills. Mid-boss, not something to be going for when you do have, of course, Abrams up, and with his ultimate, it could potentially steal it away from you. But this is what I was kind of, expect to see out of Paravision as they transition from the early game to mid game, is like, who's going to get that first nice little bit of an edge, that first big, quote unquote, big team fight. And with those 3 kills coming through, only losing 1, it's a very good sign. And where the soul allocation is as well. I mean, look at Saf, 12K. He's leading the squad. And on the opposing side, Jamside is keeping up at 12K himself. So it comes down to, in my eyes, like, how can those 2 players interact with these team fights? Because I feel like the game is so even at the moment that you're going to need those players to win out.
I think they're trying to catch on to Litz here. Looks like Pyrovision want to come forward. Here's a hyper beam though from Saint. Well, forget about that. Maybe next time.
It was more of a meh beam, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. That is an old Oriana reference. I'm pretty sure I remember that. Not bad. The meh wave.
Did I say? I probably said that. I don't know.
Was that you? It was LCSU, I think.
Yeah, I was on LCSU.
Oh, really? Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's true. You were too.
Like, 30 years ago, back when I was, 20.
Yeah. Damn. That's crazy, bro. Carson with a 50-year-old? It's kind of weird.
I think you had better hairline back then. I need something new. I can't keep going on the hairline on you. It's just, it's not fair, and it kind of becomes boring.
No, it's fine. I mean, it would be worse if yours wasn't creeping up real quick, just quietly.
Hey, I have a vacation to Turkey coming up, so.
Ah, yes, I see. Hair transplant capital of the world is Piggy, of course, forced into the stone idol as the pressure's coming towards him here in this lane number 3. We're going to group up. The Grey Talon is here, crucially. Saf definitely looking pretty threatening. Wolfie trying to shove back on this, though, but just need to respect the damage that Mirage can put out. Playing with me is not messing around.
One thing I do worry about, though, is that we have Tass still kind of in solo lane here. And I'd honestly like to see him like swap out with someone else just because of those hooks at this mid-game point can be even more impactful, I'd say, than late game when you're typically more grouped up as a 6-man or 5-man squad. And having him there, it's like a free get out of jail card that if someone does get hooked in, realistically, you're probably going to save them, potentially turn the fight around as you do see the Majestic Leap come forward here. And Wolfie's looking for some damage, but it's a Geist, man. You're not really going to do too much to her.
Yeah, I mean, just tough, I think, to burst the guys down. Precious didn't have Soul Exchange available in fairness, so I suppose there was a window, but it's a tough one. Some of those ultimates are going to be timed by these teams, like they were, as if they were like large buffs that they're trying to keep track of here. But they want this Walker in this lane number 4. I think they realize there's only Piggy that's around here. Piggy very, very low. Just took half of his health in. Probably one charged shot now. And that rain of arrows looks to clear the way a little bit more. Of course, our spirit ability is doing a little bit less to structures like walkers and such. It's not nothing. Here comes the Wraith, though. Telekinesis used there pretty much straight away by Jamside, but they don't want to stick around for the fight. They just want to keep this Walker alive.
Oh my
We're going
God.
upstairs, though. Stein Idol desperately used here, and Piggy is in deep trouble. That's 2 charged shots, and there's more where that came from. Nice dodge away from the Kutsu Bomb. Divine Barrier also now being popped by Piggy, trying to get away with the airdrop, but this Grey Talon is getting out of hand.
More like a Piggy bank here, as that's a lot of souls picked up as well. See the ultimate coming down of Abrams here, gets a stun onto 2, but there's not gonna be a charge off that's on cooldown right now. He's gonna be forced to back away here as they're making their own push and own play onto the lane 1 Walker.
Yeah, but again, I just think this is going to be a tough ask for Podulais Cambria. They didn't initially look like they were set up for this, but now they're able to break through. Sheer weight of numbers essentially gets them there, and Alex turning up put some huge damage down.
Who has the stronger beam? Sorry, just seeing them attack each other.
It's legitimately a Kamehameha beam lock. It really only just tickled again because we nerfed our spirit damage on towards objectives. Thank God for that. And so it's taking a while for PS to push this down. So much that the reinforcements have arrived. Prestis is on the scene, was able to push them back to a degree, but we have at least 1 Walker taken on the side of Podulais Cambria.
And with something we've seen for Paravision now and previously in last week, it was Sherrick. It's the use of that last stand on Warden to just try to get that Walker down. Like the Walker is a higher priority than saving the ultimate for a fight that may or may not happen. And we saw the other do exactly that. Eventually getting that first Walker, obviously not getting a flex off the back of that yet, since you're still waiting for the second Walker to come down. But at least keeps that pressure and also keeps one side of the map now open that you can keep pressured and that PS have to really give attention to.
We have the improved spirit picked up here for the Grey Talon. I don't know if you remember the full Grey Talon, the full spirit build Grey Talon, where you there was like a bug, I think, where if you had an owl on the battlefield, it gave you an assist for kills because it saw them. So you could sit in spawn and just spam the owl and just get a disgusting amount of souls. That was a good time.
I mean, is that how you did it? Because you can't really farm them?
Someone did it to me, actually. And I was like, honestly, yes. But also, someone did it to me and I was hella mad. I'm like, wait. And I looked at the demo and they never left their spawn. I was like, what is going on? They're literally just owling out of spawn. The
real question is, did you win or lose that match?
Oh, we lost bad because when they came out of spawn, Jason, they had like insane items. Like it was disgusting. I think I died to 1 charge shot. I was like, okay, this is cool. I'm done. I'm good.
I mean, I remember doing the special build just to get the Christmas skin. We have to do like over 1,000 damage with a charge shot, and that tanked my my rating quite a bit. But it was quite fun hitting people for like 1,400. And
you threw all those games, and now you have a badge to show for it, Jason. So worth, honestly.
Yeah. I was hoping it was a permanent skin, but I got messed up. We do see Piggy though getting ganked over in lane 4 here. I'm not sure why they're coming to lane 4. Like this is not, you're not really gonna get anything off of this kill, honestly, besides just the souls from killing him, because you're not realistically gonna push lane 4. If you're gonna be anywhere on the map to look for ganks, you should be looking towards like lane 1, 2, or 3 to get some control in your flex slot.
What? Piggy took 1.3k to 1 charge arrow. Saf has 20k souls. I mean, I just saw them buy the improved spirit, so that does make sense. Once that Boundless gets online, the guy is going to absolutely ruin you. Curious to see how that looks a little bit later on. Great Tail man is no slouch. You do not want to let that guy get fed. That is so gross.
Yeah, especially if you can find the person with no spirit resist on the enemy team. And he basically hit Piggy for half his HP, not to mention 8k souls in the lead. You're hitting like a stat check territory as well, where you just have so much more raw damage, and Piggy just doesn't have the health being so far behind. But we're going to see a big fight here, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Saint's just going to get blown to smithereens here. Taz a little bit too strong. Cold front popped as they're trying to push up here onto this lane. One Walker. Podulaz Cambria looking pretty scary. In comes the Abrams. Nice little melee follow-up there, but it's just too much damage coming back the other way. Alex in the meantime trying to split push that lane number 1, but I think this one has gotten a little bit too out of hand already. Taz too effective across the field here. Slowing people down together is also that critical mass of being absolutely terrifying on this Warden. And as fed as Jamside is, it's hard to see them being set up for success. Right now, I mean, they're solo. They're trying to defend this Walker here in lane number 2, but on their own, it's just not possible. Very quickly, Podulaz Cambria found themselves with no Walkers to their name.
So we see Paravision get 2 flex slots. They obviously could have said, okay, forget this last Walker. Let's go mid-boss. But I actually like the choice of them to go for this, as Pressus, he's just on a little bit of HP. The Tornado not going to quite... Actually, the Tornado did land. The Pressus will go down either way, and this should be an easy pickup for Play With Me. So mid-boss, yeah, I kind of like how they didn't go for it. Instead went for the map control. This leaves things way open for them now to take mid-boss later on and bait in PS. But thinking about like Saint's position there, like he should not be getting caught out because he is the playmaker for the team right now. They need him to hit a hook to have a chance to kill Stone and Paravision to stop a push from happening.
Oh my God. Improved burst. Misty vulnerability also picked up here. Bro, okay. Yeah, Great Talon absolutely online here. That is a terrifying amount of damage. And if you don't have some degree of spirit resist, you're going to be in trouble. At least he had like a decent amount of spirit shield here for Saint. Good old 600. So that is going to help stave off that combat barrier, actually helping out there a bit. Knockdown also taken here by this Bebop. So we are seeing Podulaz trying to itemize in a direction that could limit Saf's influence, but they are a long way ahead. Jamside as well, looking scary. 26k souls, looking extremely brolic at the moment. Wolfie at least able to turn in that urn. And what do Paravision have to say about this, Jason? Saf is on the way. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's an Abrams, for God's sake.
Oh, we do see Ivy looking to get away. What? Hello?
Oh, no.
Like, okay, yeah, you can talk about Jamside having 27,000 souls all day, but if he doesn't have a team because they're getting one shot by Saf with his AWP here, like, you're not going to have a chance to win these fights.
That's so rough. Okay, mid-boss time now. Or at least feigning mid-boss time.
Oh, yeah, the bait.
Yeah. Anyone caught out by this, though? Not really. I think, yeah, ban-wise was kind of here. Here goes Alex. Okay, trying to cause some problems. Oh, frozen shelter. That's a problem. I like this tech is very cute from the Calico to try and escape. Getting up on top of that ledge here, but Tornado comes in here for Play With Me, and the damage is just far too much to resist. There'll be more, of course. Okay, Saf. Dealing some serious deeps. And here comes the guided out, of course, which has a 1.0 spirit scaling, which is a lot considering that we are stacking spirit plus mystic vulnerability here. I think he's looking for the Bebop. Now we've run out of time on that one. People forget Charge Shot has a 1.6 times spirit scaling on it. It's very good.
It's if you can get ahead like this, you can like 1 or 2 shot anyone on the other team that isn't like super fed. We're gonna see a contest here. I feel like PS have to go for the contest. They're just going to give it away, and it's going to be a free take for Paravision. But I feel like this is just the beginning to the death of... Oh, my God, Piggy!
He's dead here, I think. It's going to be a little bit tough for Piggy to get... Okay, Tekis, we like that. He gets on out of there. Search power also for the Great Talon. So, yeah, hitting very, very hard. I mean, what mechanism do you have to actually pressure down this Great Talon? You have a knockdown on your Bebop that's at 16k souls, almost 10 behind Saf. Like, who answers this threat?
It's Wolfie, right? I feel like it's been him to try to jump in with his Majestic League to catch him out, but he doesn't have the damage or the sustainability to survive a charge shot to his face.
That's one shrine down. Last stand being used here. And you can see very quickly Alex having to jump away from that action now. Frozen shelter pop. Wolfie caught inside of it. Good damage. Good job, Saf. That's disgusting. That's absolutely filth. Cube for a time as they go a little bit low here. Rejuvenator though active on it. And yeah, Saf just wants to see how much damage he does. He sticks around to take that charge shot and does eventually fall. Back in 20 odd seconds. So no harm, no foul here to Paravision, who Again, only about 10k soul lead here, but it's where the souls are that is making these fights look so one-sided. Where is Jamside? Get those souls in a position and turn it into damage.
I mean, you're saying it's a 10k soul difference, but it does not feel like a 10k soul difference if Saf is able to like two-shot most of your team with his charge shot. I mean, like, you're very right though. At Jamside, the problem I think for him is like he can't really like peek easily. One charge shot and he's half HP, like guaranteed. A second charge shot and you're dead. I don't know how he can be effective with Wraith from that soul lane right now, considering like the Talon just has so much more poke at a distance.
Yeah, and I'm reminded by Xylas in the chat as well that once you are rank 3 in the charge shot, it's 2.5 times scaling on your spirit. So that is, yeah, pretty insane. Okay, Jamside. Oh, man, they get into the fight. Almost 30k souls on this raid. Pretty legitimate threat here. Okay, Al. Okay, the damage wasn't not quite as exciting. Yeah, I mean, they've nerfed that. You can no longer like spam Al and get Omega value from the fight. Still, trying down. And it's just the patron here. Return of Shadows being used there by Alex. Trying to avoid this level of pressure now. No ultimates to make use of here for Podulai's Cambria. 5 players on Pyrovision that have the Rejuvenator. Bandwise drops here. Pressus eventually gives up the ghost, but there's so much more threat where that came from. And we have knocked the patron, folks. Now, one more push will get Pyrovision into the money match.
That's what's kind of saying is like, I feel like Paravision can just run at you. Like we talked about in the draft. They have such a beefy enough front line with Prestus, with Tass, with Together, even Play With Me and Litz who can sustain them. Like for PS, they just don't have the damage to eat through the front line. And I guess like Jamside Siphon Bullets would be like a huge pickup for you to actually help eliminate that front line. But by the time you've been able to do that, since you're the only real damage dealer right now, I feel like for the team, Saf has already dismantled your entire team. So it's tough for him. It's tough to say that, like, why aren't you carrying right now? Because I feel like the team comp isn't built around him to be able to do that, even with his 31,000 souls.
No, you also need like a front line that is durable enough to soak so much of this. But Bandwise is one of the poorest soul-wise heroes on this Podulai's Cambria roster. Saint also is, look, I mean, very, very difficult to even get those hooks because you play a certain way if you're Saf around the possibility of getting hooked in by this guy. You know, you can absolutely avoid that. Christine Emblem there, you noticed on the Geist here, of course, Alk Fire still the go-to for a lot of these support item carriers.
That was, I don't know if you saw that. So the hook came in from Saint, but a rescue beam came in right after from Litz to stop the hook from actually landing. So they get the urn turn in, like just some like small little micro things like that. Like Lich is really showing why I think, in my opinion, he's one of the best support players out there in EU.
Is the rescue beam sort of warpstone tech still in the game? Will you blink at the end of it and like fling them a long way?
I don't know, actually. Maybe ZP knows if he's still here, but I don't actually know. And I don't know if you want to invest the warpstone to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you would build specifically for that. I do think, I think that might have gotten fixed, but I'm not 100% sure. What I will say here, though, is that everything Saf has been doing has really been powered by the Paravision front line, where you compare just the economy allocation between the two teams. Saf has had enormous room to work with. And also part of that, too, is that, you know, we talked in the pre-draft about, hey, you know, you're going to pick the Bebop because you're expecting the Talon to come into play here. It hasn't been a great game for Saint in finding Saf, and that's part of Saf just being able to stay super far back and behind the front line, and Saint would have to make nearly impossible hooks in some of these cases to even draw Saf in, right? So all in all, this is kind of following the script we thought, where Podulai's Cambria just didn't get far enough ahead in the early to mid game, and now it's just really them struggling to find areas to like maybe get a pick off. But in a straight up 6v6, Paravision can run at them, create space for Saf, and watches people just get chunked from miles away.
There are some serious power spikes here coming up item wise as well. I think I just saw the Mystic Reverb picked up by Saf.
God.
Yeah, it's going to be a big problem. Obviously gives them that great pushing power, but people forget, like, it obviously gives you that Spirit Lifesteal, which is pretty massive, and radiate damage off those charge shots, which is very good. Actually, if we got a moment, can we get a full item check on Saf observers? I want to see just how messed up this build is.
We do also really quick have a Siphon Bullets for Jamside, which we were kind of talking about before, to help deal with the front line. Saint also has Toxic Bullets, which again does max HP percent damage over time, which is really important.
You guys are the goats. Thank you. So yeah, we got that improved burst there. Mystic Reverb also picked up Mystic Vulnerability. We've got the improved Spirit. So we weren't rushing Boundless here. I think you definitely fancy the Reverb a little bit more. Anyway, I've got a fight on the way. Up in the air, of course, the Abrams is trying to go. Did actually have that. Okay, so many of these ethereal shifts being picked up, but didn't really help the Abrams in that situation. Bandwise, that's a problem when your frontliner is considered a tasty morsel for your opposition, Jason. I would not want to be in PS's position.
I mean, even being a frontliner that has ethereal shift. I mean, I'm not saying ethereal shift's bad, but I feel like for Abrams, that's not one of the most ideal items that you need to pick or that you should be picking up. And I feel like he's been kind of forced into picking that up because the amount of damage is coming his way. He can't be a frontline for his team when he's basically the only person in that front line. So I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the pickup for it, but I understand it. I feel like Paravision, they had a chance to close out this game quite a while ago, but with them going for their mid boss, I feel like this actually could possibly be a throw. Like, I feel like they should have won already maybe 5 minutes ago, but they're giving PS the opportunity to go for a steal here and potentially a big team fight. But it's all about Saf. Got to keep the eyes on him.
Yeah. Getting the Grey Talon set up for success is going to be crucial. Here comes a supply drop. Bomb comes in. It's just a little bit too late. Piggy not able to get any stuns off that. Rejuve picked up, and there's Saf just rinsing Jam side. And Saint here, probably not in a position to do too much either. They are on the run. Hit very, very hard. Together's the one who gains that kill credit. This, folks, should be the game at this point. Paravision are far, far too strong. I was even looking at Tass's build, and you've got basically all the things you could ever want as Viscous. Like, he's even got improved burst, for God's sake. Guy is hitting extremely hard there as well. Of course, Flask over towards that Piggy direction. They will be able to survive, getting back in the spawn, shrugging off that tick damage. But again, there's going to be more where that came from. And this Paravision, Podulaz Cambria, reformed recently and doing pretty well so far, like in the one-win tournament. But this game, unfortunately, not their game. They do not have a comp that plays well from behind, and they don't get off to a hot enough start as Paravision advancing to our best of 3 against Virtus Pro.
You know, and I'm not going to judge Podulaz Cambria too harshly either, because I feel like Paravision are clear-cut the #2 team in EU. Easily. Like, I feel like them and Virtus Pro could trade any day of the week, but I feel like Virtus Pro still ekes them out just by a bit. But for them to come together as still kind of a more newly formed team, still working out how their draft's going to play out, how all their different hero pools can kind of mesh together, I'm not surprised to see the result. And we did see some good things, but clearly Paravision was definitely the stronger team today.
Well, there it is. I'm pretty blown away by it. I think that's probably one of the best Grey Talon showings that we've seen so far, at least in DFN. It's pretty egregious. Let's bring ZP in here as well. Chance to circle back and catch up, because I think something that you were mentioning, ZP, is this, the front line of Paravision was what really allowed Saf to basically fire those arrows down with impunity and never, as far as we could see, suffer any pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 2-for-1 there too, where not only was the front line of Paravision working well to just make it so Saf basically never had to worry about anything the entire game, but also you stop and think the other side of the equation where Jam's side was pretty well farmed up. I mean, in economy allocation, Podulaz Cambria basically put everything in the Jam side basket, but that was a basket that wasn't able to put out effective damage throughout a lot of this game, because you just look at the positioning that would happen, it would be Wraith in hot retreat a lot of the time, simply because they were getting run at by a Viscous, they were getting run at by a Warden, and all the while Saf sitting here just sitting back, lining up a shot, firing, and basically taking out Pocket in all of 1.5 hits. It was absolutely brutal, and this was just one on positioning and frontline, pure and simple.
Yeah, I think we're obviously talking a lot about the front line giving the opportunity for Saf to get in positions, hit these shots, but I think Saf deserves a lot of credit for his position in particular. Like in that last mid-boss fight, who was the first person he was able to kill? Jam side, their most fed player, the Wraith, the only one they really ever had to worry about, because he positioned himself really well to effectively eliminate that player right off the bat. So I think he deserves a lot of credit, obviously, as well as the front line.
This end screen is going to be quite decisive for you folks. We are going to, of course, show you that and give you an idea of exactly how it sort of went down. I think personally, we're gonna talk about our player of the match first. I think it's a pretty easy one for you guys, and then we're gonna jump into the post-game statistical breakdown. Let's talk about your player of the match, though, folks. Presented by Intel in this play-in match for Paravision. Any votes, guys? Thoughts? It's gotta be Saf, right?
Yeah, Saf is quite literally the only person you can pick here where, look, there's someone in there that's going to go like, well, you guys just talked about the front line making space. Shouldn't it be some, like, play with me? Or, along those lines. Like, well, as Jason mentioned, Saf still had to connect on the shots. Saf's execution was sublime all game long. The primary source of damage for Paravision, or at the very least, the primary source of burst damage that was actually killing people. And it was just over and over again. Someone turns the corner and just goes down. I mean, it was so decisive, it was making you think that we went less hero shooter and more attack shooter. It just unbelievable. Also, I mean, good owls on the highlight, both for map control and just picking people off. But you see Piggy here just desperately looking for any way out, and you know, almost jukes him in this moment, but still there was just no escaping Saf. Laser focused accuracy the entire game.
You know, Mitch, I always hear about, you know, the big green in some other games like Counter-Strike, the AWP, and the big green is the charge shots. I mean, he is just pummeling from distance. And I feel like that's one of the big advantages that a great talent's going to give you is you don't even need to be really near the fight, because your charge shot isn't going to have damage fall off. Whether you're right in front of them or you're a million miles away from them, you're still going to do the same amount of damage, which gives you that safety as long as you can hit those shots to really punish people.
Yeah, I mean, these arrows are hitting for like 800 plus, right? I think 1.3k was what Piggy claimed off one arrow, which is, again, I don't know if Piggy was ever really able to build some proper spirit resist in that game. 32,000 player damage here for Saf. You can tell it's not a spirit build because that purple bar is a long way towards the right there. Really strong showing. I do think that, like, yeah, TAS had a pretty nice build as well. They got very fed. They were able to basically just live the end game fantasy for, you know, your viscous players. Roll around, be a nuisance, carry the important items, right, as well. Like, yeah, you had your pristine emblem, you had a lot of those good stats, you had a heroic aura, you got the Alk Flask, but you also got to build into like improved burst and, you know, be pretty punishing when you roll in with that goo ball. So kind of having utility, but also being a legitimate threat, having some damage in those fights, rolling it back and forth, and all the farming the Jam side did. And they did a lot of it. They weren't able to really convert that into any meaningful player damage.
Yeah, and that's specifically what I was going to notice here is that, look, when you look at the damage numbers across the board, a lot of it kind of makes sense for the hero being played and the farm given, but 37k souls top in the game, only 18k damage. Look, I'm not even saying that Jamside had a bad game per se, but what I am saying is that the game plan that Paravision went in for was one that did not give Jamside enough time to actually get into a comfortable position and simply lay down the damage. It did not happen. Jamside was running for their life most of this game, and it was because of the efforts of TAS, of Together, of Prestus, making things just so impossible to actually stay in and do what a Wraith would like to do.
What do you think?
Exactly.
Is this notable, the lack of objective damage on Piggy and Jamside, considering Jamside was in a solo lane?
I would say it's not really that big of a deal, at least in my eyes, just based off the fact that they were pressured from, I feel like 8 minutes on. Like, they were constantly on the back foot. They weren't allowed to really push up and go for objectives. And also, I mean, Jamside, he kind of needed to be there with his team. We saw Alex split pushing lane 4 for a walker. We saw Wolfie as well trying to push for a little bit of damage onto those Guardians. But considering the pace and the flow of how that game played out, it's not too surprising for me because he just never got the opportunity. And they never really got the opportunity to make a push happen.
Well, there it is, folks. That is your end screen. And it will be Paravision advancing to take on Virtus Pro in our $1,000 money match presented by Intel. So we're going to have that for you just after the break. Don't go too far, folks. We get into the business end of things here in our Deadlock Fight Night number 13 for Europe. We'll see you shortly. All right, folks, Power Vision have crossed the first threshold. They've jumped the first hurdle. They've gotten past Podulaya Scumbria in our play-in best of one, now to take on Virtus Pro in our best of three. Jason's quite happy because, you know, he doesn't think that, you know, Aegis Aurora was the team to watch in EU. And as he predicted, they ended up falling away, not being able to make it deep last week. Yeah, I'm calling you out for that
man.
one.
You're like putting me on blast. I mean, I've been saying it privately.
You know,
not on camera.
I didn't say you were insulting them. I just said you didn't believe that they had what it took. Does Power Vision have what it takes here, though, to sneak our top spot away in EU this week?
Do I think they can?
Yes.
I'm gonna give you my honest answer. I don't think they're gonna beat Virtus Pro. I think it's gonna be a 2-0. I feel like if you're a VP or Buff and Joras before, I think being the first team signed to a major org puts a lot of pressure on you. But I feel like this is the exact opportunity that they were looking for. I mean, I don't know the logistics of their contract, but ideally getting a salary, representing an amazing organization here in Deadlock. I feel like it put a flame under them that's really pushed them to improve. And I think we've been seeing that, like Listic in particular, he's been criticized so heavily when it comes to his hero pool. He showed us a phenomenal Calico last week. I feel like VP are going to be on a warpath here for a while when it comes to EU.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them last week. They were crowned and they made a very one-sided game of it there. They really was. I don't really think we saw a scratch put on them at all. So far in the one-win bombshell tournament, they did split that one series against Podulaya Scumbria and Paravision respectively. So Virtus Pro actually have in day 2, I think, of the tournament, they managed to win their series cleanly, but they have really been trading series against these teams. Now, we saw, you know, Paravision and Podulaya Scumbria end up not being very close at all. It's funny how Deadlock games work. You got two teams, it could be evenly matched, Jason, but coming out of the draft, coming out of the laning phase, it could be really one-sided. It could be really unclose, as they say.
When you don't have the infamous Mitch Uber Leslie or ZP or DDK casting them, of course they're not going to try to, you know, put on a good show.
That's, you know, that's Bestie, that is so true. That is so true. Anyway, let's bring in our third, of course. DDK, you've been waiting in the wings. Time to sink our teeth into some beautiful EU action. How you doing, Handsome? Good to have you back.
Yeah, happy to be back. I don't know if we've been on, like us three have been on broadcast for a while, so I'm happy to be here. Because you guys banter a lot, so I've got to be on my toes. Just, you know, ready to catch the strays.
That is so flattering to call what Jason does bad to DDK. You're really just trying to
stop louching out at me just because someone is more handsome than you on the show now, Mitch. Okay.
I need to be humbled every now and then. It's fun. I mean, I need reminders. Actually, I don't need reminders. I can't grow my beard properly. I mean, I see that every morning in the mirror, but I'm okay with that, Jason.
It's gotten better. It's gotten better. I definitely have the worst beard out of us three, but I have the most grays, so I at least win in that case.
Okay, I mean, I'm never beating Dan in the size of the traps competition. It looks like a freaking cobra. You know what I mean? That one's just.
I don't even do anything with them. They just do this. It's really weird.
Yeah. No, I know. I just love.
I've got no legs basically, so that's probably where you're gonna win.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
damn. Yeah. See, I think I prefer your way of doing it, looking like a Dorito rather than like a pear. You know, I mean, I got legs. That's
what Machine always called me, a Dorito. I hadn't thought about that before. But
yeah. There you go. Let's talk about our teams. As much as I like to talk more about you, Dan.
Let's talk about
you know, let's jump in. Okay, so Virtus Pro, of course. Look, roster we know really, really well. I think that they probably, like Jason pointed out, still probably the undisputed #1 team in EU for now. Again, they've been in that other tournament. They've been trading blows a fair bit. But I mean, Zergi, Sharik, Mikhail Estimov, Listic, Oberkim. Dan, this is probably not a team that needs much introduction.
No, but I do feel like we should put 7 on Zergi just for the troll factor, because I feel like, you know, for a while, obviously, these guys are struggling, honestly, just because of how 7 just didn't come online basically in the game in any timing window that made sense. And they were losing because of that. And I feel like if you looked at those games when they were struggling more over the last couple of months, it was always tied to the 7, and we were talking about it a lot. So I just want to throw that out there. But I totally agree. This team is incredible, and they are at their peak strength at the moment.
They did play in the games against Mydong. In the one-win tournament, they played 7 both maps. Is this cap, or are they just like styling on Mydong, or is this legit?
I don't know. I think 7 just doesn't have the pacing with the way that the game currently works with the updates and everything. It just doesn't really have the pacing for you to like have a strong early to mid game. And there's a lot of options that you could have there in its place. Like Wraith is such a good example because Wraith can come online and do everything, right from the get go. So you're just missing that presence to have someone that's guaranteeing like, oh, I have to like farm to have that like mid to late game presence potentially. But I feel like it just doesn't make as much sense. We've even seen this with Infernus, right? I feel like Infernus is a good example because if you look at how Infernus used to be played as to how Infernus now needs to be played, Infernus has to come online, like the builds have to reflect coming online a lot earlier and being much more a part of the fights as opposed to being more of just like a farm-centric hero. So and I feel like have as good options in compared to
I think 7 can still work and work pretty well, but you have to play similar to like Hydra Nation. I feel like a lot of these EU teams, well, there's just the way the EU teams play, more team fight oriented. If you look at Hydra Nation, they always have Hydration just kind of by himself farming away. And I feel like if Virtus Pro was capable of just fighting without Zergy, and it kind of reflected that in the EU meta, Zergy could come into these fights like Hydration does later on and just demolish teams, just bulldoze them. But that's not the way EU's played out compared to NA, where you just can't do something like that just yet. Yeah. Whether or not it's just because there's just way more team fighting, or the meta isn't adapted that way, or maybe the way NA's playing is behind the optimal meta currently in the game. But I'm loving the new VP, as you're pretty much saying, DDK. Like having Zergy play something that's more impactful early on in the game definitely has changed how they've been able to win these matches.
It feels like, yeah, you guys touched on it. I think like right now, Deadlock is really about being able to transition to a strong mid game to snowball a lead that can't be recovered. Like farming a side lane for 30 minutes just doesn't seem to be a viable strategy right now. And that felt like there was a lot of what Zergy's hero pool was, like the 7 and the Infernus and the Wraith to some degree. And it feels like you just need a bit more than that.
Yeah, one thing I'll add, I think that teams are getting a lot better at is kind of figuring out this dynamic of how many numbers can we have on the split pushes to kind of get the edge, because you want to have all of your heroes on the map doing stuff at once. And if you're a team taking initiative, like pushing a Guardian, that's going to force a response from the other team. But the other team needs to have the perfect amount of response. If they have an over response, they give up on the macro and other sides of the map, and then the team that's pushing gets an advantage in those spots. And that's kind of the push and pull. And I think that, when you have like heavy jungle heroes from the early to mid game, you kind of lose the ability to kind of win in that area of the macro in a much more active early to mid game. So that's kind of like where I if I'm drawing it back to like where the meta is now and how teams are getting better at macro, that's another area where I feel like 7 in theory could be good, but if you're not farming like crazy with 7, I think you maybe fall behind going into late game. So I'm just unsure. I'm willing to be convinced otherwise, but yeah, we'll see how it turns out.
I'll say this though, Dan, the numbers don't lie here. Zergy has a 100% win rate on Wraith. He's played it 8 times. On 7, he has a 37.5% win rate. So clearly, like, Wraith is working out much better for him and his team, and should probably just put 7 in the back pocket for a while for sure.
Okay. Let's quickly flash your Paravision roster. We've obviously seen them in the previous game, but let's get you reacquainted with them before we dive into the draft. Paravision play with me, Saf, Prestis, Taz, Litz, and together. And we talked about it. Prestis is the one with the Grey Talon portrait here, but it was Saf on that pick that looked absolutely lights out in that last game. Hitting these arrows for probably like 500 to 800 per shot. Pretty terrifying, able to blow people up. And of course, having like, multiple charges of that charge shot, being able to fire them off very quickly, was able to burst down enemy heroes in just a couple of hits. These guys looked very, very good there, but they had a really good transition into a mid game in which so much of that farm got funneled in Saf's direction and Jason. They had a front line that were very soul fed, that set up for Grey Talon to take the game over.
And I think, ignoring the fact that like Saf played really well in Grey Talon and they made Grey Talon work for them, I think seeing them swap around heroes a bit and kind of show some depth into their pool, which I kind of talked about in the last match, is a very good sign for Paravision, because I feel like that's one of their weaker points. So seeing Saf just like pull out the Grey Talon where we expect it to be on Deprestis and just dominate with it. I mean, Together was also on the Warden Overplay with me, who was on the Mirage. It's a really good adaptation into their squad, and like realizing our hero pools need to be expanded. But their hero pools do line up quite heavily with Virtus Pro as well. So I feel like when it comes to the draft phase for them, this is probably one of the most interesting draft phases we can have between any two teams in EU and NA, because of the overlap and because of like the priority system they're going to go through of who do we want to pick up as soon as possible.
MVP's top picks right now are Warden at 16, Geist at 15, Paradox at 14, Ivy at 12. So yeah, a bit of overlap here with Paravision. But jumping into the draft pretty much straight away, folks, it's going to be Paravision with the first ban. We're looking to see what they look to try and take out the game. We saw Sinclair banned first in that previous matchup. It will be the... Okay, wow, interesting. They go with the Viscous ban. This is not very commonly played by VP in the past. Not in DFNs anyway.
Yeah, this Viscous is really, really strong in general, though. So I guess you just want to just take it out of the picture entirely. I think because we have seen more first picks happening over the last couple of weeks. So I can see that. I could also expect the Calico ban as well, just because it just seems like now teams are starting to play it better. Even with the nerfs, I think it still has such an insane early game presence that it can be kind of scary. But we'll get the, that makes sense. First banning, or rather getting your ban on the Paradox, because obviously, taking that away from Taz, I think Taz would probably want to take that away from Mikhail S. So I like that as an opening.
It certainly feels like Calico offers you some of the best bang for your buck on your melee empowering items, because she gets into that range so easily with that leaping slash and obviously charging across from lane to lane.
Really?
With a first pick, guys.
Sorry. Yeah, because guys, I know it's heavily contested between these two teams. We see D-Mob play it a ton. We see Mikhail S play it as well. But I was expecting more of like a Wraith pickup to be one of their first choices to take that away from Zergy and then just give away the Geist into a later pick.
Yeah, I don't want to see us get into territory where Play With Me doesn't have a clear option and then just picks Haze. That's not what I want to see. Because obviously we know he's good with the Haze, but it's very hard to kind of make it work right now. So I hope we don't get to that territory. We've seen it before.
Mirage going to be picked up here first. A very safe, unassuming first pick as far as we're generally concerned. 100% pick and ban, just really solid hero, but again doesn't have I would say the tendency to take over the games, but it gives you that consistent long range gun damage that you burst down any heroes that are held in place. Pocket again going pretty early in the pick order again.
I need to check. Did they play Pocket today? And they did play Pocket today up against One Win, where they won 2-0. And they did play Pocket against Maidong as well, where they won 2-0. So I guess I don't even know what it is about Pocket. I mean, we should ask our resident Pocket here, or at least our resident Pocket lookalike. I don't know why he's seen such a rise up in terms of popularity at the moment in these matches.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the clearest answer is. I know that Pocket is still a really awesome playmaker and does incredible burst damage, getting in and out of fights. So if you're looking for that playmaker, I mean, obviously, I think the ult, I guess in some senses nerf, but in some senses buff, also makes Pocket a bit more reliable in some of the team fights as well. So I don't know. I think Pocket's a decent and safe pick, but I do agree that there's a lot of other big picks on the tables, and I don't think you're worried about Paravision just picking up Pocket early. So unless it's a targeted pickup, to deny it, I'm not sure why you take it so early. If
you target that, you lost out on Wraith and he lost out on Calico, which are two of the most impactful heroes that we've seen Virtus Pro use lately.
What is Zergy going to play now then? What is the...
Oh boy, it's the 7. No, I'm just
calm down. I don't know about that one. Kelvin picked up here. Okay, so we are going to see maybe a Zergy hero picked a little bit later on in the piece. Wraith obviously taken away from them. Calico very strong. And yeah, the Pocket obviously now has some of that, actually does some upfront damage with Affliction, right? There's it does percentage of your current health, then does the dot, as opposed to just pure dot. So it gives you, I guess, more, damage in a smaller window. Makes that ultimate a little bit more powerful here.
I think the change to his ultimate was 100% buff, because fights never lasted long enough for your Affliction to do that damage. It was more of a deterrent of okay, I ulted and maybe you won't push now because you're ticking with Affliction. Now it's okay, I'm going to use it.
That made it so good. I feel that people could get that with Healbane quite easily. So I don't know if it was enough to really justify you just trying to bring that guy in. But
is this a great town pick coming out of Virtus Pro with the Bebop ban here, Dan?
Potentially, I think.
Or Vindicta.
Bebop's interesting because it does kind of help to set you up if it's out of the picture for some of those picks. But I think also teams are running into Bebops a lot more right now, and Bebops is the better that the players get with Bebop, the easier it is for them to get and understand the timings on how they can get these pickups with the hook. I think just not having to worry about these random picks happening, I think is actually kind of an important thing, to just not have to have that headache as players get better and better with it. So I don't mind it as a general pickup just to avoid that annoyance in the mid game.
Yamato here, of course. So we have an Ethereal Shift carrier, not unlike Calico, and definitely designed to have the same sort of presence in this game. So, but for all intents and purposes, amongst these 3 of their 4 picks, VP have their 2 solo laners essentially locked in, likely Pocket and Yamato respectively, as we've seen Mirage, join the lane on occasion so they can leave without getting punished too much.
My bow is
And
yours.
pick number 4, it is a Grey Talon pick up. Maybe Pyrovision reading VP wanting to prioritize that hero after they themselves banned the Bebop.
Yeah, and it is interesting as well because Talon does have a lot of mobility in the air with the dashes and stuff like that. So I wonder if it is like more of a generic pickup, but I am worried for the front line of Paravision here right now as well.
There is
like there's definitely, especially because like no one wants to pick Shiv anymore in Europe, so Shiv basically doesn't exist anymore.
That's true.
No,
Yeah,
man,
only in an A. That's so crazy.
Don't get me started on that. I know Young Calc just like screams to me, like, why
Yeah.
is no one in EU playing Shiv after what we saw him do with Llama Lords, which we'll see a little bit later on today. But yeah, I don't know why Shiv's not played as much in EU, and that's actually something we should maybe ask some of these teams at some point. But the holiday pickup, I saw your face, Mitch. You were just kind of confused, and kind of so was I. Obviously, as we said before, like she does act as like a pseudo budget paradox. But she did get hit with some nerfs as well in the recent patch, so still in the barrel generation.
Right. It's more like the barrel, like the consecutive barrel usage, which is fine. I think like that was something that was a bit problematic about Holiday's kit. It also like slightly nerfed the impact landing damage after using jump pad. Holiday still does what she needs to, and I do think that in the event that Paradox is banned, it gives you that option. I am a little concerned about like where the front line is supposed to be for this Pyrovision lineup, like especially they have chosen to ban Warden. So is it another Abrams that we might see come out in this game? Podge Elias can breed to pick it against them earlier
I want to
on.
see a Mo. I kind of want to see a Mo and Krill here. I don't know about you,
Okay.
Dan.
Yeah,
I
I'd love
wanna
to see
see that.
Mo and Krill. I was actually expecting VP to actually pick it up after Infernus, but they
Alongside
went for
Mirage,
Lash instead because they don't really have like too much of it. They don't really have a front line really, VP. So that's interesting. We get the IV instead. So yeah, very light on front line in this
Squishy.
game. Kind of balances out a little bit. Everyone's squishy, and I feel like that definitely helps Grey Talon, like because being able to burst people down is just all that much easier when you're up against a lineup like VP. Like everybody is like pretty squishy except to
Likely-
Kelvin, really.
It's likely a Calico though that is building more of those vitality items and is just bringing in like that utility. I would say, given what this lineup looks like. But what was so good for Paravision in the previous game, guys, is that they had this front line that was extremely hard to get past, and that's why Grey Talon was able to pop off so much. Like Saf had a lot of space. Here, it seems like you have a team that is pretty good at like setting up picks. Dice is just going to be a great objective pusher, great split pusher in general. She's going to be relevant later into the game. Wraith obviously has the potential to start this fight, so there's big telekinesis, but and it's just a sustain, and push. Like Ivy's a great alchemical fire carrier. That is all well and good, but I think the game plan here, Jason, feels different for Paravision.
So what I'm seeing here is it's like, what do they have to do with the Lash? Like the thing is, Virtus Pro have a very mobile team, like Mirage, Pocket, Kelvin, Yamato, and Furnace Lash, all extremely mobile around the map, extremely mobile in these fights. And in my head, I'm like, what are they going to do to stop Michaelis on Lash? And the only thing I could possibly think up for this, Dan, is Holiday and the lasso. I feel like when you see the Death Slam be charged up by Michaelis, you have to lasso him to cancel it out because they have nothing else to stop that unless you're investing these knockdowns, silence, something else. And I don't see it as like a viable option right now, at least what their comp has.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out because I do think that's very likely why Lash was selected, is just looking at the lacking counter options that are available. So I think there's not an easy answer there. There is at least in terms of the front line, the Geist I forgot about a little bit there that can help to provide some of the distraction for Calico, because I feel like Calico with no front line is pretty desperate sometimes because Calico is amazing at getting in and out, but if you're the only target, it's kind of a problem when you get focus fired. So I do think there's definitely some options. They've generally got better space control between the Kudzu bombs and the Geist bombs as well. So I think the objectives might be a bit easy for Paravision, but yeah, definitely a lot of potential issues for both sides.
Okay, one with keeping an eye on here. I do think that Geist obviously wants to play within her optimal range with Caesar a bit close to the front line. Zergy has a 42.86% win rate. 3 out of, I think it's like 3 wins, 4 losses, I think is the result there. So not great. Definitely have seen that Infernus take over the game, but it's just kind of rare that we really see Infernus get serious mileage. I feel like recently in DFN.
And what's kind of funny is that I feel like Infernos has only just been kind of buffed. So like when they added the charges to his flame dash, everyone kind of went wild. And honestly, it becomes a very frustrating thing to deal with when you have like rapid recharge and you can just spam those constantly to just get around the map as quick as possible. But I know, like, for instance, Buds, he plays actually still the old kind of build with him. We can do a lot of like single target damage, is very annoying when it comes to like lane in the 1v1, whereas like the dash build is more about just like kind of getting around the map and making yourself slippery. So I kind of want to see like how is Zergy actually going to build this one up, and also my eyes are going to turn toward Prestis again on the Lady Geist to see what he's going to max up. If we talked about like area control and like wave clear, maxing his essence bomb would definitely be ideal for that, because like him paired with the Kutsu bomb out of Ivy and the charge shots, like it's extremely hard for Virtus Pro to kind of push up against you and siege against you in that sense.
You can shove for days. Very, very annoying to try and get the map set up so you can ever leave the lane right and get some ganks. Otherwise, you just trade that gank presence for damage on your Guardian, which is not always what you're looking for here. So play with me. Will be a bit of a nuisance here. This is going to be a especially volatile lane, I think. Already the Listic throwing down with Prestis. Soul Siphon comes out, but not enough damage on Listic really to make him write home about it. We'll have to try and push all this back as Michaelis was getting punished out in the open.
I'll make my last honorary point of the early game before you guys throw me off the cast for a bit. I would keep my eyes on Saf. He's very dangerous, obviously, on the Talon, and I would expect the VP to look to try to target him for the first ganks to just keep him down, so that the spirit damage, that burst spirit damage, isn't going to be as threatening against all these squishies.
Yeah, and I feel like Virtus Pro, like one of their weakest points back even when they were named buff enjoyers, was the fact that they were very susceptible to ganks early on, but their macro play was so dominant compared to every other team in EU that it didn't matter if they gave away 5-10 kills early in the match. They're still able to turn things around.
See here, of course, Listic involved in a little bit of fighting earlier. A very early healing right picked up as the expectation for the lashes that there's going to be a lot of poke coming down from the very effective guns of both the Lady Geist and the Wraith. Dimov is in that 1v1 up against Together. That is what that lane has turned out to be. It's pretty close, but Dimov is taking a fair bit of damage alongside trading at length with Together. Is a Holiday, though, on the gank, already making the way towards lane number 4 now. Big damage. Nice barrel connection there on the Dimov, and of course the impact. You have enough burst here for the Holiday to secure the kill.
And I don't hate the gank actually being focused towards him either. I feel like Dimov is kind of like the rock of the team. I feel like I've never seen him have a bad match. He always does his job. He does it well. He's kind of like the unsung hero of the team in my eyes. If you're then looking at like the flashy players, and keeping him behind, especially on Yamato, where we saw, you know, was it last week with Aegis Aurora, Sonya Sniper just punishing Maidon constantly because he was able to get some feed. You keep him behind. You keep that Yamato out of being impactful earlier in the match, and you delay it as long as possible.
There we go. Listic wants to come forward again. Gonna put that poke down. Pick a card, my friend, any card. They all do a lot of damage. This is finding it the hard way. Play with me. Laying it on thick as Listic has to give up a lot of space now.
Yeah, that slam missed. He was trying to get out of dodge there, but he hit the bridge instead. Took a little bit of extra damage. Got the healing right though. Not gonna be too worried, and not to mention him and Michaelis both have 100% win rate on their respective heroes. I think Lash has been played 3 times out of Listic, and Pocket has been played twice out of Michaelis. So definitely very understanding of how these play. And what a charge shot prediction as well, knowing that Zergy would peak right there. That's just dirty.
I mean, Saf has 3 charges this, and of course they're maxing it first to increase the spirit scaling on it. So, yeah, that is terrifying. Oh, what a barrel connection. Okay, had to be a torpedo away there for the Mirage, so they didn't end up getting caught, but Sharik still gets tugged in under the Guardian. That's rough. Honestly, like, Sharik looked like he was out. He times the tornado to avoid the landing damage and still gets owned. That's brutal. Dimov, though, power slash Together falls down now, and we'll see Tas try and get involved at least to recover, but Dimov, so reliable, he's able to get out before the Holiday turns up.
He said the double parry there too, and they're like, oh, okay. And then they finally finish it off with the melee. I do like the way that Tas actually played that engage. He uses the launch pad to save stamina. So then he also doesn't commit to one side, knowing the tornado could be used to escape, and then saves that stamina for the second he hits that lasso to pull him as far back into the garden as he can to make sure they lock down that kill. So really good start here at Tas. He's up to almost 4K souls. He's actually leading his team right now, funny enough. But Saf hitting the 3K mark, that's where things are going to be interesting, because that owl, that global presence you have out of it. And again, it is basically like a silent bomber right now. It is so hard to hear it coming through. A great use of the trap as well to deny the retreat out of Zergy. And he Has in such good position here.
Oh, the concussive combustion. That's massive. How did Zergy get up there? Saf is not ready for that at all. You hear it coming like it's something out of the movie Jaws, but still no opportunity to respond to that. That is just a straight up outplay.
I heard that go off, and I'm like, okay, he's just using it defensively, maybe expecting Saf to go down to go for the finish.
Charge melee tech to get up there? I can't tell. Shadow transformation here. Return of Shadows has to be used here. And there he is. Tass able to take that kill away. How's together have so much bloody health after that? They were low as heck.
Well, Saf returned to lane in the meantime and got the finisher onto Zergy. So as we heard DDK talking before, expect to see a lot of the ganks over towards Saf and the pressure he can apply. But funny enough, the ganks have actually been on the other side of the map over towards Demov to really punish him and again keep Yamato behind. 3.4k souls, almost, I mean, the lowest on the team and almost the lowest in the lobby. Actually is lowest in the lobby if I can read correctly.
It's working. I mean, that Yamato is getting absolutely clowned on right now. Obikim, frozen shelter. Just to stave off Taz. Turning up in this lane. So gank unsuccessful now. Here comes the lash. Dangerous if a Taz caught in the death slam. No! Lasso to cancel it. Mystic now under the Guardian and in deep trouble. Leaves nothing behind but a pair of steaming shoes.
I feel like we kind of called that, right? In the, the draft. How are they going to counter the death slam? It's the lasso. And the funny thing was, if Obi Kim didn't frozen shelter, that lasso would have been on cooldown because he was going to use it against Obi Kim, which means Listic was going to be able to come in to get the death slam off. So, you know, it kind of hurts for him, but a great smart play to Tass. And we talked about how strong Tass is as a player on the Paradox, playing 11 times. His holiday is pretty stupendous so far, I have to say.
Yeah, it's been very, very good. Up to 6k souls already here. Super active. Always looking for an opportunity to get out of the lane here. I mean, well, I guess it's not that threatening a lane opponent. You've only got the Mirage and the Kelvin there to have to worry about. And you can always leave your like fast pushing Ivy back there just to throw Kudzu bombs and keep the wave going your way.
Telekinesis.
Yeah, that should secure the kill. Players being able to take care of Listic here. He's had a tough couple of minutes, I'll be honest with you. Now, opportunity to pressure Guardians in two separate lanes. Paravision going up a gear now, but here comes Michaelis. Appears with a flourish outside of the satchel, but goes quite low to this damage from Prestus. Ends up taking a bit of a 1v2 for a moment until reinforcements did arrive. Sharik is here, but will it be enough? Dimov able to parry that away. Around the corner, no. Is Taz able to get elsewhere? Sharik and Zergy finding kills. Saf going down. Play with me also having fallen after taking that easy kill with the telekinesis.
Bro, Demov almost pulled off the 1v2 right there. You got a huge parry onto Taz. Now Obi Kim's going to be under pressure right under the Guardian. Lasso comes in. He's going to be slammed down. The Gooba Stomp comes in. And Paravision picking up a huge amount of kills here.
A nice rotate there from the Ivy over towards this lane here. I mean, all of Paravision's lane 3 players just get onto that lane 4 and start to push this Guardian down here. They are going to have it. So nicely done. That's the first Guardian of the game picked up by Paravision.
This is looking, you know, I might have to take my words back. Like, Paravision are looking so good so early in the game. I mean, it's a 3k lead. It's not the biggest of leads so far, but the way they've gotten the lead, the kills are pulling off as well, and the synergy with the rotations have been a thing of beauty here. But we do see, again, Paravision trying to keep the pressure on in lane 1 with a 2-man push. We do see Sharik actually Traveler over to defend against this. Listic's going to be coming in with the Death Slam on top of this, and they're going to be looking for some kills, but they've already lost out on Zergy.
Yeah, Zergy dies obviously in that lane 1 side of the map here. Listic wants to chase. Tat's been such a problem so far. Grenade thrown down by Overkim for a little bit of extra healing. Another frozen shelter used. Trying to buy some time because it's really just the Kelvin in this lane. Litz, though, decided to head elsewhere. Saf and Play With Me able to find some huge value across the map. And now that supply drop would be headed in the direction of Dimov, who is healthy. So I think this is really just to keep this wave pushing back in the direction of Paravision. Dimov is actually heading over towards lane 3. There might be a collapse here onto the Carco of Together. We'll see how that plays out now as Together trying to back away. Oh, the Arctic Beam slows him down. Dimov able to hit the slash here, but plenty of health to work with. Shadow Transformation has to be used, but this Calico is so damn hard to kill. The Restorative Locket, you just never expect the burst healing on it. That item is so busted if you're getting ganked and those abilities are being used en masse. And in the meantime, another VP Guardian has fallen. It is impossible to gank Together.
That's lane 1. Listic fell. They're able to get another Guardian. They're up to 3 now, which means they have a flex slot, a 6k gold lead, which can be a little bit misleading because it is obviously a lot of it coming from those 3 objectives being taken. But for Paravision here, it's about how can you use that 6k lead you have right now to build up this lead even further while still defending your own Guardians and denying those souls away from your team. And that's Demov just being pressured again. He cannot get going in this game, Mitch.
Litz has bought an intensifying magazine. Gun Ivy is here? Okay. not messing around. Paravision definitely trying to manifest their early lead now and actually turn some of these items, turn some of those souls into items to keep them ahead in the game. We're seeing them come up now. Soul Shredder Bullets picked up for Zergy, but here it is. Dashes here for your Paravision roamers, so they're going to be all over the map very quickly. And big items also picked up by Play With Me, who definitely wants to emerge into a terrifying Wraith threat later on.
She's active reload as well.
Active reload, excuse me, not intensifying mag.
I mean, that's obviously it's huge. We actually even saw back in the day, like, was it melee charge on Ivy to get your ammo reset in the middle of fights so you can just automatically reload. But definitely looking to pump a ton of damage. And I would actually like to look back at the stats to see how much damage he does on average when it comes to Ivy, because it is definitely something you can't just, you know, shrug off. And we're seeing another gank come through.
Yeah, Frozen Shelter going to be used here. It's messy. Dimov is in there. Arctic Beam slowing Taz down. But the shelter, it's enough at least to keep Virtus.pro safe for now as they try and pressure down on this tower. Taz, good defense so far, though. Barrel starting to be tossed out. And that's going to be enough to force a VP back for the time being. I think we saw an owl come in from Saf there. Unclear what the catch is going to be. Presta's healthy enough now. They're happy to keep this charge up. They're going to dodge away from the Death Slam. Like, it's absolutely no value. I don't know if it was the Stone Idol or a knockdown or something similar, but that ultimately gets turned off entirely. And it's been tough for Lash out there. They've done absolutely nothing. Listic with a 100% win rate on this hero is struggling in this mid-game. Here's a life drain, of course, going to force Listic right on away. They go down to half just from that one Geist ability. It's so powerful. Listic taken down behind their own Guardian.
And they're going to get another Guardian to boot here. That's 4 for 0. Paravision have built, oh my god, they're sitting on a huge lead, 12k. What do you do at this point? Paravision, do you force like a mid boss right now? You know Listic doesn't have his ultimate up. You have such a massive lead. You can draw them in as long as you don't allow them to split push here, which we can see already. Task going to be going over to lane 4 to look for some pressure on a Dimov yet again. They are really hindering any way for Virtus.pro to get any value across the map here. This is, honestly, this is a thing of beauty, and this is a completely different Paravision from what we saw in the first match.
I think you're seeing just how busted Resto Lock it is, honestly. 15 sacks, but you're going to see it used here most likely. But, sorry! Okay, well, still might be tough for Together to survive this, but they go down from like 1800, rather 800 back to like 1400, and then you have Return to Shadows, and then eventually you're going to have a Ethereal Shift. I mean, and we saw it picked up by the Geist as well, so Prestis has also invested in that item. A lot of teams fancying going in that direction here, and there's not much Zergy can do. They're going to be forced right away. No Guardians stand here right now for Virtus.pro. They're all gone. Paravision have just lost their second, though. What is Litz looking for? Listic is low. Aha, on top of the building here. Listic eventually opts to drop down, and that is a point-blank special delivery. Prestis to finish the kill on the Lash.
I think one thing Paravision are doing really well, which I think is making our job extremely hard for the observers, is just causing chaos everywhere around the map, looking for fights constantly. So Virtus.pro just can't really get an understanding of the situation and a way to kind of like slow the game down. Paravision are controlling the pace. They get 4 kills here. They're keeping the pressure on. They see them pushing lane 4 and lane 1 to look for some Walker play. In the meantime, pushing down to lane 2. They're keeping the fight on Virtus.pro's side of the map to continue to deny these objectives. They still don't have a flex set unlocked, and the lead, I mean, you're looking at 12k and growing.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, is massive. Quite often we have a minuscule lead, if at that, at this point. Together doesn't quite have the rest of those stacks right now to just burst heal themselves back up to full, but
oh my god.
Yep, it's
That's under a Walker, man.
Again, is dead.
They have the resistances from the Walker, so they can be extra tanky, but it doesn't seem like Paravision got the memos. They're still able to pick up kills. Nice little stun. That could have been a parry stun coming through. That was fantastic out of Dimov.
Yeah, great kill to pick up here, but Dimov is going to be chased basically instantly, so there's no guarantee that they're getting out of that situation alive. Earn in the hands Paravision as well. That's looking to be turned in a moment by Saf. No, is people here to contest it? Dimov is in position, and I don't know if Litz is ready for this. They try to go for the stun. Forced to back away. Covenant up the heel. Saf just turns in the urn. They're still fighting to be done, though, right here, right now. Virtus.pro trying to interrupt, but Litz is able to get away. And they're chilling. They ult out of the fight. Dimov eventually falls.
Blitz was distracting. He was trying to keep them back so they could go for the urn turn in. And then obviously with his stone form, he's able to just survive that damage coming through. And they also get a Walker onto lane 4 after the back of getting that urn turn in. You can see VP responding with a push on lane 2 and 3 at the same time, but I don't know if they have the damage right now to take these down.
No, they don't. I mean, it's such an early Walker. It's ridiculous. 84k souls already here for Paravision. 15 minutes in. Out to clear. I respect it. There's a fight to be had though right here. Charge shot going towards Listic. Michaelis also quite close by. Risky positioning here from Saf, and they might be punished as a result of it. Listic though doesn't want to tangle here with the Grey Talon whatsoever. They'll take the Walker instead. So Virtus Pro are trying to trade these objectives doggedly. They're going at it.
And they need to slow down. Like, this game needs to slow down so we have time to think about what's happening here. I mean, maybe we can tag in DDK to give his thoughts, because this has been such a hectic start to this game.
Yeah, it's been pretty wild, and I think a lot of it comes down to the play from Holiday on, like, from Taz. Like, the levels of activity was so oppressive, and it constantly forced Virtus Pro to have to react. And so in the early game, they could just never do anything other than just react to what Taz is doing on Holiday. And so then you got this spot where they're not pressuring then anyone on VP, but they should be pressuring. Sorry, anyone in Paravision they should be pressuring. And then on top of that, Taz isn't just creating that pressure, he's actually getting kills over and over again. So that level of dive and harass, I think, has just put VP in a tailspin where they just can't seem to stabilize. And the one, I think, sacrifice that has been made for Paravision with all of that pressure is you're not farming the map. You know, you'll notice that they haven't really been farming the jungle, but they've been getting so much value from objectives and kills and continued pressure that it doesn't really matter too much. So far, it's so good. I mean, VP need to slow the game down, bring it to more of a farm, like stabilize around the walkers. But Paravision are not giving them a chance, and they're just ahead enough that they can just take these extra pushes that if, let's say, they were 10k behind, they wouldn't be able to justify it. So
I will
keep them in this threat state constantly.
I will say this though, yeah, they're not farming their own jungle, but they still are technically kind of building a lead by denying what Virtus Pro can build with these lanes. They're constantly pressuring them, punishing them, getting kills, so they miss out on farms. So yeah, I agree, and I think maybe that's where, like, they could have one person designated to be going for that jungle farm, because they don't need all 6 to make this pressure happen. But they are using all 6 right now to push onto lane 2 and lane 3 at the same time, looking for that looking for one of the last 2 walkers remaining.
Yeah, Overkim's going to rotate now, just out-firing that wave in lane 2. Lane 3, though, is where it's happening. Listic, supposed to be the tip of the spear. The initiator for Virtus Pro is blown to smithereens, but KLS fares no better. And her frozen shelter to try and buy a little bit of time for Overkim here over at this walker, but there is only a little bit of help waiting the wings. Zergy's there, Dimov there, but I mean, do they have enough souls to be impact players in this fight? Dimov is able to force them back. Divine Barrier being used by Tassia. So Paravision happy enough with what they got there. They're going to turn this straight into a mid-boss take. 2 down on Virtus Pro. They feel like they're confident enough to go for this. The response is going to come in, but Overkim just peeks in, has a look. VP have decided potentially just to trade the Walker for this.
Yeah, exactly. That's where we're seeing Sherrick go for the lane 1 walker. We can see Zergy trying to push lane 4 at the same time. There's no way they can contest this without Shadow Transformation out of Dimov, who's just now getting it online now, which is going to be too late. The Traveler also was used to get over to lane 4. They're looking for some extra damage here onto this lane 4 walker, but I don't think they're necessarily going to get it just yet, because we do have 2 players in hot pursuit.
Tariq still has that available. He actually just used a TP on that side of the map. I don't know if having the ability available is going to be relevant here, but this is pretty good stuff from Overkim, buying a lot of time. The response from Paravision is to press on this lane 3 walker, and they're keeping things alive. Beautifully done by Overkim, able to force Taz back. They definitely got a little bit more than they bargained for there. And so, quietly, VP trade mid-boss for 2 walkers and don't lose 1 in response.
It's not bad. I think that's a pretty good trade, and that goes back to something DDK said before when we're in the draft phase of, like, you want to put just the right amount of players you need to stop some of these split pushes from happening and not overcommitting resources into some of these lanes. And we did see it was Calico, so it was Together and Play With Me, who went to lane 1 just to stop 1 player. Whereas if one of them stuck with the team, maybe they could have picked up some more kills and continue to snowball from there. So it's a little bit of a slight mistake by Paravision, but I think a great job by Virtus Pro to take advantage of the situation and the cards they were dealt by going for those walkers, knowing they could not contest that reju.
Power spikes here for Sharik, especially. Dimov was able to get a ethereal shift, so going to be pretty important in these fights to be able to shrug off this damage coming in. Owl's headed over towards lane 4, perhaps. Zergy is over there. Okay, we are pushing waves with Owl, folks, in this economy. That's how we make use of that.
Well, it's not a bad idea if you think about it. If Together with staying lane 4, it kind of keeps him hidden, and it pushes the lane out, so you can kind of be a little bit more sneaky. But he's rotated back over to lane 3 in the meantime.
Taz keeping a respectful distance from that little skirmish. They're definitely aware that Dimov is a legitimate damage threat. And Together just going to stop off here, continue to buy up just that little bit more. That was a spirit armor added to their arsenal. Probably a little bit concerned about what the Yamato can do to them, I'd say. And that's an earned take here for Prestis. The turning location very deep in VP territory. And those waves that we talk about using Owl to farm them have pushed right into Amber territory. So Virtus Pro here going to have to doggedly take this fight, but in doing so, they're going to lose more map control as these waves continue to roll in.
Well, that's the question is, do Paravision intend to actually turn this earn in, or are they using it to bait VP over towards the right-hand side of the map so that Play With Me and Saf could get another one of these walkers down? And they can see the overcommitment by VP to go towards these walkers. It means the push is going to come through, and VP, they're trying to force a fight to happen. Zergy immediately pushed into the enemy team, but you can see how quickly they can rotate it and turn this around.
That walker goes down to half as Prestis actually thrown in there as part of the airdrop. Paravision, of course, with the Rejuvenator, have every reason to want to fight right now. Deathland going to be shrugged off by the Stone Idol of Litz, but there will be some teammates caught inside of it. Prestis is thrown to the ground. Here comes the cold fronts now as Paravision are absolutely on the back foot. Litz putting some distance between him and the rest of the surging Virtus Pro team, but they do not want to give up this fight. Chase happening over towards the museum now, and in comes Overkim, slowing up Play With Me. Saf's already gone down. Here comes the flying cloak. Michaelis follows it up, and Virtus Pro, as always, have found a way back into the game and are eyeing off, fortuitously, this last walker for Paravision.
And like the perfect time to have that happen. The Rejuvenator's gone for Paravision. They're not going to respawn quickly. Walkers are going to be had by Virtus Pro here. And the one mistake I can point out in that fight, as we're for sure going to see Litz fall here, was that Tass didn't use his lasso to stop Listic. And we've given Listic kind of some crap in this match because he's been constantly just dogged on when he pops his ultimate, but he waits perfectly for that lasso to be gone. The one thing Paravision have to stop him, and he gets a great death slam opening up that turn of the fight.
They're so low. VP are very low right now. They've got to be careful. They get the walker. It's another flex slot unlocked. Can they get out back to base and ready to defend? Because this game is now even. Paravision was so far ahead in souls, and that gap has closed up quickly. Ah, nice little snipe there with the hour. Dimov is out for 40 seconds.
How did we go from Virtus Pro having no Guardians and being behind like 4-0 in objectives?
I can tell you. I will ask you a question. Paravision take a mid boss and they don't get value out of Rejuvenator, and they trade it for 2 walkers on Virtus Pro side who use those souls to make up like that power disparity and then win them in a straight fight.
Exactly. They were never truly that far behind once the objectives equalized between the two teams. And now we're seeing like Virtus Pro can turn this game around here, even though they're still on the back foot here as Paravision once again are getting aggressive. But as we saw with Virtus Pro against one win, they can handle the aggression and they can turn it around against you.
And this VP lineup scales pretty bloody well into the late game. Yamato, of course, and this Infernus really impactful. You've got like Bullet Resist, Shredder, and Overkim, a lot of those items to really neutralize the tankiness of Paravision. Of course, Michaela is going to be a threat at some point, and Sharik will be able to, 3 or 4 tap people as the game goes on here. So I do like what Virtus Pro are working with here. Play With Me, though, is still really fed. That Wraith can still be a factor if she can get the kind of fight that she's looking for. That probably gets harder and harder here now, dealing out with a Virtus Pro team that is very slippery, right? Who knows when Lash is coming in from? Who knows where this pocket is approaching the fight from? Is there a traveler coming in from Sharik? Are you going to try and take an engagement and then get foiled by the Frozen Shelter? There's a lot to be worried about for Paravision, I think, as the game goes on.
And do we have a Majestic Leap out of Listic as well? I can see Michaelis has one. I want to assume Listic has one. Okay, he actually doesn't have it, so he's not going to be going for that route. So he has to look for another opportunity, another way to get into these fights. And I don't really hate it because he does not want to be the first one to actually go into the fights, which is kind of, I guess, counterproductive to how Lash works. But he doesn't want to be the first one caught. He wants to make sure that lasso's down and be used on a different teammate.
It might also be like this comp might be trying to counter-engage to some degree as well. Not be the ones that just sort of start off a fight. The superior stamina here, of course, means that the Lash can pretty easily evade like being caught unless they get CC'd to high heaven. And they actually took the improved burst, so definitely realizing there's an opportunity here to like manifest some more damage in terms of the souls they've been able to accrue. Mid boss up in 30 buffs as well, so that is our next sort of important moment in this game. And honestly, everything hangs in the balance. VP still have one of their walkers standing, so that's like some souls in the bank.
What's a flex slot too?
Withdraw when they want to, and their flex slot. That's exactly right. And that is, at this stage of the game, that's relevant.
And I think mid-boss, it's going to not quite be relevant here. If you're Paravision, there's no way you're going for a mid-boss until Dimov has used Shadow Transformation or he's dead, and Listic has Death Slammed or he's dead. Like, there's just no chance they're going to try to go for it with those two players up. You just see the ethereal shift being used here. Tries to get away from the lasso. With the lasso down, that is an opportunity for them to go for an engage here. And I'm curious, will Listic actually use the Death Slam on Oppressors? They're trying to burst him down, but you have to be careful. That soul exchange is up.
Yeah, it's going to be a factor. Obicum knows that it's going to probably be coming their way at some point. Okay, Zergy was hit with the soul exchange in the end, so they've got to get out of this fight. A little bit awkward here as Zergy gets chased down. Prestus, man, I mean, you've got to know you're running into that. But it's also a question of like, what do? We just have to force the soul exchange out. That's why you want to try and 2v1 into that Lady Geist if you can, and at least secure yourself a trade. But that is not what happened for VP.
Mitch, they're going for it. This is very, very risky. D-Mov is up. He has Shadow Transformation. I think they're going to use this as bait because they know the Death Slam's is on cooldown, which means they could force a fight. You can see them immediately hit off mid-boss looking for that catch. You can see them using Calico as well as Ava to give information. Exactly, the scouting to give that indication of what direction they could go for the push.
Of course, you are very fast as Ava, but can be slowed down significantly by something like the Arctic Beam. So you still need to respect your opponents a little bit, but in general, can't be seen on the minimap, which is huge. And again, we're posturing once more around mid-boss, but Zergy, Jason, is back in the game now.
He's back in the game, but I'm thinking back to something you said in our first match, is that look where the souls are allocated on Paravision's side, and ZP's brought up over in our chat. Play With Me has 32,000 souls. He is so far ahead of everyone individually on Virtus Pro that he is going to become a raid boss. But just like last game with Jam's side, doesn't necessarily matter how many souls you have if you get caught. So for him, he has to play safe, and they really have to be careful of this Death Slam. If Play With Me gets caught with it, those 33k souls aren't going to mean anything.
I mean, you definitely got to be starting to, like, how early are you going to take Unstoppable then? Like, that might be a factor. Do we actually prioritize that as our first tier 4 item, potentially?
I would go Ethereal Shift, to be honest. It's cheaper, gives you a little bit of spirit power, and it can cancel out the Death Slam, and also anyone that dives into like D-Mov. I don't necessarily if that is the way to go with Unstoppable, just because they don't really have too many stuns other than like the concussive combustion out of Zergy.
Yeah, fair point. I do think I think to slow you up is pretty annoying, and also getting Death Slammed. I think a lot also rests on the lasso rather interaction with the Death Slam. Lasso. It's just so weird.
Where do you get the use sound
from? I don't know. I'm not really sure. Because it's 2 O's. Oh, well, I thought it was 2 O's when I was young, I think, and I still think it is. So
it's fine. I say things weird as well.
LASSO. Lasso. There we go. All right. Mid boss now being attempted, and that's a flame dash in order to get Zergy the heck out of dodge. While this happens, though, no side lane pushing, despite the fact that they've obviously got a Mirage. Virtus Pro have at least a good push in their favor in lane number 4 for the time being, but both these teams pretty careful about taking a fight, and there's an opportunity for Virtus Pro to make up that soul deficit here.
I can understand Sherrick not wanting to necessarily split push, because I feel like the time for him to use the Traveler, get into the fight, they can almost already lose the fight at that point, just that time it takes. But the upside for Paravision with Saf, you talk about the Owl, we saw it before, using it to farm lanes. That can apply pressure in these lanes. He could use it to just clear out a wave coming on lane 1, so make sure that his lane 1 is pushing against them. And eventually Virtus Pro, either they have to engage or they have to back away. And we just see the engage coming through, and a great dodge of the Death Slam coming through out of Saf.
That was really nice. And at that point, Listic feels a little bit awkward. Caught out in the open. The rest of VP still looking to try and signal some strength, but D-Mov didn't have Shadow Transformation. Or he did, rather. Popped it. Still got blown up. Telekinesis, by the way, still active. Gonna get used right about now here as Paravision look to try and go for the throat. Here comes the combustion, though. Scary. Play With Me. If they get stunned up and blown up, they are not going to be a factor in this fight. They're very low. In fact, all of Paravision have taken a ton of damage. Listic, though, is seeing better days. They're a little low. Together's able to eliminate Overkim. Now, Michaelis, Sharik, and Zergy, the last hope for Virtus Pro. The latter has had to go back to spawn. The former has been taken down, and it's all Michaelis having to retreat as well.
I think Play With Me has shown us over the course of his Haze and his Wraith this game that his itemization is top notch. He has Ethereal Shift, which obviously helps eliminate a lot of the CC that can be thrown your way, but he also has debuff remover. Like Zergy wants to get on top of Play With Me to try to get that stun, but then he pops a debuff remover, so he gets out of the stun, and then he gets the heal from it on top of that, so he's not even necessarily easy to be killed. Like, the way he's itemizing here is allowing him to have that survivability in these fights, late game, crippling headshot as well. But because of his raw aim and skill, he doesn't necessarily need more damage items to be effective in these fights. He just needs to survive.
Now, desperate defense for Virtus Pro. They showed us some promise. They did. But that care that Paravision were taking around challenging mid-boss paid off for them. They still fight just that little bit better. And 40k souls for Play With Me, I don't think anybody is going to argue with that. They are terrifying. Crippling headshot picked up there. Very, very scary. A lot of defensive items here. We've got improved spirit armor for Prestis. Gonna be hard to kill them.
This is big, Mitch. This is huge because we don't have Paravision having Saf or Play With Me here. Like Virtus Pro, you want to fight right now. Even though they have Rejuve, this is the time to engage because you know two of their biggest damage dealers aren't going to be around.
Prestis, though, still wants to fight. Still thinks that their favor is so low and they don't have a soul exchange available. They're going to give themselves up here. Zergy, though, taken out. Remember, Paravision trading 1-for-1 favors them because of the Rejuvenator, but Sharik is able to double down. A little bit ugly now. Dimov deals with Taz. Paravision down to 3. Play With Me already hoping to be a factor in this fight, but couldn't really get where they had to be.
Good use of the teleporter there to get away for Dimov. Oh, a little bit of pause coming through, but you can imagine Obi Kim is going to die here. He has no frozen shelter to get away. I respect the play of Virtus Pro. They were down 30k souls. That was your time to go to force a fight. But it took too long for them to lock things in. Like Prestis just had so much survivability that they're going to be respawned back in 20 plus seconds ahead of anyone else on VP.
Oh, bro, man. Play With Me. You want this kill so badly. Overkim, though, healthy with so many charges of Frost Grenade. It's just still full health. But what is the purpose of this? What does this achieve?
Stalling.
It's unclear.
No, he's stalling. He's trying to buy as much time to get Michaelis Zergy up. If he falls, it's okay because he bought, 10, 15, 20 seconds for those two big damage dealers that come through because they're going to need them to stop this pressure that's coming in on their base.
Yeah, I mean, these base bosses now are about to fall. Shrines will also suffer some degree of pressure as well. The Zergy's about to come back. Michaelis, 8 seconds away. That still feels like an age if you're Virtus Pro. Scrabbling, trying to get back out and defend. Deslam came out there as well, but our Shrines are now down. And the Patron's going to be knocked here. Virtus Pro will have a chance to respawn, get out into the map, but Paravision make very good use of that rejuve.
Oh my God, Play With Me is just pummeling away. He's got just a machine gun attached to his hand, and they do pick up a kill on Sharik somehow. 62 seconds on the respawn here, and Paravision, they might just be going for the finish.
I mean, you see how gross Tesla bullets are? Like at this stage of the game, you don't really need to get that close as Wraith to like have a really big impact over the fights, and you have enough spirit, especially with what's offered to you with some of those spirit items that you're using incidentally, like Ethereal Shift, for example, that you're blowing them up with pick a card as well. Base Guardians down. Prestis might have fallen, but Virtus Pro have only 2 members active right now. And that weekend patron is about to get a whole lot of love. And into the pit we go for Paravision. Alkfire also thrown down. They're here to try and finish the game. And Listic would like to keep that 100% win rate on Lash, but I'm afraid, folks, it is not to be. Paravision, Haymaker in the first round, take map number 1 off Virtus Pro.
It's so funny seeing chat. Just every time Zergy plays, he always gets criticized on, I think it's never building Tesla bullets on his Wraith. And he just never builds Tesla bullets too often whatsoever. But we see Play With Me there. Like, I feel like Tesla bullets just synergize just so well with his 3. Like the attack speed you get because you do spirit damage per bullet, but also Tesla proc spirit damage, which is kind of like double dipping, doing a ton of extra damage. And Paravision, I thought Virtus Pro was going to be for sure the stronger team in this matchup, but Paravision proved me wrong. And we had questions about their composition as well. Like, how would they deal with the hard engage out of Virtus Pro? We saw them do it with the lasso early on. Eventually, they didn't get to, or they didn't even need to use it anymore because they were just so overwhelmed with Play With Me having a huge soul lead. But credit to them, that was a fantastic match.
We got to talk about this. Let's bring Dan in because I kind of want to like pose this question. How good? I mean, we talked about these comps, right? First of all, they're very squishy. And I think that definitely showed in some of these late game team fights. Like, we did see a large number of like your improved spirit armors picked up both for Prestis and together. I think they were fearing what Dimov could do. Michaelis also specking pretty heavily, of course, into that spirit damage. But with no front lines, it felt like there was a high level of variance in some of these fights. And even with a soul lead, it was not a guarantee for Paravision midway through. But let's talk about the roaming. Early to mid game, I felt like Paravision are everywhere. The holiday roams were sick. Those pushes out towards the solo lane to really slant it in Paravision's favor, in Saf's favor, were impressive.
Yeah, it's almost just like even making more of a meta point. It's interesting how the game's developing in a sense, because I feel like this level of harass that we saw out of the holiday isn't something that I saw to this extent before we actually saw Listic on Calico last week, where you're like, whoa, because normally what you're expecting is, and we used to talk about this all the time, okay, you look at a Paradox, you look at a Lash, you know, they get their ults online and suddenly they can start to use the ults to set up really powerful ganks that actually convert to kills or objectives. But with Listic on the Calico last week, or with Taz on the holiday here, you can see just off of like the barrels and the jump pad, just like abilities to have low cooldowns, you can get consistent, like very high impact pressure that goes into objective damage or kills, that goes into actually taking down your opponents, and also like forcing them to have to respond by getting their teammates over there. And that level of pressure was so high that it did allow, in this case, Paravision with Taz playing so well on holiday to completely dominate the early to mid game. Because normally, if you're going to be VP, you're going to think, okay, well, who do we have to keep down in the early to mid game? Who do we have to make sure on our team that we make sure they're having a good lane and you know, staying on top of the farm? None of that could ever play into account because they were constantly having to react. So that, I think, for me is like really, really impressive, just seeing the power of the jump pad and the barrels and how utterly disgusting it is.
Let me ask you a question then as well, Dan. I feel like the hecticness of this game, it's such a double-edged sword, because it worked so well for Paravision, I feel like, in the beginning, but we did hit some moments where VP started to turn some things around.
Sorry, that's crazy. I mean, were they just standing around on Alkfire forever? Like, what is this play damage?
Man.
Yeah,
you had a Kutsu bomb.
Yeah, I guess, especially when you full spec into it, it becomes so big, right? That layer there with Alkfire. Also, Alkfire is so busted if you have a Wraith that's actually fed, because inside, inside Alkfire, you're taking like more weapon damage, which is pretty gross. I don't think it stacks with Tesla boards. I think that's like spirit damage either way, but that is very, very gross.
Yeah, it augments the gun damage. And that was like the interesting thing where you were starting to talk about how Liz was maybe putting a bit more itemization into the gun damage, which kind of makes a lot of sense because you've got so much spirit damage between, Saf and also Taz on holiday, like a lot of burst spirit damage that's disgusting, on top of the Wraith cards and obviously some of the bombs, the Kudzu bombs, and also, Presses, everything. There's so much spirit damage, but also there's a lot of gun damage and all that stuff as well. So,
for gun damage, a lot of those items that they sort of picked up, right? Which is interesting. Not like reverb or anything like that. We didn't even get to that point in the game, but I found that really interesting. How we saw that build. And it happened just as I think Paravision got a big lead, right?
It kind of makes sense though in the way that he itemized, because you don't want to like stack too much spirit power, because you have Litz who's gonna do spirit power damage, you have Tass, you have Saf, but also you want to like balance between like bullet damage, which you have Play With Me and Prestis able to do. So I actually kind of like that you itemize that way, because it kind of makes it very difficult to itemize defensively against that.
Well, folks, I'll be honest. You go, Dan.
Go ahead. Oh, the politeness battle. I was just going to say, I always want to, always give a shout out to Jake, because he gave this terminology to me, which is the bog, where, between the Kutsu bombs and the Geist bombs, you get, and also the Alkfire, you get this, like, all this AoE. So it helps you to control a lot of space, which is really helpful with the playstyle they had. Because their playstyle almost, at one point, they were so committed to the playstyle of just like heavy aggro, like give up a lot of the farm along the map and just always emphasize pressure, that it almost backfired, because you guys called it out when they took that mid boss. They gave up a walker for it, and then they actually lost a second walker to it. And then instead of just falling back and just taking all the value on the map, because the rejuve gives you full map control, so you can farm the entire map, guaranteed like soul advantage, they just kept pressuring into objectives they couldn't really, they didn't like fully commit onto them. They were just like pressure without the full commit. And then when they finally decided they were going to commit to a fight, it was kind of too late, and then they were backing off, rejuve ran out, and then the fight happened. And so it's like the worst thing ever. So that style almost like messed them up, but the fact that they were able to stabilize and just have Play With Me just like take over as a carry, because they got that to that late game point, that kind of saved them. But yeah, those Kutsu bombs and the Geist bombs enable a lot of like objective control because of the AoEs that they provide.
Yeah, well, no doubt about it. I mean, folks, I'll be honest with you, not the most convincing opener here for Virtus Pro, trying to defend their spot at the King of the Hill. Great opener for Paravision, though. They go 1-0 up in this best of 3 money match. $1,000 on the line, presented by our friends over at Intel. Stick around, of course, for map number 2 and see if Virtus Pro can even the score after this. Welcome back, gang. First map of this best of 3 is done and dusted. Paravision actually take it away with some fantastic early game rotations and pressure, Jason, that never let up.
Yeah, and honestly, it came back almost to bite them in the butt because they got a little bit too aggressive some of those times and potentially could have had that game turn around against them. But you really have to respect how they didn't stop that aggression. And if you think back to like the Virtus Pro versus OneWin match, well, I guess they were named Buff and Jorts at the time. That's exactly what OneWin did, was keep that pressure on them. You saw them try to like Zerg down the Patron multiple times and eventually didn't work out for them. But that's what's keeping Virtus Pro like on the back foot. You don't give them time to think, and that's where you can really punish them as a team. But the question is, can Paravision do that once again? Because I think that's all going to start in the draft.
Yeah, does lightning strike twice? That's the question I've got. I'll pose that to ZP now, so we're going to bring him in to add some wisdom, of course, to what will be a very curious draft here. ZP, is Paravision looks very good, but can he get away with something like that twice?
I would say no. I think that while a lot of it was execution based in the last game, I would also put a lot of it on the draft, where Paravision got basically the best draft possible. I think that they're going to get all series long, where they not only got heroes that they are very good at, like securing the Wraith for Play With Me, but they also, the heroes they prioritized and the bans they got in, all were basically tailor-made to take away VP strengths, where you think about what VP likes to play. They really like playing Geist with Demov whenever possible. They've loved putting Listic on the Calico, and Zergy, I mean, his go-to hero after shaking the terrible 7 addiction was going to Wraith as much as possible, right? And on top of it, Paradox is banned, so Mikhail couldn't even play Paradox. I don't think Paravision is going to be able to just absolutely put a stranglehold on the VP draft a second time around. It just simply will not happen.
They have to have like a response of like letting one of these heroes get through that they were so successful on, or not having the ability to pick them. As we see with the Wraith ban coming in, there's no chance for Play With Me to play Wraith now, which means what is he going to fall back to? And we know it's generally Haze, it's generally Warden, maybe Mirage. So I feel like that whole style of what they just did is almost just stopped just from that one ban alone.
Yeah, I mean in DFN, I think we've seen like 3 Haze games and only a 1 in 3 win percentage there. Michaelis having the Paradox ban out again, not a huge surprise. Paravision have been targeting that pretty closely, but there is still a ton that's out on the table here for Virtus Pro. We had an interesting draft, CP, like last game, where there was like no front lines for either team, really. Like none of the Warden Abrams, no one was really looking in the tanky direction whatsoever.
Sorry to jump in really quickly, ZP. This has got to be a Geist or a Viscous, right? Like off the bat.
I would, the way it's been, I even wouldn't be surprised if it was Geist off the bat, just to secure that for Demov, because VP has basically put Geist. Yeah, okay, Geist makes sense. I just think this is one of those cases where, because VP has used Geist as the glue in their lineup, this is not so much that I think Geist is seen as like #1 early pick, as much as it is that Paravision was just looking to deny Geist specifically, so Virtus Pro had to change their draft priority to do Geist earlier.
You saw their 3% pick rate for first pick as well. Like that really emphasizes that you don't generally see Geist picked first, but considering it to be the glue for Virtus Pro, it makes perfect sense. Now, what we're seeing out of Paravision, I'm not happy seeing Play With Me play Mirage again. I feel like he can't be the playmaker he is on Mirage. It's like seeing Young Cal go back to Abrams after seeing his Shiv, which we'll obviously have later on today. Like, Play With Me is one of the biggest playmakers in EU, one of the biggest playmakers on the team. Don't put him on a hero where he can't be that playmaker. But with Wraith gone, I'm thinking, what can he be that playmaker on? I don't know. We haven't really seen it. His Haze gets shut down by Virtus Pro nowadays.
So we had Geist and Viscous both go in the first round, like you guys had assumed. Viscous, I mean, yeah, first round pick ban is 38%. But yeah, both Viscous and Lady Geist were getting picked like 4th, 5th almost in some cases. Now they're really early in the draft. So these two teams know each other quite well, though, but it's interesting to see the priority on those 2 heroes shifting so much more towards the front end of our pick ban.
I think Calico comes in here for sure. You think about what Listic in recent memory has been able to achieve on the Calico, and yeah, okay, Calico comes in. That's directly for Listic. And also, I think there's a world where Play With Me is not playing the Mirage. Like, there has been flexibility for Paravision where they can decide, okay, Play With Me, rather than you playing the Mirage, we're going to have Prestis play the Mirage, and then that frees up Play With Me to do something like a Haze. But I do think the big adaptation here of just banning Wraith was more value add for VP than it was negative, because yeah, Zergy doesn't have a chance to potentially get Wraith depending on the draft, but I really think taking away from Play With Me downgrades him even if he goes for the haze.
The Warden's open too, right? For Play With Me, we've seen that from them on occasion. We've seen Warden attract some second round bans so far today. Pocket going to come in again for Virtus Pro. They still seem to believe in that pick. It's one that's been pretty underwhelming for us today. At VP, it's 2 wins and 3 losses so far. So can they reverse the fortunes of Pocket? We'll see what Paravision's last pick of this first round is before we head into another round of bans. It is the Play With Me haze.
I mean, he is an insanely good haze player. He's definitely the best haze player, I would say, in the world, in EU and NA combined, right? But the problem is, the later the game goes on, the better response Virtus Pro has to it, and they're able to shut it down. Yeah, you can get the unstoppable, but ethereal shifts shut you down, curses shut you down. So for Play With Me to have the success we've seen in the past, he has to do it early on, and Paravision have to win early on to make it work, I'd say.
Is this teasing a Saf Grey talent potentially?
It might be. I mean, the Bebop Gang Bandit is going to give Saf more room on the Grey Talent should they go for it. But also, if you're a VP, you can just ban it. I mean, you've seen what Paravision has been able to do with Saf on the Grey Talent. It won them the best of one. It was a huge pain overall. I think banning the Grey Talent here, actually a very, very smart ban should VP decide to go for it. And yeah, they take down the Grey Talent. So
I
give you half credit for that one too. Like, you know, I'm thinking on it is like, you brought up first, and yeah, it makes perfect sense, because especially once the Bebop is gone and you don't even have that as an option to, you know, mitigate some of Grey Talent's power under best case scenario.
Force them to use their ban on the Grey Talent is really interesting. We saw a Grey Talent previous game there from Paravision. Didn't have to be hugely impactful. I don't think Grey Talent got out of hand. Didn't actually get a lot of those souls fed or funneled into it in that early to mid game, so never needed to become a real threat. So here's the Warden. Comes out for Paravision.
So ZP, I'm looking at this. I was expecting Yamato actually to come through instead of Warden, because you already have very heavy bullet damage out of Haze. Mirage is a little bit more of a hybrid, I guess you could say. Warden definitely would be going the gun build unless we see that infamous Spirit Power Warden come to light here in EU.
Well, yeah, EU doesn't like Spirit Warden, and that's one of the things that NA will use repeatedly now to just flame AU. And NA has felt very good about themselves as of late, and they do not like EU drafts. But when it comes to Spirit Warden, they might have a point. What's interesting to me, though, draft-wise, is that Kelvin being prioritized a little bit earlier this time around. And, you know, the interesting thing about that to me is that I don't think Paravision had any intention of deviating from the Ivy. I think especially with how Litz played it in the last round, I think there was going to be Ivy no matter what. Yeah. So I think Kelvin actually could have been saved for last pick here for VP. But what they pick up here will be interesting. I think it might... do they pick Infernus now for Zergy? I don't think they need to. They can leave Infernus for last. But, okay, they go for it now, so either way.
I think, ZP, you are almost 100% on VP's draft so far.
Well, he admitted, though, to, like, looking at the drafts ahead of time earlier today, right?
I did not. I did not. No, I was looking at the Mo 1v1s. I will not stand for the slander. I will just take away the fun away from me.
He's also a Green Bay Packer fan, if I remember correctly.
Jason loves getting a reaction out of you.
Yeah, Jason is now just spreading incredible slander. It's unbelievable.
Actual rage baiting in the commentary booth is
says
crazy.
Diet Coke is like the worst drink in the world.
In the big 2025, Jason Kaplan is just out of control. Here's that Ivy.
I can't hit you on that one, yeah.
We were dead right. The Ivy now comes back in here. Let's look very good on that again. The bog, as Jake put it, something that you need to worry about. You know, a lot of bombs that can be thrown down, and of course, Alk Fire for like probably 3 at least different heroes in this game is going to be something well worth looking out for. Not a hero that ever gets banned, but we was still, let's get that early lead, and yeah, picking up an active reload all of a sudden, like we sort of chasing down a kill, can be pretty scary. The Abrams comes in to round this out. So you have a Warden Abrams frontline here for Paravision.
If this were NA, Shiv would be incredible value for VP. But VP has shown that they're not as big on the Shiv. Well, EU in general.
I mean, Listic plays it.
Yeah, no, Listic has played it, but EU just collectively decided to just, you know, gentleman's agreement Shiv out of the game. I mean, it's not gentleman's agreement. They just don't think Shiv is very good right now. But yeah, last pick, Mo and Krill. Okay, that does make sense, especially with EU playing more Mo. It's kind of, you know, some teams favor Mo more than
Virtus Pro never played this in DFN. They've never played the Mo and Krill here.
which is interesting.
Yeah.
Well, usually it's been played by teams that like Aegis Aurora, right, where they would use combos like Yamato Mo and use the Mo to basically feed the Yamato. But
Or Vindicta,
but I don't mind the Mo coming out here for VP.
It actually works really well because remember I said before, like the haze has a lot of value until Virtus Pro can get like Curse or the items they need to like shut him down. The Mo and Krill alleviates that early game pressure I feel like that a haze can have. And then you force Unstoppable to come out really early, or Play With Me has to come in these fights super late to make sure he doesn't get Mo and Krill ulted, because once that ult's down, like that's a lot of pressure gone from him. Not to mention the fact that you can stop him from shooting. You can blind him with your pocket sand. So you eliminate a lot of damage that Haze can do on top of that. Also, the Gun Warden. So the Mo and Krill, I feel like fits really well and helps alleviate like any early game pressure that potentially Play With Me could do.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this sort of plays out. We talked about like the ethereal shift as an option to like, you know, shrug off this pressure. But if you are already stunned, you are not going anywhere. You're going to remain locked down and won't be able to do anything like that. So that's kind of why the Unstoppable is so needed. But it's really, like we talked about, a much later game sort of consideration. So a glance here at the drafts, guys. Like, how are you feeling now? Virtus Pro, you feel like they lost out hard, ZP, in game one?
No. Yeah, in game one, they lost basically everything they'd like to play. This time around, Dimov gets to play the Geist. Listic gets to go onto the Calico. And, you know, I think the Mikhail Pocket was probably a weaker showing than you'd normally expect from Mikhail in that last game. All in all, they got way more of what they like to play, and they also got to stack the deck with, you know, a much stronger front line. I think Paravision, by comparison, they had the downgrade in some areas where it's going to be Play With Me on the Haze, not going to be able to use the Wraith. I also think the early game for VP here is going to be just very scary effective when you think about how Listic has normally run the Calico, right? It's probably the most aggressive Calico player we have seen since Calico has come out. So I think for Paravision, there's a world where the early game can go really, really rough for them. And in terms of people that might be getting ganked repeatedly, I believe it's Together on the Warden. I definitely think that Listic is going to be in that Warden lane a lot early on because it's one of the easiest gank targets that they have available.
You know, ZP, I'm looking at Paravision long-term in this game, and I'm just wondering, where's the damage? Because Haze will hit a point where she just isn't going to be as effective in this game because of just the way Virtus Pro are going to be able to build. I mean, obviously, Unstoppable is going to help a lot, but I feel like they don't have a lot of damage outside of Play With Me, to be honest. Whereas like Virtus Pro, I mean, Dimov is going to consistently do a lot of damage. Listic's going to do a ton of damage. Michaelis is always going to weaken them. And Zergi's going to have a lot of single target damage because of the way he builds and like skills. I feel like there is a lack of damage on Paravision's side.
Spirit Warden, Jason.
You can only dream.
What I'll say is I think for Paravision, they're a team that needs to be ahead with this comp for the most part. Like there are some scenarios where they could easily set the pace. A good example would be, though you don't see it as much nowadays, should Saf get decent clearance, right? Saf get 2-3K soul gap ahead. You can have scenarios where you have Saf and Play With Me just roaming around and, you know, absolutely crushing the VP frontline. And if anything, I would say resource allocation between the frontline of VP and Paravision may set the tone of the game in the early part here. Like the difference between if Listic is ahead versus Listic not ahead on the Calico, absolutely massive. So I think the rotations you see starting at around like 3K souls may just set the entire tone for the rest of the game.
I miss Kenny F a little bit here because it's a bit weird, honestly, not like seeing any Vindicta looked at. Also, Europe not wanting any Shiv, no Holiday in this draft is really interesting. I think it was pointed out by a few people in the chat here. So EU drafting looking pretty conservative, if I'm honest with you. And that Jason poses the question, where's the damage on Paravision's lineup? Where does it originate from? That's fair enough, right? We saw Blitz do a lot with the Kudzu bombs, and we know that Warden can develop into a threat in terms of that gun damage, but nothing screams late game damage carry on the Paravision side outside of the Haze.
Yeah, and that's kind of want to see how Paravision go about this. Like, we know Play With Me is going to have a strong start just because of the caliber of player he is and how good he... Oh, that was a really nice puddle punch coming through. Damn. And Sherrick going to be the first one to fall here. But yeah, he Play With Me. He's a very strong player in general. But we know Virtus Pro can like hold on long enough to get the items they need to kind of counter that. I mean, Metal Skin is going to be a massive item for them because of the gun damage that Paravision have, that maybe the overcommitment of gun damage that Paravision
There's like no spirit damage is your issue. If we look at it, right, between like the I'm a spirit warden, you know, but outside of that, yeah, it could be a little hard to. I'm telling you, bro, I'm manifesting that.
What I'll say before I leave you guys to it, Spirit Warden or no, is look for Play With Me, the really pressure lane 1. If anything can make Pocket's life a little bit miserable, it's a combination of Abrams from one side and Hayes just setting up really good ganks from the back. That is enough to even make a Pocket sweat in lane, and if any Hayes can do it, it would be Play With Me.
Yeah, the smoke bombs. You're right, ZP. You can allow you know, you to get pretty active if you're Play With Me in crossing over towards the lane, and you can certainly leave Prestus to push a wave out with the gun comfortably enough. This is lane number 3 right now. You see down towards the bottom of your screen, Sharik there was trying to push up a little bit. Again, a very nasty little crowd control centric lane. A lot of lockdown between the Mo and Krill and the Kelvin. So Litz is trying to stay
So
clear
much
of them right now.
sustain in that lane. Like the healing, I mean, Mo and Krill can score and heal himself. Kelvin can heal with the frost grenades. Obviously, Ivy can provide some healing, and so can Viscous with the cube. But I don't think outside the beginning of this game there's really any kill potential. And obviously, I say that Obikim's already getting extremely low.
I like that. I mean, that's just pure gun damage. I think Obikim's is getting a little bit too close. Bro, Litz is it's kind of wild. But again, like at this health, I don't know how often you don't see every Ivy like taking the hollow point ward as one of their like earliest items. But if you are staying healthy, if you're in a high sustain lane, then you're always benefiting from that weapon damage buff, and you're actually, you know, pretty scary. Like it's an extra 20%. That's not a small amount. Plus the, you know, the spirit shield health doesn't go astray either. And you can just burn people down with that gun. Let's definitely someone to look at if you want to see an Ivy that knows how to take those edges.
Thing is, I feel like the only opportunity he has to pull off these early game kills is only in the beginning. Like once you have the frost grenade hit level 2, you can heal up. It's very difficult to like burst them down like this. I think they're getting a little bit lucky, but obviously taking a perfect opportunity to go for these fights in the very beginning of the game where they're going to be stronger than their opponents.
Demon's in trouble here. Soul Siphon is there, but again, the Scarabs are returning some health back to Prestus, and he is just relentless with this gun damage. On the chase, he has tornadoes, but he doesn't need them. The Jin's Mark proc gets in that extra damage and secures the kill. And he can get out with this. That's nuts.
I mean, we've seen Listic just be super impactful, able to just go for some very big dives last week. And speaking of dives here, Abrams getting very low, down 100 HP with the heal off the minion. And he does escape here. But as we talked about, you know, Play With Me needing to roam, potentially looking towards lane 1 to help out. I'm also wanting to see the same for Listic, because that's where we saw how overpowering he can be on Calico.
Okay, Zergy.
Oh, nice.
Ends up trading himself out there. This pushes right in under the Paravision Guardian. You see, honestly, like a quarter of the Guardian's health already been taken. Tornado catches on the Listic, a little bit scary now. Knife also heard that come in. You've got to respect Play With Me here. The roaming threat that they are. This is their home lane, though. Return to Shadows used, and that gives Listic the spacing they need to get back. Dimov also has to retreat.
Wow, look at the restorative shot, healing right, ammo scavenger. Like, Play With Me is definitely trying to be safe here and really build up a snowball later into these games. The healing right can help them a lot, especially when it comes to roaming. Take damage in lane, pop it while you go roam into another lane to go for the gank. But the unfortunate part for them is that they're really being pressured back into their own Guardian. So again, it's really difficult for him to roam around in towards lane 1 with the pressure that's being pushed by VP.
Yeah, Prestus has had to just go back to base. And I think that's why we see all these sustain items picked up by the Hayes, because you want to... okay.
Barrage killing him.
Face full of barrage damage. That is wild. Just out in the open and couldn't dodge away from any of it. Paravision. Wake up, boys. You're one up in a best of 3 here. Zergy again punishing together. I don't think that's a very fun lane for the Warden at all, personally. And Zergy's been more than happy to get aggressive even to the extent of trading and has like a 1k soul lead on together.
Wait, the last stand with the airdrop at the same time, trying to catch out Obikim. He has to fall from this. There's no way he's going to survive. A great use of those ultimates together. And obviously with together dying in lane 1, you're not going to expect him to just randomly show up in lane 3. So they do have to swap some things around.
Wait a minute. Was that an airdrop?
Yeah,
of the
airdrop last stand.
Right. Because we look at him from below and I thought he was majestic leaping, but it's way too early for that. That was really nice. That's exactly one of the characters you want to be airdropping in.
I've seen some of the nuttiest things out of airdrops. I was watching Ida stream one day and they were losing this match. He had an airdrop Dynamo Singularity where he just carried Dynamo along while he was using Singularity, and he picked up enemies like a vacuum and they turned the fight around.
Dynamo can Singularity while he's being
yeah.
Okay, that's a bit much, I think.
I mean, same with 7. You could pick him up and move him around the map while he's popping his storm clouds. So it's hilarious to see it, and I feel like there's going to be an evolution of the meta at some point with those.
Some really important kills coming up here, though, for VP, and just in terms of the roaming. Also, like a lot of solo laning pressure. We're seeing that generated. Both solo lanes are doing really well for them, Zerky and Michaelis. I mean, man, if there's any 2 players you need to lead the way, it's going to be those 2. You have the souls on the right players right now. Paravision sees Blitz pretty farmed up. Play With Me, though, quietly also has managed to sustain well enough in that lane, but it's getting a bit hot and heavy over there at the moment. They're being forced right on back. Prestis is being under a lot of pressure for a lot of this game. Zergy's trying to link up here, and okay, there's a combo being used over there that should secure the kill for Zergy, as they're going to have the combustion back online pretty soon. Oh, Prestis, great parry. He spent all game being dived so far. Unfortunately, the Guardian isn't really locked where it needs to be, and Dimov's able to dig a little bit deeper to get that kill in the Mirage.
Your boy Press is having flashbacks to last week when he was on the Grey Talon, constantly being dove by Listic there. We did actually see Together escape that Mo and Crow ultimate with the dashing out of Zergy over onto lane 4, and Dimov on the high ground here with the Traveler going to be coming through, going for the chase.
Okay, Tornado was good, but the damage, where is it? Dimov down to half. He doesn't have a soul exchange available. This should be the kill on the Grey Talon. It is nicely done. And now you have the ability to at least chunk back some of this health on the Guardian. Together is in deep trouble, folks. I'll give it to you straight. There was nowhere to go. They got caught by the concussive combustion. They got absolutely cooked.
And Zerky's still sporting a pretty big lead over Together. I think he's going to be back in time as his lane's going to crash in towards his Guardian. But we're seeing, again, Virtus Pro with the ganks they're pulling off being very aggressive early on, which is very unlike like the old school Virtus Pro we've seen. And Play With Me, he's only at 5k souls, but even when he has bad starts, speaking of bad starts, we might see Mokro caught yet again here, trying to escape, and he does get the ultimate onto Play With Me, but the backup's not there.
Okay, well, a little bit late. Listic does get there, but realizes the window wasn't there. That was why the combo ended up coming out there. Sharik, a little bit greedy, taking that camp, I think, in Paravision territory. They did have a good push on the wave, but yeah, that was a bit of a freebie they just gave up. Play With Me, respecting Listic. That Haze not quite at the late game damage carry point yet. Still needs to respect this a little bit. So decent amount of fighting, and again, there's going to be pressure over towards his lane too as well. Listic is healthy enough to continue to be a nuisance.
And the thing for Listic is, when we saw him last week and we praised him so heavily, is because he did get opportunities in the beginning of the game. He created ganks that allowed him to get fed, to be this assassinating tiger that just shows up randomly across the map. But this time, a lot of his ganks haven't really necessarily been successful just yet. They've been shut down. If anything, they had to commit like 3 players to pull off the kill onto Prestis. He hasn't been able to roam like we saw last week. So I feel like Paravision has done a pretty good job of not letting Listic play Calico the way we've seen before.
And we're seeing the solo lanes here for Virtus Pro continuing to look really, really good. Not a whole lot that can be done about them at the moment here. You've got an Abrams and a Warden that are forced into soloing. Not great. Overcome here. Dealing with the goo ball. Pretty scary issue, especially that burst damage just cutting through the frozen shelter. He's trying to get himself away, able to pop a healing nova and run for it here. A little bit scared about the airdroppers. Litz is definitely threatening here. What is this? Fast and Furious? Oh, man. Tries to come in. Oh, my goodness. Was that a connection off the stone idol? I'm not sure. It looked like he brushed him on the way down.
I'm not 100% sure, but I know some abilities have like a ridiculous y-axis in terms of like hitting things up high above you. And Zergy, he's getting hit up here under the Guardian. The Supple going to be coming through as well.
Coming in hot. Cold front used there as well. Zergy falls finally Saf with the help, of course, of the other Scorn solo laner together, able to get rid of that Zergy kill. But in comes the own Krill here. What is a foot exactly? It doesn't look like there's going to be any chance for Sharik to make anything of that, but maybe pick up some farm. Obikim was looking, though, for a kill, and he does chase Together down.
I kind of really like how we're seeing how aggressive Obikim is with these frozen shelters. Like, they clearly have a game plan. It's whenever frozen shelter's up, we go for a dive onto Guardian and pick up some kills. I can't, in recent memory, think of any other Kelvins who were that aggressive with their ultimates to provide these early game kills. And we're only 11 minutes in. We've had 2 Guardians taken, compared to last match where I'm pretty sure Virtus Pro had no Guardians remaining at this point.
Yeah, it was a very, very busy early game. Paravision, again, we had questions about their comp, but their solo laners that, weren't really able to get going, weren't ever really able to leave their lanes as well, so had no impact on the inner side of the map. Here comes Zergy, doesn't want to give him any quarter. Cold front used, flame dash in, and a lot of that fiery damage spread over the fight. So much so that he's the cool guy that looks away from explosions to allow Obikim to deal with Prestis. And that will be another Guardian picked up here. ZP, let's bring you in real quick. Paravision, the draft looked fine. We question the lack of damage, but the lane assignments seem to really hurt them.
Well, the interesting thing, too, with the lane assignments is that it wasn't as mobile as I would have expected. I mean, we talk about the idea of like, okay, Play With Me, you know, hits 3K, moves around. Very, very static lane-wise. Play With Me has just been kind of staying within lane 2 most of the game. A few adjustments here and there, but, you know, both sides sticking to, you know, basically where they started to an extent. It has not been as aggressive as expected. Virtus Pro, they're totally fine with this, just because they've been winning the lanes outright, already around 9K lead, and oh man, Abram's getting into it, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely mogged. That big and brolic Saft is turning up on Listic. And again, good to see at least some souls being, you know, funneled in Saft's direction. They're going to need that durability.
Wait, no way.
Definitely a little bit scary to see Michaelis ahead by 2K souls here, and then an earn turn in, compounding the issue. Virtus Pro now have a 9K lead.
Kind of surprised to see them actually let them take that like for free. But yeah, it's a 9-10K soul lead now, but again, a lot of that is in these objectives with these 4 Guardians down. Obviously the earn turn in does help quite a bit, but like look at the soul allocation. Mikhail S, 13,000 souls. I feel like your VP here, you start doing exactly what Paravision did before. You start forcing some of these fights, and Paravision shouldn't really be able to hold up against you as long as you don't let these objectives go down. But I guess the scary part is Play With Me's on 10K. He's starting to like lead his team here, but where's his effectiveness going to come from? He's got to start looking for some of these kills in this, you know, mid stage of the game right now, if he wants to be effective later.
That's being chased out of lane 3 there as we head over to Prestis with a 3 versus 1 against Overkim. Looking to try and chase that Kelvin down, but help has arrived. Mo and Krill already on the scene. Play With Me having to slide away from that, so Paravision will look to disengage, I think, while they can. Together, just here in that lane number 1, we've had a couple TP uses, so there might be a fight brewing here as well. Mo and Krill has made their way across. Paravision don't want a bar of it. I don't know if they can get Saf out of there alive. I think Abrams is in deep trouble.
This is huge, though. I mean, we're seeing a push on lane 4, a push on lane 3. Listic just doesn't really care about Litz, who's attacking him while he's trying to do some damage to the Walker. Paravision are forced to respawn with 2 players onto lane 4, which opens up a push onto lane 1 too. So this is very bad for Paravision. They're gonna start losing some walkers here and fall even further behind if they're not able to get a response. And with Play With Me Saf down, they just are not gonna have a response. Look at this, like look at the map. Yeah. You have players on VP all pushed up in every different lane to apply this pressure.
This is a bit more what we've come to expect from Virtus Pro folks. They get themselves the first walker of the game. Dimov is dead, extremely dead. But that is at least a pick that Paravision were looking for that relieves some of the pressure in this lane number 2. Elsewhere, Litz has had to hold the Calico at bay themselves. And honestly, it could be much worse. There's still a question of map control, though. There's definitely something that we need to see developed. And of course, we are now heading into the 15th minute of the game. We are developing here a bit of a heavy lead for Virtus Pro.
And this goes back to what Dan said before, like your resource allocation, being behind over 10K and trying to commit just the right amount of resources in these lanes to stop pushes is so difficult to do with that deficit in souls that you have, that you almost have to overcommit normally where you wouldn't, to stop these pushes from coming through. And something is going to give. Some crack in that shell is going to show. And that was eventually lane 1 as they got that walker.
Okay. So we're going to find around this urn, apparently. Getting messy here for Zergy. Hit with a slowing hex. It's the barrier there for the Moran Krill, and we go. Flame Dash is going to get them out for the time being. Now onto the Guardian, though. Overkin hit with a shoulder charge. Big melee hit, and that is going to be the Kelvin going down first. Paravision, relatively healthy, all things considered. In a position here to, you know, do some work on this objective, but they lose Prestis on the periphery of this fight. And Sharik's been able to snatch up the urn here. Things start to peter out for Paravision in this lane number 4 as they've got to defend elsewhere. They're trying to push that lane number 1 while Calico's getting busy. Tass
Huge.
Dominated. That's
huge because Tass is only defending lane 2. They're going to get a second walker here, which gives them a flex slot because the rest of Paravision are being kept occupied around the map. A fantastic 1v1 by Listic there. This gives a huge lead for Virtus Pro.
Guys, there's no one who can answer this, is there? Eventually, labored together, gets over towards this lane. Traveler used here by Prestis, though, and you can see how serious Paravision are about securing this lane. Walker picked up. Urn now, though, in the hands of Paravision. And it is being airdropped away. You can see Listic also
D-Mob's coming to
fight this mid-boss for it.
He's trying to stop the urn, which he does. His presence alone stops him from going for the urn. We see Paravision overcommit players not expecting a mid-boss to be done. And do they even have a response? I mean, they do have the bullet dance out of play with me, but there's still so much up and such a big lead for Virtus Pro. I don't know if they're going to be able to steal. I don't know if they can possibly steal it here.
It's actually going to be used there. Yeah, it's an easy rejuvenator catch there. No Abrams ultimate to work with. No stall mechanics or steal mechanics there for Paravision. And hey, now Virtus Pro have themselves a good old-fashioned fight on their hands. Play with me goes down first, which is worst possible scenario here. And VP, you know these walkers are about to get turned into mincemeat.
Thinking back to the last match, what happened when Paravision got the rejuvenator? Virtus Pro responded by getting 2 walkers. I don't think that's going to happen this time. I don't think Virtus Pro are going to let anything slip here. They're starting to pressure onto lane 3. Sherrick was pushing onto lane 4 during this entire engagement we had happen. And they're going to get a fight off the back of this too. Oh, a stun comes in and completely ruins the day out of Michaelis.
Yeah, he should know that was coming his way, unfortunately. Doesn't matter. He uses the affliction. So again, more ultimates being committed by Virtus Pro to secure these walkers. It's just how important it is for them to churn them up into souls. Task with the cube. Yeah, he's not getting away. The damage there, timed, of course. Flying cloak thrown out, and we are going to be pushing straight into the base now. 1 walker still left over in lane number 4. That's been pushed up, and Saf is trying to hold it at bay, but Sharik just tears him limb from limb. That's another walker about to be taken down.
So, Mitch, remember last game, we were talking about Virtus Pro had no Guardians down, and Paravision had all 4, and that lead they had built up. If they could keep the momentum going, deny any Guardians being taken from them, they would build up such a huge gold lead. Look what objectives Paravision have taken so far.
Yeah.
None.
Not
absolutely nothing.
Guardian. And look at this.
And
map.
it's like a 30k gold difference now, and they haven't got a single objective. So if Virtus Pro go back and buy, exactly, they keep forcing fights. They don't allow Paravision to get this objective, which is basically free souls at this point. Then they're going to continue to stranglehold any sort of economy that Paravision can build up, and that turns into a win.
Yeah, watch VP farm the map now. I mean, they're starting with Paravision's camps, just going to eat them up a lot. There's just not a whole lot you can do about it. Some of those items coming in, Divinus Kevlar. All right, so we're definitely cooking already. The tier 4 item picked up for the pocket. Pretty crucial, of course, with the amount of spirit and bullet shield you get, plus that spirit power. So pretty scary to deal with the post-affliction pocket.
Just gonna into the shadows, just completely mitigate your entire bullet dance and force you back. That's cool. And then kill you.
Very cool. Michaelis gets there. Play with me eventually goes down now. Listic is on the scene. They're going to be ready to deal with Saf, who does hit a shoulder charge, unintentionally catching Listic, I suggest, but that's 2 players down for Paravision. Virtus Pro ready to fight, ready to make full use of this rejuvenator now. Going after these shrines. Taz trying to defend them desperately in goo ball mode, trying to be as much of a nuisance as possible. Litz also is here. Kutsu bombs to try and push out some of these waves now. Final stand also being used for together. Paravision doing everything they can to keep these shrines up, and they do, again, at least get a catch on Oberkim.
You see how far ahead Virtus Pro are when you have Dima, Sherrick, and Obikim in the base attacking a shrine against 4 players of Paravision. Like, that's how far and how confident they are right now. And why wouldn't you be? Again, 30k in the lead. Michaelis on 24,000 souls. He's leading his team, and the next highest on the opposing team is just play with me at 16k. But as we see him being forced on the back foot and being this far behind, controlled any opportunity that he normally would use to grab a lead, to start to build up a snowball. And Paravision, like, they have no response. Like, Play With Me just can't do anything in these fights. And they tried on lane 1, trying to go for a catch on Listic. He got shut down, though, with the Into the Shadows. I think Paravision have to go back to the drawing board for game 3. I don't think there's any way they can come back from this.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like it. Play With Me here, trying to set something up on Zergy. Warpstone away. Zergy actually going to get away with it. That is pretty ridiculous. A lot of Paravision players grouped up in this lane.
Finally.
Guardian. Finally, Jason.
20.5 minutes in the meantime, Virtus Pro are pushing lane 2 to go for your base Guardians. And this is going to be a solid of Virtus Pro to not allow them to go back to base, because the rest of Virtus Pro can just demolish anyone in their way here. Lit trying to do the best he can. There's a cold front out of him, trying to get aggressive, and you can just see his health dropping like a fly.
Yeah, they are just going to push the crud out of that. That lane 2 is going to be a problem. Michaelis doubling back pretty low after that skirmish earlier. Going to be able to buy up a little bit more and get back to business. Still 2 shrines active, by the way. Paravision doggedly fighting inside their base. Here is Virtus Pro more than happy to put their feet up on the couch and dirty it. And the shrines now will fall. Expect to see this one start to get out of hand very quickly. Patrons should be knocked here. Virtus Pro can pull back now. Rejuvenator has expired, but mid-boss back in about
they're going
90
back in.
seconds.
They're healing up to go right back into the fight, I think, especially with the catch on to, what was that, Together.
I mean, so far ahead. You could probably end here as well. I don't think there's actually a huge risk associated with doing that. Someone like Play With Me is just not really fed enough now. Let's see what the plan is for VP. 21 minutes 33 into the game, and they're not going anywhere.
Just a little bit of housekeeping in the meantime, trying to clean up anything they possibly can, waiting for that patron to transform. And like, what ultimates do you have to come back into this one? You don't have the size like out of Saf. You have, okay, an airdrop with a bullet dance. I mean, Virtus Pro, they will, it looks like, back off here as mid boss is going to spawn in about a minute's time, but it's just a matter of time until they close out this game. Like 40k difference. There's nothing on Paravision's side, as ZP saying to us, like there's just no comeback power out of them in the comp that they have right now.
Yeah. No, nothing that gives them like a sneaky catch, right? They invested so much in like a pretty scary looking front line, right? In a game where Play With Me gets ahead early and maintains that lead, I think Paravision look really quite oppressive to play against this team. Now, though, Shu is absolutely on the other foot. Torment Pulse here. He picked up for the Mon Crew. Love to see that. And the Geist is in a pretty good shape. That's a pristine emblem picked up for them now as well. Taz, not sure where they're hoping to go. Divine Barrier. They hope to give an edge in this fight. Puddle Punch doesn't quite connect. Now together trying to come in with a binding word. I mean, if need to, Listic can just return to the shadows, and they're doing that right about now. So, yeah, impossible to get a catch on that Calico at all here. Saf, though, left alone to deal with Listic. Interesting. And Kelvin comes in to help them. Overkim will assist with that kill.
Paravision just have so many souls banked up right now that they can't spend because of having no flex slots. They have like no tier 3, tier 4 items really to spend here, but they're going for the finish, and the patron, you know it's going to go down here, Mitch.
Oh yeah, this one is pretty cooked. VP pull off the patron for a time though. Play With Me does find that kill. Dimov falls. That's at least one for Paravision, but again, concussive combustion used there by Zerky just to try and cover it, and Tazia wasn't going to get away at all. Together now inside the frozen shelter up against a very low health Overkim who's about to have a grenade come off cooldown, and that healing is coming in pretty quickly. I'm not going to lie. He's chilling. He's back at 1200. Together now has to return to try and defend the patron itself. But Saf coming back off, call a respawn rather. There's something you can do, but look at all this pressure inside the pit. Alk fire is used by everybody. Kudzi bombs desperately employed by Paravision to hold VP at bay. But now all is right in the world, folks. We have achieved balance in the sacred timeline. Virtus Pro have evened up a series.
As we said in the draft too, like in draft 1, match 1, Paravision had so many good picks to counter VP's most prioritized heroes. Go into match 2 and they can't get those heroes and they immediately fall. Like this game was over, I want to say, like, you know, 10 minutes in because the lead Virtus Pro were building, and Paravision getting one Guardian that entire match. That's rough, man. That is very rough. They had over 100,000 souls. They had no flex slots. They had nothing to spend their money on, or they had things they want to spend their money on, but they didn't have the inventory space to pick it up. And I mean, Virtus Pro, when they get a lead like that, they run over you. And that's a little bit of a sign of like the old buff enjoyers. When they get like a 10, 20k lead against you, no team can really combat them when it comes to macro.
Yeah, very much reminiscent of the Virtus Pro that we know and love. Let's bring ZP in here to talk about this. We came out of the draft being like, okay, where's the damage? You know, where's at least the spirit damage? It was unclear where that was supposed to initiate from. It feels like Michaelis was the first player to really start becoming untouchable in that game on the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, when a pocket gets a big soul gap like Michaelis has, they simply become server admin. They are not going to die to anyone, especially with the team comp that Paravision ran, where Paravision ran a team comp that quite simply could not actually come back when they got behind, right? They had no pick characters in the sense of you had no Mo for a combo, you had no Paradox for a swap, you had no Holiday for a lasso, or, you know, I was talking in Castle Shout Dan, no Dynamo, who EU for the most part doesn't play, but, you know, a Dynamo would be an option, right? There's just no game plan they had if they fell behind, and they fell behind because the lane pressure that VP was able to put on early on was super overwhelming. It began from the beginning, and as a result, Play With Me, who we usually see, you know, play way more roaming, play way more aggro, Play With Me was on house arrest in lane 2 for the entire early game. There was no, you know, storyline of Paravision able to get early pickoffs, able to get a little bit ahead, able to make the most of their team comp, which would have been good if they did have a lead. Instead, they fell behind, and they had just no mechanisms to close the gap.
I think as well, ZP, is that the wave clear out of Paravision in terms of like the lanes they were running was just really weak. I mean, Play With Me, he was paired with Prestis, so it's a Haze and a Mirage, and wave clear is not going to be a strong suit for you, especially when you're up against like an Ivy, or sorry, not up against an Ivy, but like up against like a Kelvin
or a Mo and Krill or a Pocket, like any of these other heroes can easily push these waves against you. So he was never given that opportunity to push because the wave was always shoved against him.
Yeah, and I mean, the evidence of the lane pressure being ridiculous, as you point out, is just the fact that they didn't get flick slot all game. They got one Guardian. That's about as dominated in macro play as you ever could be. And also, I mean, Listic, a lot to do with that too. Just, you talk about why the early game pressure was just so ridiculous. Well, Calico not only gives you frontline that Virtus Pro really loves, it also gives you really high early game pressure. And also, you talk about who are they going to kill. There weren't a lot of easy kill targets for Virtus Pro. You're going to kill the Pocket easily? No. You're going to kill the Infernus easily? No. The Calico? No. Like, no one was an easy pick on VP at all.
Yeah. There's actually there's like a lot of invulnerability frames on the side of Virtus Pro without even buying an ethereal shift, right? Between Listic and Michaelis. It's super annoying. Also, of course, Mo and Krilly can be pretty hard to burst down there as well. Zergy on the Infernus. The win rate hasn't been great, but he ends up getting very, very farmed and ends up becoming, of course, a very legitimate threat. But like you can see there, the player damage from Michaelis is pretty bonkers. Listic as well. Not investing fully, I think, in that the tank style build, excuse me. We did start to see some spirit damage items coming through, but this draft for Power Vision, a little bit lackluster. It falls flat in the end, and it ends up being a pretty massive soul differential at the end. We asked this at the start. I mean, I brought ZP in. I was like, okay, can you do that again? What we saw from Power Vision in that first game. Can you get away with that comp, great mid-game roaming and stuff like that? You said no, and then we saw a draft that kind of echoed that, right? It doesn't look like they were allowed to go for any of those comps that could set traps, find picks on a dime, and use them to snowball map advantage.
Yeah, and honestly, when you look at it, it's just so much of the story of the series so far has been in the draft. I think it was really good adaptation from Virtus Pro to just change their draft in a way that protected some of the things they're really good at. And, you know, Jason, we were talking about in the draft, but to me, I think the most brilliant thing that VP did that is unconventional, that, you know, is kind of unique to this week of DFN, the high priority of Geist. Getting Geist early for DMOV, knowing that it was going to be a counter early pick from the other end in Paravision if they didn't.
Yeah, and it's kind of... I love seeing those adaptations, and I feel like that's what makes a good team a great team, is like realizing this is kind of like the bread and butter of what we want to be using in these matches. And Geist was a very big problem for them when it came to the other match right before. But I mean, clearly, like VP, they had a game plan that was probably one of the most dominant performances we've seen since the Eagles Chiefs game. And going into match 3, like they are going to be on a high. And for Paravision, at least for them, they have the choice of getting first pick, right, or second pick. Like they still could get that dream comp they had in match 1. So for me, it's about Virtus Pro. Can you prevent that from happening this time?
Well, folks, we have a tied up series. Virtus Pro have done it. They are determined to maintain their spot at the top of the hill. So don't go too far. We'll come back after the break for our money match decider here in our Deadlock Fight Night number 13 for Europe, presented by Intel. We'll see you shortly. Well, if there's one thing we know about Virtus Pro, Jason, is when they get a lead, they're very unlikely to give it up. That's exactly what we saw in game number 2. They got the pocket ahead. It was classic Michaelis games, folks. Absolute vintage from him. And the rest of the team really came alive around him, shutting Paravision out of the game and taking us to a decider map.
It makes me think of, if any of you out there are CS fans of Virtus Pro way back in the day, they were called Virtus Plow for a reason, is that they just demolish you like a bulldozer. And that's exactly what they did in this match. And that is just a true testament to getting the right org to pick them up, to live up to that name. Yeah, I think is if we go back to the drawing board of like the whole draft phase, like match 1 looked really good for Paravision. They stole away the Geist, which I'm expecting to potentially see being locked in right away as our first pick yet again. But what does kind of interest me is Holiday wasn't chosen last game. It wasn't banned as far as I know. And that was like a really good instrument for TAS to create opportunities for his team in match 1. So I'm like curious, why did they decide to not actually run Holiday this time, which could be that playmaker that ZP talked about to get yourself in a comeback situation?
Yeah, I mean, let's bring Dan in here and talk a little bit about what we should expect coming into this third game, because I did think that the absence of Holiday was pretty conspicuous, especially when Paradox is not available to be chosen. And obviously, we know Holiday is especially good when it comes to shutting down those channeled ultimates like the Death Slam from a Lash, and that wasn't necessary in that last game. But still, the roam gank pressure is still so potent.
Yeah, all of Holiday's abilities are really sick. The only thing that maybe is a bit more selfish, I suppose, in one sense, is like the one that helps like the bullet damage. But like
shot,
most players are not going to be really skilling that as a priority, and you'd be taking everything else, because jump pad, the barrels, the lasso, these 3 abilities have a massive utility in team fights to initiate, to defend, to attack, to everything. So yeah, it's surprising when you see them perform so well with it. Yeah,
non-cheaters will not take crack shot.
I mean, no,
just saying.
Non-cheaters will not take crack shot.
Well, I hope that we go back to it, because the pick at least, because I mean, I don't understand what the logic is, because it's not as though it's like a specific pick that's like, oh, it's to counter this or to do this. It's like, no, it's like actually universally all this utility is applicable to good pressure in the early game, and also be valuable later too. So, and VP talked a lot about comeback material, and the lasso helps to provide that too.
Yeah. I mean, I'll let you sort of start a fight on your own grounds. I think having like a form of hard engage is really important. And the lasso is, it's quite long range. I mean, it's deceptively long range. I think people don't expect it to be, and then all of a sudden they're like halfway across the lane and they end up getting caught and dragged in under a tower. It's also really good. It just instantly shuts down a dive. You just hit whoever's diving you, pull them under your turret, and it's, good to go. So let's jump into our third game here. A draft is up first. Paravision will have the first choice of ban. We've seen Viscous banned first round. We've seen Paradox first round. Those two are the most, I think, frequently attracting those early bans, guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see it stay the same way, Dan, honestly. Like, Paradox is for sure going to be gone. I wouldn't be surprised if Virtus Pro take away Wraith again as well, because that, I mean, you shut down Play With Me pretty much just from that ban alone.
Yeah, and we talked about, like, in drafts where he gets a strong argument for him and his pull to go Haze. It's just like, these days this doesn't really work out well. I actually don't know that there's been a win ever in like the recent last few weeks when that situation's actually happened with me on the Haze, because it just always seems like it's a bit out of place in terms of how it might synergize with other things, because there are synergies you can create, like with Emma and Kroll. Like, some setup characters can be very helpful, but Play With Me style with the Haze is also like very independent. But the problem is that I think his shenanigans are well established.
No, I like this because it leaves open Paradox and Wraith. So it's Paravision. Which one do you value higher, Paradox or Wraith? And Virtus Pro is going to get the other one. I kind of like this ban.
Mirage is an incredible hero, but I have not seen a ban since he was first released. I think it's very cute. So yeah, Wraith is one of Paradox. That's so funny. You get one or the other. That is Virtus Pro backing themselves in the biggest way possible, honestly.
He's actually one of the highest pick ban heroes that we have in DFN across all regions at 95%, which is insane.
Because he's first picked like all the time. I wonder what the breakdown is, but I'm certain it's way more pick than ban. Yeah. Paradox
first round pick ban 58%. First round pick 41%. He is the second highest first pick hero in both regions.
Yeah.
So you're
That
right.
checks
Like,
out, honestly.
you guys, but I would have preferred to have seen like the Wraith give away the Paradox and to replace the utility, the Paradox, pick up the Holiday because of again how like well it did and how it's not prioritized as much in the draft. I feel like you get a bit of a steal there, but
I agree with you actually, because play with I don't think, besides like Litz on the Ivy, I don't think anyone on Paravision does the same amount of damage and has that playmaking potential as Play With Me. So I feel like you need to set him up as your biggest priority and then worry about the rest of the pieces to fall in. So I agree.
Like I said, yeah, you can't even play Mirage, for God's sake. Like, that is an option for Play With Me, right?
you can play Warden.
Warden, that's right.
And they get Geist. Oh my God. So they get like 2 super high value picks for Virtus Pro right off the bat. Against Zergy, 100% win rate on Wraith. So far within VP, 8 picks, 8 wins.
You can get a Calico,
and then you get
yeah.
Geist on top of that. Like, has
can,
anyone
like-
played Calico on Paravision
I
actually?
was
I gotta
about
check
to ask
that.
that question too because I was like, do they have someone that actually plays Calico?
They played it
That's a
twice,
great
100%
question.
win rate. So they have.
Okay. That's a great question. I feel like you would take her here if you can. I think she's one of the highest prior remaining heroes.
Darlings.
Yes.
Play With Me's played it once and they won. SAS played it once and they won.
Okay. No worries.
I feel like it fits kind of perfectly into Play With Me actually, because I feel like Calico does have some carry potential, but also like we know how involved Play With Me gets very early in the game on his haze. Calico kind of fits perfectly with that kind of play style.
Yep.
I wonder if we deprioritize the Holiday now because I know we didn't see in the previous one, but I just feel like the Paradox kind of like they step on each other's toes in terms of the role a little bit. Obviously, there's a little bit more aggressive you can get with the Holiday, but okay, the pocket gets taken away. That's interesting. Yeah,
They're like, screw you, Michaelis. You're playing Lash this game
Yeah,
or something.
you definitely. I don't, unless you think that Paravision would dare ban Holiday in that second wave, you probably don't need to pick it at all in this round. You can let that one go. Try and find yourself something a little bit more.
Virtus Pro played Holiday. They have not. They have played Holiday once and they lost.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah,
you do need.
there either yet, by the way.
You do need some
And there's lots of
yeah,
speculation.
Sinclair.
Bound to fight.
Okay, Warden, very reasonable, very normie pick, I must say. Yeah, so we are going to be asking the question of like where the playmaking potential is, because you don't have access to Paradox here. You didn't secure the pocket either. You're not sure. We're not sure if they're going to lock in the Holiday.
Bebop. Now hear me out. D-Moss played it before. It's the only time we've seen
They
Virtus
have
Pro
Geist.
play Bebop. I mean, we know Michaelis can play Geist too. And we know Listic can play Geist. They have, and Sherrick's probably going to be in the Warden, let's be honest. But they do have that overlap in hero pool between like those 3 players. And Bebop wouldn't be a bad like hero to pick up against this comp if you need that hard engage potential, or that like pick potential, I should say.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the Warden as well is just also like a middle finger to Play With Me just extra because like just so many of his options are taken away with that Warden as well. And so I mean, are we going to see Play With Me pick up something else? We're going to see him on the Calico, like, or are we going to see the Haze coming into play at some point, which often happens in these spots?
Ooh.
Ban
Do you go
Overkill.
Ivy here and put like Litz in an awkward position because Kelvin's
Hear me
gone?
out.
You take away his Ivy? Support Sinclair?
No, give me some Dynamo. Give me the give me the
That ain't
quad
happening.
knockup Dynamo.
Yeah,
I don't know if it-
the-
I mean, that's only going to be a
Knockout
problem for Paravision in like 9 months.
Oh yes.
Dynamo is
Oh,
great.
dear.
And it does definitely give you a lot of good potential for comebacks. Also, if you've got like a lineup that's like I can see like Dynamo being pretty nice against the Geist Warden and the McGinnis. Like, you know, when you've got like a lot of frontliners or heroes that like to play close together in those packs, obviously that's the setup for Dynamo ults. So it's something you got to be careful of. So I could see it.
McGinnis.
It's so funny just to see like both these 2 teams kind of picking heroes the other team wants to play.
Yeah.
Like as you mentioned with the Warden, the Pocket, the Paradox, the Calico, like they're really trying to focus down each other. And I'm
Nice.
still looking at like what is Play With Me going to play in this comp for Paravision. And the Holiday, I mean, I don't know. You're saying nice, Dan. I'm kind of like torn because Paradox and I mean it's technically like 2 different ways of pick potential for sure. But then I feel like you do lack a little bit of damage by securing these 2 heroes at the same time.
You have a great roaming team. The problem is that there needs to be a lane to roam too. And if everyone's roaming, you don't have any presence. in that lane. He might just get poked down, pushed out of it kind of thing.
Oh, no.
Okay, that's what we were talking about. So, but I actually don't mind that Holiday and Paradox for one reason, which is that VP's got, again, like VP's going to have more of a like a tanky front line that's going to be a bit more clumped. So actually having extra ways to pull people out of that clump and kind of like pull them out of that formation where they're going to be stronger in team fights is kind of nice, because for Paravision they don't really have as much strength there, like head on team fights.
I mean, I'm seeing a comp that wants to abuse the crap out of this Warden as much as possible. Yo, it's happening, bro.
Back.
7 has returned. Okay. Is this good, or are we just excited because we haven't seen it?
I'm wondering if he's gonna go a more supporty Echo Shard stun build, because that is one thing that can really decimate Paravision, is having double stuns to just not let them do anything.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. And obviously, yeah, I mean, yeah, I actually think that actually makes a lot of sense. You can play more of a gun McGinnis. Have the 7 support. I'm here for it. I want to see the Sinclair with the hexes though, because I really feel like that's super disruptive as well, especially with the buffs on that hex. But
Who's on who now for Virtus Pro? If we're putting Zergy on 7, because I think he's the only that plays 7 on the team,
Shriek
and
and
who's going to be
Warden.
on the Wraith? Because Demov's going to be on Geist. Eric's going to be on Warden most likely. Obikim's going to be on McGinnis. Does that mean Mikhail S is going to be on Wraith or 7?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh no, but then who's on Yamato?
This is a very interesting draft guide. For
This is already in my head, man.
Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff here.
Okay, so let's talk. Your solo laners here for Virtus Pro seem pretty well positioned. If you do end up having the Geist, I don't know if you want to put Warden in a duo lane, but you know, if you have like a Geist Yamato solo lane, that seems pretty reasonable. Are you putting 7 in a duo lane? I'd like to assume
Warden 7 in a lane together. But I almost want to see them split up. But Warden 7, you hit a stun, like you put a stun on someone and then a binding word, and they're not going anywhere.
Yeah,
or I mean, the same thing works with the wall on McGinnis. So you can put like Warden McGinnis together, 7 and Geist, and then you have Warden and 7 be the ones to go from the dual lanes to the solo lanes to look for kills with their ganks, because they have very strong ganks with the binding
you
word.
have
And
a
stuff.
lot of CC in this team. Like you have wall, telekinesis, binding word, the stun from 7. There's a ton of stuff to work with there.
I feel like VP has really good objective. Like I feel like they could do a very high pace on taking objectives, and I think it's going to be hard to actually stop that with all of the stuff that you just mentioned. I think that's going to be the struggle for Paravision, and Paravision are going to have to be very active and find a lot of these picks, whereas I feel like VP will be focused on just steamrolling objectives with their comp.
Okay, Listic
Chat's
on
going
7,
crazy.
we think?
Yeah, with Listic on 7.
Okay, I am here for that.
Can't impregnate someone with 7, can you, Listic? But
He did the thing. He actually said the name of it. That's crazy. Soul's Life
That's
Neo
the build.
Apprentice is gonna. It's just the build, guys. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Listic 7, folks. That's what we're being treated to here. In the lane with the Geist, going up against Hayes Holiday in lane number 2. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on.
Or are you leaving space for me?
Oh,
Jason?
I'm just
I don't
thinking.
know.
I'm just thinking to myself, man. I bet you're more than welcome to come in, because they did split the lanes that I kind of expected them to, with the Warden McGinnis and the 7 and the Geist. So like these solo laners for Paravision are going to be under so much pressure, or should ideally be under so much pressure.
I'll just do one more call out, which is that we might see Shriek using the last stand a lot for just taking objective. And that's something to watch out for, because I think that's how VP get ahead in this game is by taking objectives and like split pushing them and just playing the macro like more effectively. All right, cheers, lads.
All right, mate. That was an interesting little group up there for the Virtus Pro lane tours. We got absolutely hammered by one of those barrels and then finished off by Play With Me. So Soul's being funneled in the direction of the Haze early here. I can't believe we're actually in flack for not quote unquote knowing Listic would be on 7.
Yeah, I mean, heaven forbid that anyone else plays 7 on the team.
The Chase
from
full of
DFN.
legitimate competitive players, by the way.
They're all
I see
Eternus.
these guys- Yeah, that's crazy.
But I will give a shout out to Hydro Flare, saying that if VP picks Sinclair, they could have copied Paradox ult, Holiday ult, Calico ult, Pocket ult. Like there would have been a lot of ults to actually copy to give your own pick potential and comeback potential if needed.
That's another whole layer, I think, to once we start to see Sinclair get used more frequently. We'll see these Calico in the solo lane here up against Dimov. who we saw in game number 1, dove a whole lot. There was a ton of pressure on the Yamato here. I don't really know if that's part of the gameplay for Paravision. There's a drift already over towards lane 4, though. That is the Warden of Sharik trying to assist with Zergy, putting pressure down on together. That is the pocket, of course, for Paravision.
So Zergy likes to go the ball build on 7, where you just max out your 1 and you just have these like giant balls help to like push lanes and control fights because the slow it gives. I'm curious what Listic's gonna go for, and in my head I'm still leaning towards like the stun build would be really sick out of 7.
More likely you want something to be able to shove back, especially like against the Ivy. Could be like a bit of a pain. Outside of that though, not a lot of like real strong pull. Prestis, okay. Yeah, I saw that happening from the minimap, just getting pushed into. So that Listic Mikhail lane, pretty terrifying just in terms of the quality of player you have in lane 2, by the way. But on top of that, just able to descend and get rid of that holiday pretty quickly.
We do have the 2v2 in lane 4 and the 2 supports actually in lane 3 against each other. It looks like we will see, though, Sharik go back in towards lane 3 instead and leave Zergy to his own. But we see the pressure being applied by Virtus Pro already onto this Guardian very early on. And that's Calco going to be coming in. Saf looking for some early damage. Might get the catch here onto Michaelis, who's already low, and well, he's not going to have ultimate up anytime soon.
Also, yeah, no soul size or anything of the kind. So close, but stunned up here. I don't think there's a chance of chasing and catching Michaelis. So the Geist is going to get away somehow. Hang around in the lane, though, of course, and look for a chance to continue to sustain.
Yeah, Michaelis almost has ultimate up too, and he's sticking around, so he's gonna hit ultimate and he's gonna try to get in their face and do a soul exchange and then look for a kill off the back of that. That's ideally what he's gonna be going for. Less than 100 souls from that one. A nice carbine comes in to stun up Sharik's to get some damage back into him, and a first ultimate's online here. It's gonna be Michaelis. You can see him still sticking around in lane 2.
And that might have been why as well. The proximity to the 3k souls definitely giving him a reason to hang around. Overkim also has a heavy barrage now. Sharik getting his ultimate. So Virtus Pro just a little ahead, but it's really only like a 10 to 30 second window for most of these key ultimates. TTMO, of course, close to also be able to build that shadow transformation. Really fighting at length here with Saf. Power slash, that one would have really sealed the deal, but now I think you've overextended.
Already used the restorative locket too. Oh, the reload. If he wasn't reloading there, that would have been a kill, and also the right clicks, but Into the Shadow is now available.
Again, like people forget, Return to Shadows has a damage component when you disappear and when you reappear. So there's no warning about the first part of that. You just pop that and bam, they take like 150 base damage straight off, which is, in these 1v1s, it's crucial. It feels like an execute. And then you chase them and get the other component of that if you feel like it's going to be enough to kill them.
You can see them immediately head back. They realize Asaf's going to be missing. Now, one thing that we should mention, like 7, he did have a change, not in this patch, but in the previous patch, where that lightning charge, I don't know the actual ability name off the top of my head, but basically the extra ability you get off your ultimate, it's a 0.25 second cast time now instead of like a 2-second cast time, which makes his ultimate do quite a bit of damage and makes it, like, the thing is it stuns you and then you can't escape the damage that he does. So 7, I mean, a little bit of a tweak towards the ultimate, which we don't really see used too often in pro play. That's also another route that Listic could go for here.
Oh, you mean the static charge?
Is it the secondary ability off his ultimate? Like lightning overload or something like that? So it can stun you when you're in the ultimate. You use the ability and it can stun a person in like an area.
This is just a taste of
I want to say it's that, but yeah, we'll get confirmation on that. I'm sure someone in the chat will enlighten us.
Our Eternus viewers, all of them. Eternus 5 or 6.
I am scared for Saf here. They do have a Return to Shadows, but they are very, very deep in this lane. All right, they see this coming. Yeah, no choice, no reason rather to chase it any further. You can't really dive a Calico with much ease at all, considering they get so much damage on either side of the ultimate. Oh, Bullet Dance is going to hurt here. Soul Exchange comes in, but play with me unperturbed so far. 7 ultimate. Listic just steals that out from Michaelis' nose.
But you saw that was the secondary ability, hits it directly on Play With Me's head. Instant kill onto this one. And a great parry onto Prestis too, trying to go for the dive onto Listic. 5k souls for this man. And he survives with 130 HP. A big turnaround here for Virtus Pro.
And the souls getting on to that 7 pretty darn early on here. We're going to have a moment here where VP just need to head back to base. A number of them healing up as they've sort of bought some time around the map. Paravision still have a lot of neutral creeps around this 3 lanes, so there's a place to fall back to here. And here come the buys. Combat barrier getting brought up for Sharik. Some extra durability there. And of course, the mobility for Michaelis is a priority as they've taken that kinetic dash.
Let's take a look at those wounds.
Spirit Strike for 7. That's interesting. I want to see what Rowdy goes with that one. If it's going to be something he's going to sell later on, or if he's going to commit to that item. They're trying to get aggressive on the KLS, who's just trying to back away. He doesn't have soul exchange, so he's got to be a little bit careful. But again, Listic comes in with the kill.
The Spirit Strike, I think, is because you want to punch them in the face when you stun them. So feels like a decent follow-up there. Getting that extra damage. And also, like, it shreds the Spirit Resist. So
punching in the face. That's such a great idea.
Yeah. You get that, obviously, that Spirit Resist shred plus the extra damage up front. So seems pretty good. Prestis out of there very quickly. Do not want to fight Listic right now. Pop the Infuser as well, so he was ready to throw down and completely forces the Holiday out of the lane. Up we come once more. Maybe now to start to put the pressure down on this Guardian for real. Listic now going to chunk it down.
Can you hold tab over this? I want to see what Listic's been level. All right, we'll get back to that later on. That's going to be the Shadow Transformation coming through. Into the Shadow is not going to be available here for Saf. I would imagine he's going to fall from this one. The parry's coming yet again between these two, as well followed up by the heavy punches, and neither of these two are really dying. I mean, if anything, Saf's actually healing up more than damage he's taking.
Okay. Saf here does no, let Dimov sort of slip away. It's an interesting parry. Oh my goodness, yep. A lot of damage off that leaping slash, but Dimov wants to hang around. Power slash doesn't hit. Attempted a parry there. That was beautifully done. Saf ultimately falls there. Dimov plays it pretty close to the line, but connecting some of those key abilities.
That was sick, actually. I believe Saf got behind Dimov during that power slash, and he actually dodged it. Okay, so he's actually going for the three ability for the first leveling, which does a lot of damage, a lot of mobility later on too. You do a lot of AoE damage. You're seeing here, just hit anything around any of the players. I'm not hating this, actually. This is kind of interesting to see, like, 7 played a little bit different than what we've had in the past.
Yes, the million stuns and Spirit Slap is very nice. I'm not going to lie. Play With Me can't quite, of course, get away from this Storm Cloud. It expands so much faster now. That's something to bear in mind. Virtus Pro making his 7 look pretty nice.
I'm not going to lie. I've been definitely messed up quite a bit in 7 of my games lately, because you kind of forget about the ultimate being so strong, but it really has, like, changed the way 7's being played. And to see it here, I don't believe it's been played even in the one-win bombshell event, and this actually might be him dying here.
Zergy's been hanging around a little bit too long.
Are you kidding me? He gets the melee off as well. He dodges the damage for the bullet dance with the pillar, gets the melee off for the extra spirit resist, and for some extra damage for himself. And we saw Michaelis try to come in with the parry to try to save his life, but that was really, like, a really good individual play out of Listic, even though he died.
VP, they did actually play a 7 game recently in the one-win bombshell. Just the one, though. So
who was it against?
I don't actually know. I don't have the other half of the graphic.
I'll look at it.
So we have started to see that just a little bit more.
Versus Maidong. They played it twice, actually.
Okay, that's pretty nice. Poor Maidong, man. So now we have a pretty substantial lead. 7k built up here, and it's where the souls are. I think that's probably most notable. The KLS is getting very strong. Zergy, though, has quietly been doing some good work, firing that up. Prestis obviously making use of that immense range. Here's Listic now again up with Michaelis. They're aware, of course, the Holiday on the top of that building. There's no really window here for Parisian to push back. There might be a rotate here coming through from Taz. Or they're just trying to push this lane too, and they might end up getting caught out because this is a fast rotate coming out from Virtus Pro here. Not fast enough, though, to see the Paradox, although we do have the Holiday converging on this lane as well. Prestis is coming for a bit of a sniff around. They want to try and chase him down, but Holiday bounces on out of there.
It's kind of crazy to me to see that Virtus Pro has been able to be this aggressive and have this much pressure around the map when they have to worry about the Paradox ultimate, the Holiday ultimate, who can easily get picks for their team. But somehow Virtus Pro are playing around it extremely well. Like, paradoxical swaps, I don't think I've seen one. I might have been looking at my other screen just to check, like, which matches Virtus Pro played 7 in, but I don't remember seeing any connect just yet. And Paradox is like one of those heroes that gives you that early game lead when you start roaming around with those 3k souls.
Has in trouble now. Tries to get the Paradox to swap it. Yep, Power Slash is going to claim that kill pretty easily. We were talking about the Storm Cloud earlier on. That lightning bolt you call down, it's a knockback, not a stun, but you still have a lot of them to work with on Virtus Pro even outside of that. It's a 150 damage with 6 meter radius strike. Okay, here we go, Dimov. Why you come for a ride straight under this Walker? Shadow Transformation going to be used by Dimov here to shrug off that initial hit, and then we'll be able to walk on away. So ult for ult exchange.
Oh, you're right. It is a knockback. I just technically died to it that I don't get to see it knock me back. Last stand going to be coming through like we saw before. Just going to be focused onto the walkers to make sure you can siege it down while even taking damage that you're going to be healing. And that will be the first walker of the game going over to Virtus Pro. The objective control continuing for match 2. I mean, they're up 16,000, 17,000 souls now. And this is exactly what happened in match 2. Paravision need to figure out like a game plan here. What can we do to start getting objectives? Because they're being denied everywhere around the map. They're not able to get a single Guardian. I don't think really any of them are too low yet either. And there's just so many souls that could be had by them, but the way Virtus Pro are playing, they're just trying to stranglehold them yet again.
This is getting pretty ugly, but Virtus Pro are taking their time. No huge overextensions. In fact, 3 of those walkers are still standing, but we have another game where Paravision have not been able to take any of these Guardians yet. Again, no part of the map where they've really been able to derive a big advantage. They've got some souls on the pocket, but they are behind all across the board.
I don't know, man. I know Play With Me is really good on Haze. And I'm not saying Haze is necessarily the determining factor of them getting objectives or not. But the Haze just does not really work for them anymore, especially with the amount of control, as we mentioned before. You have the stun out of 7. You have the binding word out of Sherik. You have the wall that can stun you out of Obikim. You have Zergy who can use telekinesis. Like, you're at such a detriment here. And we do see the bolt dance going off while they're trying to run the urn at the same time. And Virtus Pro looking to actually turn the fight now.
Okay, Obikim gets picked up, but I think that's fine for Virtus Pro. They can accept that. Play With Me. Nice little parry there. Big stun up on Dimov. He's deep within enemy territory, but hey, Shadow Transformation is just what the doctor ordered for situations like this. Taz trying to get away. A big power slash knocks them very, very low. And they're trying to bounce away. I appreciate the movements. I really do. But together, is at least able to get a Guardian and found Zergy for their troubles. But this is now pressure onto walkers in lanes 2 and 3. We're going to have a drift off from Together, who's pretty low and doesn't have that affliction up. So I don't really know what they expect to be able to do with Play With Me, who at least is a little bit healthier. And this is the lane 3 walker now getting a serious looking at. And Together walks into Listic's waiting arms. Okay, let's definitely affected by that encounter, but able to walk away comfortably. And this will be 1 walker remaining now for Paravision.
Another flex slot unlocked. I mean, they're only missing out on 1 Guardian for their team as Paravision got it over into lane 1. By the way, Play With Me, that was a really smart read with that parry. As typically Yamato's, when they use the 2 to get towards someone, you can charge a melee attack during that. And he parries it, realizing that the attack was going to come through, or maybe it was just a light after and gets the immediate parry back onto him. But the paradoxical swap comes through onto Listic. And so he's just going to back away. But again, there's no kill potential there. There's no one there to help him out. I think that was more of a, I need to somehow stay alive here for Tass. And you don't want to see these used defensive like that. You want to see this used to get picks. And speaking of picks, Virtus Pro are pushing lane 1.
Yeah, they're going to, of course, take that last walker away and be in very good shape. I mean, Surge of Power as well. Already picked up for Listic, which is pretty insane in his 3. Again, just like the more move speed, right? Which is already scaling, of course, on Spirit if you're playing 7, but more fire rate as well. So, yeah, just being able to get a lot of extra value loaded into that ability means that the 7 at 16k souls is getting scary. And everybody who needs to be fed, and even those that don't on Virtus Pro, are having a great time of things now. A 26k soul lead now with all walkers down for Paravision. I don't know how easy it's going to be to try and steal this away, but they're going to have a crack at it anyway. Paravision, get in there! And unfortunately, it will still be taken by Dimov. A little bit close here, but having a 7 ultimate in the middle of that pit definitely doesn't hurt. Now, we're off to take more of Paravision's real estate.
Are we just watching match 2 all over again? Like, Paravision, they pick up the urn, they try to go turn it on their side of the map. Virtus Pro immediately go straight for mid boss. And the comp they have, like you saw the Storm Cloud, you just can't really deal with Storm Cloud in that position at this stage of the game when Listic has 17,000 souls and no one on your team has crossed 15k except guys Together who just hit 15k. Ridiculous stuff here. Virtus Pro, I think they're really showing that first match was a little bit of a fluke and they're playing so much smarter and they're really punishing every chance they get against Paravision. I respect trying to go in and try to steal away the Rejuvenator, but you're falling so far behind that this is just a complete duplicate of match 2.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. And some really important items being picked up here for your Amber side. Crucially, Intensify magazine, pretty big. Your Proof Spirit just amazing. Obviously, it's flat spirit power mostly that gives you. Team up there, maybe playing a little bit too close to the sun. But that's a rejuvenator that's well put to use. I think now these base bosses starting to get knocked over. Shrines will be next on the menu, of course. Virtus Pro, of course, have got their key ultimates back. Final Stand's going to be there. Soul Exchange if needed. They are ready to fight.
And the respawn's going to be here for D-Mob too. He's going to return back in. I don't know if Prestus actually got the lasso onto D-Mob, which pulled him in and then into the Kinetic Carbine. I see it was on cooldown, but I'm not sure if he actually hit it. But either way, I mean, Tass is going to have the Paradoxical swap yet again. And Listic is going to get caught here. I think he's going to just die. 1v3, no chance.
Yeah, it's a bit too much damage. I don't know if you have to... Oh, yeah, you're very dead. You're very dead. Never you mind. That's a bag, by the way. That is a bag picked up for Paravision. Still a pretty significant soul deficit, but they have managed to claw it back a little bit now. It stands at 117k. But this is where VP get to fall back and basically farm the map. So expect to see those numbers become a bit more one-sided again.
I mean, look at the side of Paravision. They have a couple of jungle camps. At least the waves were pushing against them because they're rejuvenators, so they can get some extra souls for themselves. But Virtus Pro, I'm wondering what items have been picked up recently off of the spike of souls they've gotten. They're only up 18k. But again, a lot of that 18k net worth they have is just basically wrapped up in these objectives. That if Paravision finally get a good fight, then they can push, get some of these, get that last Guardian down, get a couple of walkers. That soul swap, not soul swap, the soul lead is going to swap in favor of them. So it's really not too far out of the possibility for Paravision to win this. And compared to match 2, the comeback potential is there with the Paradox and with the Holiday.
It's not too bad. On an individual basis, the soul deficit, not too bad for Paravision here. But we talked about Virtus Pro and their tendency not to give up those leads once they start to build them. This is a good time to check in with Dan, actually, and take some thoughts from him, because we're 20 minutes into the game, and Virtus Pro are not trying to jump the gun here. It's a pretty stately run through the mid-game.
Yeah, I think it's kind of played out like we were sort of setting it up, basically saying like, look at their comp. Their strat is going to be to just hammer objectives as quickly as possible, and they had full control over that. They had like 4 walkers, 4 guardians down, and it wasn't until like 16 minutes where Paravision finally got like a guardian themselves. So they settled back on just absorbing all the souls in the map, not overplaying the advantage. So they're playing it perfectly right now, and I think Paravision, they needed the picks, and they just didn't get that pressure from the early game. And I wonder, like, Taz is not on the Holiday, he's on the Paradox instead. So a little bit surprised about that.
Listic's pushing base. Just to bring this up really quickly, he's by himself. You're seeing Prestus immediately go back to deal with this. He gets a shrine, actually.
At the very least. I don't know if can Prestus... Prestus can fight this, no dramas. Okay, yep, I understand where you go for this, for the bullet resist. You pop the Storm Cloud. Prestus still able to, of course, just with those consistent gun hits. Some like pretty powerful items on there, of course. The Pristine Emblem going to be available on Azora, so got to respect that. Doesn't quite pay off, but there was a shrine that was picked off. Now, though, we talked about the issue. Paravision had all this peak potential with no damage to follow it up. Now they're starting to get to that point where we just saw Paradoxical Swap managed to catch out Sharik. They burst him down. Same for Overkim. Virtus Pro do have to respect the punish potential that Paravision have on their roster.
Well, I'll say this at least. In a 1v1, if Hayes up against McGinnis and it's play with me on Hayes, you should never lose that 1v1. And then Sharik was like alone 1v3, 1v4. I mean, you're seeing Paravision, the response right now is we got to start grouping and getting some of these picks, but they need to start turning it into objectives. And with the urn in the hands of Sharik, he's just trying to bait them to try to defend, alleviate some of the pressure of them pushing out some of these lanes. There's no real chance that he's going to go for the turn-in anytime soon. And then Paravision, I mean, you just got to play around these swaps, man. Like, Tass has it up yet again. You're sending play with me to look for the 1v1s, which I think he should be able to beat Listic here in this situation. And you also have Saf rotating in at the same time, and Tass coming over with the teleporter. They're really committing to this lane 1 to look for that walker.
There'll be a longer push here for Paravision, especially because Virtus Pro have looked to try and shore up this position. Now kind of letting play with me a little bit solo. They're trying to go for the killer with the bullet dance, but do they realize Zerg is here as well? Oh, that's not ideal at all. A solo fire play with me thinks they have the edge, but it's more than just the 7. Wraith was there too. And now we're heading over to try and get this urn turned in.
Have to be careful. Zerg is going to be coming in. No telekinesis up for him. Listic's got to actually shove out the lane before he rotates in to help out, but they're just going to give it completely away. I mean, Play With Me is their big damage dealer. And with him dead, you can't realistically contest this, especially in an area, in a building, when you have to deal with the McGinnis wall. And you don't want to be dying anytime soon because that mid boss has come up in about 40 seconds time. And dying right now means you might not just be there if we see Virtus Pro rush it.
Well, they're back in the game now at the very least here. Mid boss up in half a minute, so expect that to be the next location to look to pressure down. And again, Virtus Pro, pretty scary to try and take a rejuve against these guys, or to try and steal it rather. They do, of course, have the wall from Obikim, multiple stuns, as we mentioned. Abilities that are very powerful AoE in terms of, you know, Final Stand, and of course, Listic's Storm Cloud. You really don't want to go walking into those. I mean, it's a pretty scary comp to fight against in general. Obikim here just going to try and make sure they can see all of Paravision's movements here whilst Virtus Pro push this lane number 2 in if they can. Boss is back. Time to look towards mid.
There's actually an insane amount of debuff reducers for Virtus Pro to deal with together. And the Affliction is going to apply. We do see the go time trying to go for the catch. And they're going to catch out actually Demoff here. The Shadow Transformation and the wall comes in to buy him some time. And the rest of Virtus Pro are going to be here.
Surge of Power being thrown in. Sleep does connect, but I don't know if you're getting away from this. Listic, man, hits hard. Skilling, of course, into that 3. And again, with some pretty important items built up. Big Spirit Core plus that debuff reducer. Yeah, you really don't want to tangle with him. I think, yeah, look at Paravision's health bars. That is ridiculous. Blitz together oh so low. Another attempt of Obikim to find a pick here. Paravision on the back foot in a big way. This is definitely where you start to tease at that mid boss just a little bit more. Player things back in 20 seconds. Taz was hoping to set something up there on the high ground. They've got to head for the hills. Saf also gets lit by that alchemical flask, so Shriek has info on where the Calico is right now. And they might look to turn this into just a straight push down the map.
I'm not sure. I mean, the thing is, Paravision have gone back to base to heal up. They're just trying to buy some time to sustain here. The rest of Virtus Pro are still looking to push in, but I mean, Michaelis is low on HP. He has no soul exchange. Trying to get the catch on the task because his paradoxical swap is on cooldown yet again. The Lastos come through, and it looks like it actually netted onto Demoff for a kill here in Paravision. This is go time. You need to pick up these kills. You can have a mid boss here.
I think they swapped into Demoff with the... and then they had a Lasso there as well. So much of their peak potential used, but now both of those ultimates are down. They've lost Play With Me as well. Their core damage dealer. Time Wall thrown up here, but Virtus Pro are hitting very, very hard. Warpstone, desperation now. This Taz won't be allowed to escape. Forced to an ethereal shift on the rope, and the extra damage is all too easy to find for Mikhail S. That is dirty stuff. Together does at least pop the Affliction now. It's a little bit dicey here for Zergi, who doesn't have the way to heal back through it. They're going to go very, very low, but there won't be anybody just to clap that 1 HP Wraith. As the smoke clears, though, Virtus Pro don't make a clean fight of it. Demoff going to be back in the game soon, but they lose Listic on the back end. Still a 4 versus 2 on the field, and every reason to go for mid-boss.
They do have sustain here with the healing out of McGinnis. Good job by Saf to go into the backlines to deal with Listic, but they needed to deal with Zergi. He's dealing with lane 4 at the moment. You still could see quite a big turnaround here, but it's going to be, what, a 2-on-4 on the mid-boss? They back away. Okay, they're going to give it up.
Yeah, I don't
think it's smart to do so.
To steal this, just in case, though. We have the wall. We have everything. Even committing that Warden ultimate, a last stand. So now we have Rejuve. That is one up and ready to go. Urn also going to be picked up, and we'll see these 1 and 2 waves start to be pushed in. Virtus Pro, again, let the game fall into a bit of a lull where Paravision get to flex their muscles and do what their comp does best, which is isolate some individuals, pull them out of formation like we talked about in the draft, and set up some kills.
I mean, you can see Virtus Pro giving respect to the comp, like you're saying, with the pull out individual players and go for those kills and then snowball a fight after that. I mean, they're 20k in the lead, 25, 27k in the lead at the moment. Typically, you would see them, rush in and close out a game like this. But considering you have that double pick potential with the Holiday, with the Paradox, they're just trying to be very careful about this. And I don't hate it, considering it's now effectively a best of 1. You win this, you win $1,000 and you're in again next week. You lose this, maybe you're not even re-invited next week.
And you have that double Colossus picked up here for Virtus Pro just now. That is, it represents a pretty significant power spike. I don't think that's hard to imagine. Of course, to remind everybody, it's the Bullet and Spirit Resist plus the slowing everybody around them. Paravision have a real in-your-face, fairly short-range comp, so That is going to be a nuisance for them, especially because the Geist and the Wraith respectively have them. Another own in hand, another attempt to turn in here for Virtus Pro. And Tyson will be guarding over that turn in sight. Smoke bomb used there by Play With Me. They are still trying to find an engagement here. Paradoxical swap does connect here, but most of Virtus Pro already dived into the fight. They don't mind being behind enemy lines. That's where they seem to thrive. Warpstone at least is going to get Taz out of danger for the time being, but all this damage is too much for Together to handle. They did make use of the Affliction here, but it doesn't seem to bother Virtus Pro whatsoever. Return of Shadows, pop out, a little bit of damage, but again, we're just not seeing this Calico build for big spirit hits, and that'll be their second invulnerability frame used. Also, the Ethereal Shift only gives them a brief reprieve before being dragged down. And now the base is about to get cracked open.
Return to Shadows, more like return to base here, as that's going to be Virtus Pro walking all over the base of Paravision. There will be one more fight out of Paravision, though. Once they take down the Patron, the respawns will come through. And I think it's for Virtus Pro. That was so smart to just bait the urn. You have Rejuvenator. All your lanes are going to shove. Paravision have to go back and deal with it eventually, or they're going to lose their base. And even with Virtus Pro getting caught, they still come out ahead in this fight, only losing Zergy. That was pretty damn insane, to be honest.
I mean, it's about as clean as it gets. Paravision here reeling. Coming back off the respawn, this is another chance for Virtus Pro to make sure they safely secure this wing. You'll notice they're not going any deeper than that. With the weakened Patron now down in the pit, they can clean up some of this farm on the right side of the map, group up, and look to get this done. It's a sole lead now that's going to be basically impossible to surmount.
Death brings consequences.
It's 40k practically. I'm not going to say it's impossible just because of, again, the Paradox and the Holiday, but it's very difficult to do. And the fact is, like, Play With Me, he's on 24k souls. Typically, he would be over 30k by now, able to kind of keep equal footing with Virtus Pro, but that's how strong this Stranglehold has been. I mean, again, Virtus Pro have 1 Guardian and 4 Walkers up. Paravision have nothing. They have a weakened Patron in their base, and there's so many souls on the field that they just can't get. Not to mention, a lot of the jungle is still being denied by Virtus Pro at the same time, really controlling all of their income and using that to their advantage.
We're getting to the point in terms of soul accrual here for Virtus Pro that those tier 4s are now coming online. So everything you'd expect to see, the refresher, of course, for the Yamato. Like I mentioned earlier, the Colossi for Michaelis and Zergy hitting that really nasty late game power spike a lot earlier than Paravision, of course, are going to be able to. We're going to start to see the net close in on them. There we go. Items just need to be refreshed, apparently. Michaelis on the Lady Geist this time instead of Dimog, showing that even without like a pocket or a Paradox, they're able to have a great impact on the game. They are absolutely motoring in terms of that farm. Buffs are about to come up here, and an easy thing for VP with all the map control to snap those up before making a push forwards.
And gun for Michaelis.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be happy with that one. And you can just see like the Stringlets continue. Are they actually going to run this urn again? Like, they're going to use the urn. The Rejuvenator is going to be gone, but they can use this urn to like bait Paravision into a fight. So I think they're going to let it stick around for a little bit longer and maybe look towards Rejuvenator. But we do see a little bit of a collapse onto lane 1, and both teams very hesitant to actually force the engagement. We saw, was it Together and Saf both rotating in, but they might get caught out here. Just Elite can be used to create some distance, as Demov's just going to respect it and back away. But they have the urn in the hands of Listic. He's at 34k souls, and they're heading immediately into this location. Again, with the McGinnis, this is the perfect position to fight in, especially if you can get a good 7 ultimate off in this location. And Paravision, they can't contest. It's just too late.
I really feel like this is Paravision paying respect to these comp, rather Virtus Pro paying respect to Paravision's comp, which punished them at about 22 minutes into the game when they had a couple of people caught off while they were trying to surge up the map and push in. So now, very much not necessarily moving as a death ball, but trying to avoid situations where they get overwhelmed. Paradoxical Swap's going to catch Sharik here.
They're being closed in from behind, though. Look at this. Zergy's going to be coming in. Listic from the front.
He's bought nearly plenty of time, rather. Taz here, of course, into an Ethereal Shift. Going to be largely ignored now as Listic's looking for blood. Calico, Return of Shadow now. And that is going to be a pretty easy pickup, I think, for Listic should they choose to chase. But Zergy is down. It's one of the key carries on the side of VP. However, there are 5 more, as it turns out, that can step up and step into their place. Demo's surrounded right now, but healthy enough under, of course, the Shadow form. Attempt from Taz to parry. The wall came in there from Overkill to secure that. Either way, they would have been absolutely toast. That is a KS, though, an egregious one.
Just the launch of the body, the ragdoll physics. I mean, this should be game. 40 seconds left on 4 players. They can just run into the base. Make sure you have some minions here to get rid of that backdoor protection. and it would be Virtus Pro closing this out. I mean, very methodical in game 3 compared to game 2, but they still get the win nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm going to go with this, of course, without Zergy. And this is the part of the game where you get to celebrate. All of our ultimates getting popped here. Paravision, hit the GGs in the chat, and Virtus Pro have done it, folks. They have secured for yet another week their spot at the top, winning $1,000 thanks to Intel. VP looking too clean in that map number 3. And there's a lot of things, Jason, we can point to that hurt Paravision, that let them down. We guessed to play with me pretty big in map number 1, but when they were forced over onto the haze, well, they didn't look so flash anymore.
Yeah, and I don't want to point out like a singular player, but Play With Me is such a good, impactful player that when he doesn't get on a hero that he can perform like that on, like we saw in Wraith in match 1, I think it's a drastic hit to Paravision. But one upside here for Virtus Pro is just the amount of control we saw them have was great. I really love to see how they took what Paravision did against them in game 1, taking all those objectives, Virtus Pro having no Guardians down, to them doing the exact same thing back-to-back match against Paravision, but not letting that lead slip like we saw Paravision do in match 1. So it's just really good understanding of how the macro game works. And again, to me, why they are easily the strongest team in Europe.
Let's bring DDK back in here and to sort of talk this out, because we kind of mentioned the conspicuous lack of frontline for Paravision in that game, and it definitely felt like there wasn't a lot of space in which Play With Me could even operate in, favorable fights on that haze.
Yeah, I think, strategically, do you have a strategy that kind of works against what the opponent's trying to do? And I think we looked at this like very, bulldozy type of comp in terms of the objectives, at least, and that they're going to be taking objectives. So either you need like a comp that's good at disrupting that, which we saw in game 1. We saw that approach where it's super disruptive. They couldn't get rolling, they couldn't get coordinated because they were constantly having to deal with all of these crazy pick off attempts from Holiday and all of that. But then, if you pick a strat that doesn't really have any way to mitigate what your opponent's win condition is, that leverages the strength of their comp, then you're kind of like dead in the water a little bit. And I think that's what we saw, because we saw this massive advantage taken on objectives. I don't know that last time I've seen that level of advantage. 4 Guardians and 4 Walkers when there's just 1 Guardian down for Paravision. That's crazy. And with that comes a lot of map control, a lot of the souls in the jungle, like they can just do anything. And then on top of that, if you looked at their comp, it's way stronger for taking a mid boss. So they're just like set up so well in the macro, and I can't really see anything that was there to mitigate any of that, either by the comp or the strategy from Paravision.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty succinctly put. I think we got to see the 7 taken for a run. I think Listic, was never in a position to even necessarily solo down anyone. We saw them actually build into like fairly defensive items, right? But still, obviously, the stim that you get on your 3 abilities was worth sort of maxing building into. Listic still ends up the game with I think a huge amount of player damage, 14 kills there. So it's nice to see 7 back, and feels like, Jason, that they're more than viable.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to think if it's viable as like your solo carry, because if you take Wraith out of the equation, would it have been as effective in this game? And obviously, there's so many different factors about it. The fact they got so many objectives does obviously play into this as well. But if you have Zergy go back to a 7 and you have Listic go to like a Lash or Shiv or whatever it might be, I don't know if the 7 would have worked as well. However, you got to credit to Virtus Pro, in some of the locations they were fighting, the Storm Cloud could just be insanely impactful. The zone control, if we're talking about how Litz did it on Ivy, controlling a lot of the area with the Kutsu bombs in the prior matches, I feel like Listic also did something similar with his 1 ability to control areas and provide like extra damage over time as they are fighting inside of these like enclosed locations.
I think go ahead, Mitch.
Oh, fine. I mean, we can have this discussion over this, I think, but let's move on and talk about our player of the match very quickly. Your player of the match is presented by Intel, of course, is going to be none other than Mikhail S. I think you had a great game. I mean, he's got to be happy with that. Of course, we got to see the Pocket, which was a classic Mikhail S game, but finishing off on the Lady Geist.
Yeah, not shying away from the Pocket in match 2, despite it going pretty poorly in the first game and just like taking over completely. And I feel like, that was like, a large part of one of the reasons why I wanted to pick Mikhail S for this is just because of him running it back and just showing how powerful it can be when he's given the space to work with, and he's not just pressured down constantly. And that's a huge threat that had to be respected. And then he got so far ahead that the spirit damage and burst output and the playmaking potential became overwhelming. But at the same time, like, you have to obviously be able to play this. I think what is for some people a pretty specialist hero as well, to such a level that you can really truly leverage that against really good players. And Mikhail S like demonstrated that, which is great because we know Mikhail S for like great performances on so many different heroes, and to also add Pocket to that is pretty notable. And then, you know, going on to the Geist too is like, Geist is an interesting one because Geist is like always there. You know, you got a very important role in terms of your positioning in fights and your spacing and your different roles, consistent damage output, constantly tanking, and also like playing the edge with the life leech to make sure that you can stay in the fight as long as possible. But, you know, just like really straddling that effectively and balancing all those things. Like Mikhail S is one of the players in EU that has a very deep hero pool and is always like pretty playing very important positions, I think, for the team. And I think, you know, Geist has really become, I think one of you guys defined it as kind of like the glue to a lot of comps, and I definitely feel that way. So Mikhail S for me just occupied two extremely important positions in different roles and then just knocked it out of the park here today.
I mean,
Yeah,
look at
Listic,
this
man.
Listic. Okay, I mean, shoving down those objectives, but 34k play damage is nuts.
You really can't underestimate like how strong the 3 can be on 7. Not to mention the Storm Cloud. Like we saw the fight. I think it was the first mid boss take, and Listic just pops a Storm Cloud, and they end up killing like 3 people because the amount of damage he can put out, but also the objectives. Like it is ridiculous how strong 7 can be, and he's kind of been overshadowed by a lot of other heroes as of recent times. I'm trying to think, even in NA, do we ever see 7 anymore? And I want to say that I'm pretty confident we don't. We only fairly often, or not fairly often, very little see it in EU, and it's mostly just been Zergy as the champion of 7. But it's so cool to me to see like Listic playing this now, and he's been one of the players that's been kind of one of the weakest links on Virtus.pro because of his very limited hero pool, thinking back to the days when only he played Abrams. But he showed over time that he has definitely been a player who like realizes his weaknesses and has been actively working on that.
One thing I'll add to you about the 7 pick that I think is interesting is that I think this is something where if you look at the comp, I think this has a decent amount also to do with the comp and the strategy with the comp, because if you think about Listic and a lot of the engagements, Listic is able to basically have the ability to just pick up the fights where he wants. He's got Demorph in there on the Yamato drawing fire, Sharik also drawing fire, you know, also Mikhail S. You've got like a nice front line, and then also you're worried about Zergy also doing like a lot of DPS. So Listic kind of fits into this spot where he's not like the highest priority target, but actually has, as you say, with those abilities, really high damage output. And then when you combine all of the utility you get with the ult for space control, either over the objectives or just in like an impromptu team fight, suddenly the 7 is looking really nice in that configuration. Not really as the hard carry, but to supplement the overall strategy of space control and taking the objectives, and then that allows Listic to get ahead on souls enough to get that crazy scaling on the spirit damage off of the active that he has too. So yeah, awesome.
Yeah, pretty sick stuff. We have an interview for you guys. First time, of course, Deadlock Fight Night history. We've got the one, the only, the trackball god himself, Zergy, joining us on the show. So Zergy, mate, thanks for joining us. How you feeling? 2-1, close game, but you got the dub in the end. You remained kings of the hill.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good 2 games, good 3 games, sorry.
Now, were you a bit jelly seeing Listic get to take the 7 in and have a big impact? You're obviously giga farmed in both of those winning games, so you definitely have a good time. But we've known you to be a bit of a 7 player as well.
I mean, I got to get him off Flash and put him on 7, so that's the better alternative. And there's Warden as well, of course.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in here for a question. So Zergy, like we've looked at you playing over the course of like Buff Majors, now Virtus.pro, and 7 was like the bread and butter of you as a player within the team. What happened for Virtus.pro to make the mindset change of, okay, we need to get you off 7 and playing some other heroes? Like what caused that, and how did that kind of discussion go between you and the team?
There wasn't really a discussion, but we noticed the game pace was a lot faster. Games normally ended like within 20-25 minutes. And my playstyle playing 7, I just like farm, stay in lane, gonna keep my Guardian, then I just kill everyone at the end. So yeah, that's why we switched off. We started playing Infernus and Wraith. Games were a lot faster.
All right, I guess I have to be the one to ask this, but why do you think Shiv has disappeared from EU completely? Because NA still likes to play Shiv. but in EU is never picked, at least from what we can see. So what's that all about?
It's because NA people don't have to buy anti-heal. They don't buy decay or heal bane.
All right, there we go.
That's gonna feed the mill for us for a couple of weeks. Zergy, mate, thanks for joining us. Thank you for the time as well, coming in and chatting with us. Yeah,
I got like 20 other questions to ask if we have the time.
Mate, I've had my producer tell me, if you read Discord, Jason, I've got 3
I don't
minutes.
read. You know, I can't read. I'm American.
If you have a question for Zergy, fire it off. I'm happy to hear more.
I'm curious. What do you think? Because we're not talking to you about the team. I want to know more about the team. Like, what do you think makes Virtus Pro, the team that you're playing with, stronger than these EU teams? Like, what are you guys doing right that these other teams haven't caught on to just yet? If you can tell us.
Well, all 6 of our players are extremely good mechanically. We all understand what to do and how to macro and move around the waves. And yeah, that's it really. We're also really flexible as well in terms of hero pools.
I mean, that's something we've seen, no doubt about it. The drafts have always kept us on our toes, Sergi. All right, take 2. Mate, thanks for joining us. And we look forward to seeing you next week. Defend your spot at the top. Have a good one.
Thank you. You too.
Damn, I wanted to ask him, does he have a 6-pack on his thumb because he plays with a trackball mouse? And also, I want to know, like, how did this start? Like, why did he start playing with a trackball mouse? I think he's one of the only 2 players in the world in esports that I know plays with a trackball. It was him, and it was a guy named Kirk in League of Legends who played top lane. And his thumb was it was crazy. He had like muscles on his actual thumb.
Dan, you're into this esoteric aiming stuff, aren't you, bro? You love this.
You know what? I don't know anyone that's into trackball and like aim training and stuff like that. So I'm also kind of curious about that. Also, the last person I knew playing trackball in Quake like gave it up in like 2012 or something. So like the trackball is like kind of weird, and it's like, but how do you get onto the trackball? Are you like a graphic designer and you're like then pick up the FPS games? Because like that's like the demographic of like
I use one for CAD when I make 3D design. Yeah. It's bizarre. I'd never use it though to try and play FPS. I mean, Zergy, he's a great interview, of course. A proper lad. Hopefully we get to hear from him next week should Virtus Pro go all the way. But there you have it. I mean, we are at the end of another Europe show here at a Deadlock Fight Night, and it absolutely delivered. Big fan, of course, of what we saw from both Pyrovision and Virtus Pro. But of course, $1,000 care of our friends over at Intel goes the way of Virtus Pro. They will be taking away the honors. We're going to go to a break now. When we come back, we're going to be starting off with NA, a spicy region, one that apparently doesn't know how to buy anti-healing items. So I'm very curious to see what that looks like now that they've heard this wisdom passed down from Mount Olympus as Zergy is imparted amongst the unwashed masses. Will that make a difference in NA? We'll see. We'll be back after the break, of course. It's Hydra Nation who are still standing at the top of NA, but here in EU, all is well. Virtus Pro still reigns supreme.
One team in DFN history has managed to take a map off of Hydra Nation, and they did it twice. Now, Melee Creeps, not in DFN, have been able to do it in other events, but this is the first time they're meeting up against the Hydras in Deadlock Fight Night. Could they be the first team to legitimately take down the Hydras? Well, let's find out. We're seeing teams try a number of different bans against Hydra Nation, and let's be honest, they never really seem to work. With the loss of Quig, the Hydras picked up Lord M into the support role. As we have seen before, he brings a decent hero pool to the team. Shout out to Saya, who is clearly following the plan set by MC of not letting Hydration get free farm in a lane, as he continually keeps him in check. As we hit the 11-minute mark at Even Stevens, Cool Cheese gets caught as Axe comes in to save him, and MC turn the fight around.
Damage though from the skies, a power slash connecting on towards the retreating Holiday as Cool Cheese gets away just with their life intact, and Axe is always harassing, always coming in to disarm, then burrow away, keeping Hydra Nation interested in what's going on over here. There's the paradoxical swap by the looks of things. The emergence there though came out from Axe. They are a little bit low and they don't have ultimate available, so they're just trying to get the heck out. Here's our charge to one abilities. Axe takes a big hit. The Q comes in and try and keep them alive. Puddle punch to knock Vegas off. Tilted just a little bit. The Hydra Nation don't want to fully commit under this tower. Here come melee creeps yet again. Some salvos from the sky, but Flick ends up dropping. Cool Cheese finds that elimination, and now Lord NM is in trouble.
I think AVG would do a good Owen Wilson in the next behind enemy lines, as he is stuck after taking the Walker. Yet, he doesn't go out the fight without managing to take one with him.
Swapped out and right into the shot, the power shot out of Geist.
This whole exchange though is huge. Geist back up to 14k health. That was Vegas that had their health swapped, but the frost grenade is pretty darn clutch there. AVG still able to find Vegas. Yep, that's pretty gross.
The Cheese Man himself tries to open up the fight, lassoing Vegas in, but it just leads to his demise as well as his teammates. This turns into a mid-boss for the Hydras.
Looking like a real threat up close. Okay, here's the lasso. Catching out the Grey Talon. Lomain brought down to earth, but here's the paradoxical swap now being deployed by Flick. And in comes Lord NM. Frozen Shelter is going to catch the whole day. That was probably a little bit of overkill. Kill secured, folks. Yep, they got the holiday. Make no mistake. And now there's more fighting to be done here because over towards the mid-boss direction, we have 3 melee group players grouped up, and they, Hydra Nation that is, are on the hunt. Arctic being here for Axe, and there is no way that this guy's going to be able to walk away. They have to try and warp zone out of the fight, but Axe is so low here, and hot on their heels is Flick.
I don't expect them to fully commit to this necessarily, but they're going to be going for here. The Rejuvenator is going to be dropping, and melee creeps, they have to go in. They're not going to let this one go for free.
Here's the swap. Shadow transformation from Lefery standing over the Rejuvenator itself. The concussive combustion gets popped, and DMB's able to take Sire down. Flick does fall, but the Rejuve went over to Hydra Nation. They have the player advantage. Melee creeps down to 2 for a moment. Axe was never even there. They're spawning back in a little bit later now. It's just Poshy Pop and Axe left on the map, and DMB has done his job well and truly.
And off that mid-boss, Hydra Nation only really got an earned turn-in. But we're back now for round 2.
Up, of course, a little bit of pressure being put down. The Shadow transformation from Lefer, of course, has to be used. Final Stand also active. And an easy rejuve take, along with Cool Cheese being eliminated. Now it's a matter of melee creeps not getting completely wiped off the map in exchange for this. Vegas goes down, but that's not the biggest issue, as the Grey Talon is not exactly the centerpiece of this composition. Tornado away here for Poshy Pop. They've overstayed their welcome, in DMB they'll be starting to get a little bit low. There's an opening here for melee creeps to get a little bit more aggressive, but straight into the face of Poshy Pop now is the rest of Hydra Nation getting. Axe has gone down, so their lockdown potential is now taken off the table, and Lefer is still on the hunt.
Being cautious the whole game nets the Hydras a 30k soul lead 31 minutes into the game. Melee creeps realize that they have to do something or the match will be too far gone.
Out of hubris or delusion, no one really knows. Still, they're going to have to pull off of it eventually now, as DMB went for that concussive combustion, and Poshy Pop finds himself on the back foot here, literally and figuratively. Just trending back here in this lane number 3 as Hydra Nation start to close the vice grip around their jugular. Finding Word looks like it managed to catch a target here, and Lefer goes very, very deep. Lomain is being pursued to the ends of the earth, apparently, as DMB has got his jaws in, and he won't be letting go. Melee creeps to the ragdoll, and Hydra Nation on the angry pitbull.
After a delayed rejuve take from Flick to make sure they get as much time as possible with this Rejuvenator, Hydra Nation's push into the base after melee creeps respawn to close out the first match.
Here's a Shadow transformation. They thought Lefer was caught in there with them, but it's quite the opposite. He, though, will make a quick exit over towards a fight here in lane number 2. It was Sire going down first. That was the Calico, who really wasn't able to be very impactful outside the first 10 minutes, and a refresher into yet another Shadow transformation means that Lefer can go all day. Viscus is down. AVG is going to collapse under the sheer weight of shurikens being lodged in their flesh, and this weakened patron will now meet their maker as Hydra Nation. A pretty stately start to this game, but once again, and as always, they finish in style, taking away our first map of this best of 3 in our $1,000 money match.
After winning match 1, Hydra Nation don't change too much up, keeping 4 of their 6 heroes. Melee creeps, however, were able to steal away the Paradox and show off a sick new skin of Abrams. As Hydra Nation go for the dive, a frozen shelter separates DMB from certain death, allowing them to turn it around and kill off 2 players.
Front use there, but nobody close enough to Lomain to be effective, and here comes a flame dash. DMB goes in. Oh no. My goodness, that is aggressive. Telekinesis though interrupts that ultimate. No stun off the back of that. Frozen shelter going to be used here by Lord NM, and excuse me, and it might have just saved DMB's life at that. Frost grenade with the healing, still tanking that Guardian damage, by the way.
The synergy is strong between Cool Cheese and Lomain as a swap charge comes out not only here, but quite a few times in the match.
To reverse how this game's been going, I mean, that's a great little swap and charge in. That's at least one little step you need.
Melee creeps decide to not contest the first earned turn-in of the game. And as we hit the 16-minute mark, Poshipop has been consistently farming away, leading the game at 18k souls. But that 18k wouldn't mean squat unless he starts getting involved in these fights.
Souls turned into actual like team fight winning capacity, but so far so good here for Melee Creeps. Ready to fight, of course, around the urn. Lasso going to be catching on, of course, here to the Abrams, taking them out of the fight, but still Hydration and Lord and M are both down. Urn picked up by Coolcheese, surely to be turned in here. Flick is just trying to delay the inevitable by the looks of things, but Hydration have fallen to pieces over here by the Urn. Melee Creeps are going to get everything they could have asked for and change.
And with those 4 kills and the Urn, Melee Creeps turn their attention towards mid-boss.
But instead, they're going to be going for mid-boss here, and realistically, how can they contest this Leffa? I mean, it's the ultimate. You can't really go and you can maybe chip away at damage. Hydration is going to be getting here with Last Stand, but this is going to be almost impossible for them to steal.
Yeah, no chance. You don't have the concussive combustion either, even though DMB somehow finds himself surrounded by all of them. Hydration able to get low main at the very least here. The Last Stand, of course, for the Warden is scary, but Hydration doesn't have a lot of backup, and Leffa spent that entire fight keeping a respectable distance away from Melee Creeps. Despite this, though, we're still going to see a fight. Hydration still want to throw down here yet again. AVG, though, proving pretty tough to catch here, excuse me.
With this rejuve, Melee Creeps managed to take down the last 2 walkers of the game, giving them another flex slot and a 20k soul lead.
Walker will continue. Melee Creeps here, there's a feeling, Jason, that they would have to mess up pretty bad, I think, from here on out to lose the game, but we've seen it happen before. Leffa's found Coolcheese, and Sire wants to get the heck out of there for the time being. 1 walker remains here for Hydra Nation, but they are starting to pick up a couple of kills around it.
Oh, AVG picked up the 1v1 against DMB on lane 4, which allowed them to get another walker. That's the final walker of the game, and another flex slot unlocked for Melee Creeps.
Melee Creeps look to further the lead with another great swap charge and Urn turn.
Going to be there. And this actually might be an overextension out of Hydra Nation. A great charge comes through as well, chiming in perfectly with Coolcheese's paradoxical swap. And another kill goes their way, and this should be the Urn.
Melee Creeps really have that particular combo on lock. I don't know what Flick's intending to do here, as they can really only peer over the top of the buildings at Melee Creeps.
And with that Urn turn in, Melee Creeps don't want to let the pressure go.
In terms of their domination of the cursed apple, there are no walkers left, I repeat. Just these base objectives now to work on. By any word here on Poshipop, and he respects it. He backs right on up here outside of that area, but DMB has fallen. Sire has opened up these fights pretty consistently, and Hydration does not have the durability to deal with this onslaught. Frozen Shelter is purely going to be a stay of execution for Lord and M. They'll back away, but Sire will not be denied. In they dive. Flick ceases to exist, and the Shrines will follow suit.
Now sitting on an almost 40k lead, Melee Creeps catch up multiple players trying to get some farm. They go on to close out the match and take it to a match 3.
On Vegas, who once again has been targeted and punished. This great talent just lacking the survivability.
Time the charge doesn't quite connect, but Sire is still there getting rid of DMB, and Melee Creeps have decided after a tough first game that they will not bow down. They're not going to make it easy for Hydra Nation, folks, as they're going to take us to a 3rd and final map.
Somehow, Vindicta makes through the draft and into the hands of Vegas. And an unexpected pick from Hydration with the Dynamo catches everyone off guard. And well, Hydration continues to show off his hero pool depth and his awareness as a perfect singularity stops the Last Stand of Saya and nets the Hydra's 2 kills.
Before I say that as Poshipop actually pulls out of there, so we'll see. Fighting Word, though, catches Flick, even though Low Man got picked off. I like the quantum entanglement used.
After split pushing and gaining a lane 1 walker and 2 kills elsewhere on the map, Hydra should go for the mid boss. Melee Creeps respawn by grabbing the Urn and trying to turn it in before anyone stops them.
Those walkers look mighty juicy right about now. Nice little wall, though. That's a good catch. But Return of Shadows will get the Calico out of dodge.
There's a lot looking juicy because I don't think they're going to get that Urn turn in for free either. That was like the one saving grace of losing mid bosses. You would get an Urn turn in, but Hydration's just in his face, knocking him up left and right. The Urn's still going to be down on the ground. They're still looking for singularity again. Catches Saya off guard. The backup's going to be there, and that's another 2 kills out to the tally for Hydra Nation.
That's hate crimes. That is legitimately
Setting on a 21k lead at 18 minutes, each head of the Hydra continues to feast as they secure 4 more kills.
no one is escaping.
You were subtle about it at least, Mitch.
Yeah, Jake, bro. Jake usually is the one that keeps it $1.50, bro. But that's
I'm not even on cast, and I still can't believe what I heard.
Yeah, ZP picking his very strong jaw off the ground after that one. Here's the come on Flick. That'll look great. Sorry, Coolcheese.
That highlight reel continues to grow with a nice catch by Flick. The Hydras get 4 kills before taking the base.
Into the enemy and just punish them there. Okay, was that a knockdown thrown out? I saw the anvil. Yes. Flick ends up using a knockdown there. I guess it was on...
No, Flick doesn't have knockdown. I think it was just the barrel.
Oh, okay. I saw an anvil, so I wasn't sure. I was always a bit sussy about that one. Either way, Cube here for Flick gets him out of the way. Now he's starting to look towards these base at bosses. credit to him. Melee creeps the 2 players trying to push that lane 3, but I think Leffer might be enough to actually hold both of them at bay, and this ultimately will leave Melee creeps pretty underhanded when it comes to defending their base. This should be a patron knock here. Oh, yep, Leffer is going to 1v2, I think, in that bottom lane. Poshy Pop's already dead. Axe has seen better days. They're trying to get back here. And there's your last flex slot unlocked for Hydra Nation. They've got plenty of souls to spend after this, as that patron is about to be thrown into the pit as well.
And that lead they kept building never stopped expanding as Hydra Nation bombards the base of melee creeps, locking in their 12th win here at the Deadlock Fight Night.
The improved reach, my god, as that kinetic blast is so long, and we are warp stoning out of the base here. Hydration taking a fair bit of damage, but now we're into the pit, and this patron is about to go down. Singularity on all of one target. Hydration happy enough with his impact over the course of the game to let that ultimate go for free. And there you have it, folks. For the 12th week in a row, Hydra Nation once more snatched away our $1,000 prize. Thanks to our friends at Intel.
Even with Hydra Nation getting another win here in DFN, we are seeing they're not as far as head of the pack as they once were. More and more teams in NA are starting to catch up, and that gives hopes to them finally being dethroned by a new team. Thanks again for watching the recap. Make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In.
Welcome back, everyone, to Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. EU went the distance, but now it's time for a little bit of action here at North America. I'm ZP here with DDK and Dan. Heading into it, we got the return of Llama Lords, but they have been poached, and of course, they lost one person to his own desires, so to speak. So Llama Lords with a new 2.
Yeah, and it's interesting also, ZP, because for those of you guys that just joined us for North America, we asked this question to Listic just now after the win. Why are we seeing no Shiv in EU, but NA loves to play Shiv? And he's like, well, NA don't know how to buy anti-heal, was his answer. So very new information, ZP. I can't wait for us to digest some of this as we progress through the broadcast.
Well, speaking about the broadcast, if you're just tuning in, if you missed EU, but you're getting here in NA and you're wondering what is the deal with Deadlock Fight Night, we got you covered. Deadlock Fight Night, it's pretty simple. We invite 2 teams from each region every week, and those 2 challenging teams fight each other. The winner goes on to fight our champion in the money match. There's a graphic there. As you can see, we just got done with EU, where Paravision went on to try and reclaim the throne from Virtus Pro, falling short, though, in a close 3-map series. Virtus Pro just a little bit too good on the macro, Dan.
Yes, really deep hero pools, great strategy, and executed to perfection. VP definitely a standout performer in EU. And actually, I think CP, what's interesting is that maybe EU could start to look a little bit like NA, because VP are beginning to look quite dominant. I think much more so than we have been used to seeing in EU. However, in NA, we are used to seeing dominance from Hydra Nation.
Yeah, and Hydra Nation, I mean, they've just, it's been unparalleled excellence. But speaking of unparalleled excellence, we got the one and only Mitch joining us here, Mr. Uber himself. And I've introed you a little bit early here, Mitch, because we're going straight into our merch read. And you know what? I can hype up the merch, but so can you.
Yes, I'm pumped about it. I might be one of the only people that hasn't actually obtained any. You can see it doesn't really match with... Once we have some, excuse my French, bullshit on a shirt, with our merch, I will get it. Until that point, it's just not quite crazy enough for me, ZP, but I do see you are currently modeling some right now. And here we see our model, Andrew Rush, with the latest addition to the Deadlock Fight Night catalog. That is right. That is real cotton, folks. The Abrams shirt. Read a book. MFer.
Read a book, sucker. It was a little bit more to the point in the past, but yeah, Deadlock Fight Night, proud to present our new line of merch. One of the best ways you can support the broadcast and get the lights on, get gooped. Of course, that was the old Read, but new Read, we got new extra stuff, but it's pretty cool. It's just legally distinct enough. But
yes.
I was gonna say,
no copyright issues here. It's fun, and obviously it's a huge part of what keeps the light on here as well. So if you guys are watching the stream and you're thinking of a way that you like to support the stream, not really sure how, this is one of the ways that you can, and also get some great swag out of it for yourself. Deadlockfightnight.com. You can head over there, look for the store page, and buy some stuff.
Yeah. Also, we got a new Earn shirt, and the quote directly from our producer, Hex says we got new stuff every week. That's right. Hex still lurks in the shadows. Been following us in community tournaments back to the old OW days. Yeah, that's right. That's one thing. Like, one of these days, we need to bring him in on a box just to do the merch read.
Yeah,
be great.
Oh, that's a great idea, actually. I love that idea.
He was the goat of the sellout back in the early OW days. So yes. Yeah, that's why he's the one that's writing our ad reads, I think. We need more Hex. Keep churning him out.
Well, speaking of Hex, as I read down his run of show, coming up next year, of course, is our rosters for our two teams, where, again, a lot of movement for Llama Lords, where, they kind of got the double where, you have one player that, may or may not have gotten hardware ID banned out of the game, and then you got another player where you did so well against Hydra Nation that they have now absorbed your power. Lord NM, no longer on Llama Lords, but the two replacements here, they got Scout, where it's a domino effect. Scout used to be on TF2 Boomers. He has been poached and has been upgraded to Llama Lords, essentially. Dan, you've been around esports a long time. You see this a lot, especially in the beginning. The musical chairs continue.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, it's everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to be dominant, and it's got to be done. If you get a free upgrade, you got to take it. And I feel like if you're the team that's seeing your teammate get kind of poached in this way, I feel like most people are usually cool with it. It's like, I understand, man. You got to do it for your career. So hopefully there's not any bad blood. But if there is beef, we're here for it too.
I mean, this team, I quite like them, right? I mean, come on, they won a fight night, which is pretty impressive. Obviously, they had to have that stripped from them, which is totally fine. But I think Brocane and Akram are a great solo laners if that's what's needed. And Young Kalk obviously is listed here as the Abrams player. The guy plays a bunch of different stuff. We saw him on a Shiv. He took over the game. Like, it was incredible. That's the crazy part. It wasn't even the cheater that really gave Llama Lords the edge, even though it should have been obvious considering they were on gun build, everything, whatever they were playing. But and Naked, obviously, incredible support player. I think this team's really well rounded. Curious to see how Scout and Sizzlucky sort of fit into everything, but the core is still there. And I really think the core is what gave them that level of success, those couple fight nights ago.
Yeah, I mean, Scout, you kind of expect to be more in the playmaking roles, Pocket if available, but things like Paradox, Holiday, etc. But without further ado, bring us over to Melee Creeps, a team that a lot of people think over Llama Lords at times can be number 2 in NA. It's Melee Creeps and Llama Lords have really been going back and forth for the number 2 spot in the tournaments that have been available. And yeah, I mean, interesting names here to look at too. A team that's not shy to play Bebop, Dan. You think about Low Main that's pulled it out, but Bebop in general, more of an NA special than we've seen in EU, though EU has dabbled, as we've seen in the last 2 weeks.
Yes, EU has given Bebop respect finally, and you can definitely see why. Really, really great hero that I think kind of fits into like a kind of a weird niche in terms of initiation, because no one else kind of has something that has so much range, because obviously it's kind of like a paradox swap without the risk of swapping yourself into that position, and you can do it with from crazy ranges. There's no other hero has a skill shot, I suppose, kind of quite like that. So it gives Bebop, and a Bebop expert especially, a lot of opportunities to convert massively for the team. So I love that we're starting to see it more. I feel like it always made sense, and that Bebop can always, in theory, work. And we have seen games turned around specifically by Bebop play when the team is behind, which is really, that's what Bebop should be there to offer you. So love to see that, and looking forward to it today.
It was just the one game, I think, at the end of the series between Melee Creeps and Hydra Nation last week. We got to see the Bebop. It didn't really I think, play out the way they would have liked it to, but this is a team that, like, you know, prioritizes Wraith fairly highly. Also, like, really wants to fight for the McGinnis pick when they can get it. So that's something to bear in mind when we come into this pick and ban. If they can get the McGinnis, they really try and push that as far as they can. Act's obviously a very more than serviceable player, at support. So yeah, I'm curious to see what they've got for us. They're mostly Kelvin McGinnis player.
Now, of course, before we get into the draft, it's two challenging teams against each other, and you might wonder, well, gee, how do you decide who gets the choice of first pick? Well, we have a tradition here on Deadlock Fight Night. That's right. It is nothing short of mole versus mole combat. 2 moes, no krills, boxing gloves, just a ring full of carnage. Let's get on and already, Mitch, and get this parry. Kick it off.
Yeah, I mean, ABG hits that nasty little parry, but doesn't actually convert it into 2 more melee hits, but still an aggregate winning out. Baits out another parry from Naked, and if Naked trades melee hits at this point, he knows his goose is essentially cooked. Needs to find a big parry opportunity, but ABG hits yet another one. Oh, bro, that was clean. He maybe took 2 hits over that whole fight.
Dude, I feel like we should mix it up. We need to get like some Kelvins for like either side, like throwing in the healing nades. We've got to get some like crowbars thrown into the ring. We got to like spice it up.
I mean, we got close to that the other week where there was a little bit of drama in the TF2 Boomers where they had one of their modes just go to the outskirts and people were, you know, crying foul and everything else. But, you know, a little bit of rule bending here, you know.
The sanctity of the Mo 1v1 ZP. It can't be contravened.
Yeah, you say that until you find out what the Moes are packing in their boxing gloves, but I digress. Draft getting started here. Llama Lords versus Melee Creeps. And also, I mean, do I expose Jason right now on Casters Live? Mitch, I put that burden on you one way or another. I feel like Jason should be exposed, but maybe not.
Oh, what did he do? Let me see.
Read yourself.
Oh, Jason thought Mo was the guy who rode on the back. To be fair, I was debated because Jason said that in the last show, in the EU show. He's like, oh, well, actually, it'd be crazy if there was a bunch of Mo in the stands watching the Krills fight. And I'm like, it's Mo. Shut for Mole. Mo.
All right, gentlemen. The only thing that really matters is this.
I am Pashi Pop, and Jason Kaplan is my favorite caster.
Confirmed. I hope they had you muted for that, Jason.
We did not. Yeah, everyone heard it. But, you know, we also heard the first ban Paradox coming up from Melee Creeps. Not wanting to give it to Llama Lords. Llama Lords, meanwhile, we'll see what they ban. But most importantly here, Dan, what gets taken away from Melee Creeps with their first pick? Because, you know, the storyline coming in here was Shiv. NA likes playing Shiv. Also, though, NA might like playing Sinclair because Sinclair, you know, underpicked in EU. And, okay, Vindicta ban still respected.
I forgot about Vindicta after EU because yeah. But yeah, that makes sense. Vindicta is still quite the menace. I would hope to see, you know, my mind gets kind of blown sometimes when we go between the EU and the NA broadcast because of the pick prioritization and how it differs. But like seeing Viscous, you know, seeing like Wraith first picks was definitely something that I could envisage. But, you know, I'm kind of curious here with Melee Creeps, what they've been finding the most success with. As you said, like the Shiv has been like really powerful. Yeah, we get Holiday to open things up, and Holiday does feel like it can be somewhat of a Paradox replacement. So in terms of the role that it has, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Cool Cheese play this once, and it did not go well for Melee Creeps. So they do value the Paradox, but in DFN history, they haven't had a great showing with this hero yet.
Llama Lords, though, back-to-back picks. This is where they can secure their front line, where you talk about what do you want in NA, what are you truly valuing? Well, they've talked a lot about Shiv. Wraith, though, makes sense. I think that's one thing that both EU and NA may be fully agreeing on finally. You know, you look at Wraith's overall stats, Wraith is not quite the 100% pick ban that it has been in EU, but I think NA is slowly but surely learning their lesson. But the second pick here, does Llama Lord secure a Shiv for Calc, or do they go Warden, where, I mean, a lot of times Calc would have been playing Warden and simply was banned out early. They haven't had the opportunity to pick Warden for weeks now, and instead they say, no, none of that. We value Calico.
Okay. I mean, so the Wraith is like a pretty common Rocane pick on this team. They've had some very, very good games on that one. And Calico, I mean, we've just seen how effective she is, even though she's been tuned down a little bit with the cooldown on Return to Shadows extended. It's not enough really to knock her out of this position as like a very Swiss Army knife and just someone who's always seems to be relevant in the game no matter what phase. Pretty scary laning as well. Remember, like there's damage tacked onto both halves of that ultimate when you disappear, when you reappear. So it's like free 300 damage burst there basically out of nowhere. You've got to be careful.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting to me with Calico too is I think Listic actually really showed how powerful Calico can actually be in the early game, and I feel that sort of serves counter to the playstyle that Holiday may have, because Holiday again also can be very disruptive. If again, we're gonna have to see if these teams will play it like we've seen it as, and the way we've seen it played is highly impactful in the early game. So if both sides are kind of abusing those mechanics, I feel like the Calico can serve as kind of a counter to the early pressure that Holiday can provide as well.
Also, this is another unique part about NA relative to EU. If you've come in from the EU broadcast, is that in EU, you'll get supports picked pretty late in the draft, generally speaking. Yeah. I mean, not always, but it is a good trend. In NA, people really value Kelvin, and Kelvin will get picked early or banned away from teams that like picking Kelvin quite a bit, where the old iteration of Hydra Nation before Quig, I believe, quit the game is what happened there.
Ooh.
You know what? Forget that thought. Sinclair is in action, and in terms of where Sinclair's been being played recently with the changes, it's been support Sinclair.
Yeah, look, I think that like you build supportive, right? And you can still have the ability to copy the utility from one of your opponent's ultimates, right? We talked about Sinclair also be able to be picked when like you have Paradox banned, you don't get the Holiday, you still want like an easy engage or someone who could be a real nuisance. Being able to copy that lasso is really important. It does require you though to be in the same lane as Holiday, right? Sinclair needs to be able to see Holiday to copy that, so that obviously can dictate where you end up setting up. Sinclair's looked really good so far. I'm glad to see Lamalord's pick it so early.
Yeah, I think the AoE change on the Hex makes that even stronger than it was previously. I think also having like greater range on the assistant is going to just make him more practical, because it lasted a lot longer previously, but oftentimes when you're fighting with it, like people are going to come in and out, so you weren't really getting the value.
I'll return to my training.
And again, this is kind of the debate we're having off broadcast of, well, do you prevent Calc from getting the Shiv, or do you prevent Calc from getting the Warden? Overall, the scrim data is in. You don't let Calc get Warden. It came a little bit later in the draft. There are other priorities that were being had, but Warden is banned, and now this opens up Llama Lords perhaps now to take the Shiv that you would have thought would be earlier, but I think Calco has just become too much of a priority regardless of what region you're in, and Sinclair kind of the X Factor pick. But instead it's Geist, where obviously, yeah, okay, this also makes sense given where Geist has been valued throughout the day.
Yeah, so obviously, like, Calc has showed us 4 games of Warden, and he's only won half of those. So it's not been like the most far and away, like, impact hero, but definitely like one that's an easy sort of pick up here. Llama Lord's getting the Lady Geist, I think, is important. I mean, again, this has been something that we saw Rokane play once. I think Arkham has also played it. So again, like your solo laners here, you have the Wraith and the Geist for both solos. I think that's pretty sweet. You've definitely put them in strong positions here.
All right, Mo and Krill picked up pretty early. Interesting early prioritization on Mo and Krill. Usually you tend to see Mo, I think, picked a little bit later, unless it's like somewhat core to the strategy that you're going for. And so usually if you're going to get a Mo and Krill as part of your front line, usually you want it to go along with a setup. Like it's a setup for another character, like something that has burst damage. Like a Yamato is like a very like typical pickup in addition to that. And Yamato is not available. Of course, we're going to get Pocket instead. So, that's a nice alternative in terms of playmaking.
Well, the one thing that worries me when I look at Melee Creep's roster so far is that it's not the tankiest roster at the moment. They almost certainly have to pick up a frontliner with their final pick. Meanwhile, you look over at Llama Lords, I mean, they're pretty well positioned. They already have 2 frontliners. They could even add on even more with a Shiv, and by adding a Shiv, they're also going to prevent Melee Creeps from grabbing the same. Or an Abrams.
There we go.
Yeah, Viscous, yeah. Oh.
Sorry, I think you have to take it here because that's where Melee Creeps are going to snap it up. You can take a pick 6 Abrams. We see fairly common as well. I don't think we have. I think like on Melee Creeps we've seen low main play it. I think so there's definitely an option there. But you're right. Yeah, it's not looking the most durable setup. Also, there's a genuine question of where's the damage. There's no like sit in your lane, farm till late. Carry on the side of Melee Creeps here. And there it is, the Shiv. Sneaks through at the end of the draft.
CP looks hurt. He looks physically wounded.
I'm more hurt for Melee Creeps because this is an insanely tanky lineup. I mean, effectively, when you think about how people play some of these heroes, it's a 4 frontliner comp. And it's going up against a comp that is, comparatively, at most, going to have 2. Like, maybe they pick up an Abrams here at the end.
Then what's the damage?
Yeah, it's... I feel like the way Melee Creeps is drafted here, Melee Creeps effectively, I mean, they're going to have to win early the mid game and never fall behind, because if they fall behind, I just don't think they're coming back up against how Llama Lords is just going to be really hard to even get a single kill with 4 pretty powerful frontliners down.
And like, and even soul distribution for Melee Creeps probably doesn't feel all that great either. Like, you are not taking over the game as like Krill or Mirage or even Holiday necessarily. If you have a good roaming, that's very good, but like, you need to funnel these souls into your pocket Infernus desperately. And you have very strong solo laners on Llama Lord's side. It could be, it's less likely Geist now, right? But like Shiv Wraith could be like either Geist or Shiv in those solo lanes. You have like the roaming constant pressure of Calico. We know what Sinclair can do. Viscous is extremely effective, on the rotate here. I really enjoy this Llama Lord's composition. I think it looks very powerful.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm actually super afraid for Melee Creeps. I totally agree with what you've both said in terms of the difficulties that they're going to be up against. They're going to need like insane amounts of pressure and playmaking, but that's also going to be hard with how tanky it is. And I'm so afraid of when Shiv begins to get ahead. Obviously, they can apparently just build anti-heal and it'll be fine. But we'll see. We'll see if that'll be the case or not. I think the Infernus it can be a nice response to some of the tankiness, but at the same time, like the amount of damage you got to spread out across all of these different heroes is kind of wild.
Also, I think the other thing that may become even more of a dynamic as time goes on is that one of the main reasons you pick Kelvin, I mean, Kelvin's overall kit is quite good, right? But Frozen Shelter, teams have gotten more and more innovative of ways of getting high value off Frozen Shelter to create isolations to get pickoffs. Well, when you think about higher priority targets for audience participation on Sinclair, who is usually getting played in more supportive role, you're just going to be looking to grab the other Kelvin, and then both teams have Dome. Yeah, I think that the coming with the Sinclair after the early Kelvin pick, actually, I think might carry a little bit more value in the draft strategy on its own, even all else aside. So, yeah, I mean, the Llama Lords lineup right now, I definitely favor on paper.
Did we have to see a Kelvin at 2 in this draft? I mean, like, looking at, we have the Sinclair picked up for Lava Lords, but like, Ivy is still open. McGinnis was still open here as well. Like, Melee Creeps could have taken either of those if they had let the Kelvin go a little bit later. They really pried it very high, but it's, created a comp that's not the most compelling look, I'll be honest.
It is. I mean, Mirage is good at dealing with very tanky opponents because of the Jin's Mark and how that can like scale up. But at the same time, though, it just does seem a bit overwhelming. We're going to have to see a big performance. We're going to see them be able to protect their extremity laners. They're going to have to also really enable like Pocket to pop off, and maybe with Holiday taking doing some initiation. Maybe that's some of the win cons that they have. We'll just have to see how it plays out. But it's definitely a scary comp to be up against.
Well, I mean, specifically, I think you're going to need Pocket, Holiday, and Mo to just be looking for fights, being super highly mobile, and basically crafting a soul lead early for Melee Creeps, because I just don't think they're running a comp right now where if they get significantly far behind that they're going to have any true capability of getting back into the game. So, effectively, it's all based on the early game and just somehow securing that early advantage.
Yeah, I like how we've done this, guys. We've created this landscape of just hopelessness right now. It's only up really in terms of how our expectations could be defied in terms of what they're able to pull off. And I do love what you're talking about, having that roaming kind of like rat pack of you've got the Mo, the Holiday in the pocket, kind of just trying to make plays across the map. That would be really good. Also, just to really just increase the chance that AVG and Pochipop can get farm, like have pressure away from them. Split pushing becomes more possible. So yeah, I want to see that too. Let's get the pressure going for Melee Creeps.
Speaking a bit of pressure, Mitch, final thoughts here before we get a little bit deeper into the game. What are you looking to see here in the lane phase?
Again, I wanted to point out that like Sinclair doesn't have like an innate fire rate slow on Vexing Bolt anymore. That's only after you put sort of 2 ranks in it. So not quite as annoying. That's maybe why we're seeing him become more supportive, but it's pretty annoying. The poke is still intense, and then an increase in gun velocity means that you can actually last hit much more reasonably in lane right now. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out here. It's definitely worth looking at this lane because it obviously contains the Shiv, who wants to depart from this lane fairly frequently. Young Cat loves to be active over the map, and there it is. Cool Cheese already gets picked off.
Dan, I love the timing from Mitch saying, hey, it's pretty annoying as you just see a Mo being beaten within an inch of their life. And the pressure in the lane already coming to bear.
Yeah.
And you think about heroes you don't want to get an early, lead. Well, it would be Shiv would be pretty high on that. So already Calc starting with a kill, not the best start for melee creeps.
Yeah, the pressure from Sinclair is actually pretty dangerous, to say the least, with the Vexing Bolt. And I mean, I'd be curious to see what the build looks like, if we'll be hex maxing, or if we will be, going for just, focusing on the Vexing Bolt, because obviously the hex got buffed. It was already really good, and just having that extra CC in these fights is going to be extremely problematic, especially to deal with Mo. If Mo lands a combo, we just hex him. Just a really easy solution. And also, hopefully, they've fixed whatever that Sinclair bug was that happened in one of my games where I hexed someone and they stayed hexed for 10 minutes in a row. That's pretty cool. We were losing, but then we won the game because of that.
It's just like, well, what is the tournament rule if someone just turns into a rabbit for 10 minutes? It's like, well, you just ask the other team to kill you nicely and go on from there. So as there's not a way of abusing it, which, to the best of our knowledge, no one has figured out the infinite rabbit tech to that degree.
And I'll let you know that it was really strong because when you killed them, they respawned as the rabbit too, so it was pretty sick.
Oh, okay. Well, if they respawn as rabbit, then you're just done. I mean, you've won the game. That is the final magic trick, as it were. But looking back here over in lane 3, you see Kelvin under all sorts of pressure. Again, it's the Shiv Sinclair lane that has been just wreaking havoc on this lane for melee creeps thus far. You look at the health across the board. Pashipop, he'll get a little bit of damage on the Arcrum over in lane 4.
Yeah, so fighting back a little bit in lane 3, it looks like here for melee creeps. But yeah, that's a very hard lane to win by the looks of things. In the meantime, also, you can see AVG doing a decent job like pressuring back Rocane on that Wraith on lane 1, but nothing too monumental happening anywhere just yet. And obviously not really a big soul difference at this point. You rarely see that 4 minutes in. But I think we set up the game fairly well, the dynamics we're looking for. And for Llama Lords, they're going to definitely be able to pressure objectives pretty quickly if they want to do that, ZP, I think. So that's something I'd be worried about if I was melee creeps as well.
The interesting thing for Llama Lords is that, I mean, obviously if you have objectives taken, you go for them, but I think if nothing else, they want stability. And as I talk about stability, we got Holiday coming in, a little bit of pressure onto the Shiv. Calc, though, able to just walk away. And yeah, I mean, to the other point I was getting at is for Llama Lords, I don't think they necessarily have to be the prime movers right now, because you look at the compositions, they just win if they don't fall significantly far behind. It's on melee creeps to be the ones to make stuff happen, and as I say that, Calco right now, looking for Infernus over here in lane 1, and AVG just able to walk away to the zipline, but still, time lost in farm.
Yeah, the wave was against his tower, so you're going to be losing quite a lot of value there. That's it can be fine if you force back to base, as long as you're the one that's pushed the lane pretty deep. But yeah, missing out a lot of souls here, so that's going to be some early advantage for sure for Rocane. And I like the Holiday attempt at a gank. We've got to see if it's going to pan out here. The lasso comes in, trying to get all the damage there. There's the barrels, there's the jump pad. Shiv trying to make the great escape. Is it going to be possible here? Some assistance might be on the way. It's looking very sketchy down here in the basement. But finally, it's going to be lane main to go down on the Holiday. Young Calc will also fall. And it's a party down there in the basement, ZP.
Yeah, it wasn't quite in killing blow range. Still enough damage was done to make it trade. Take a look here. Things getting down and dirty in the subway already. 22k to 23k naked. Ooh. Finding Pashipop. I think Pashipop was in the middle of trying to travel away and could not get enough clearance. Already turned to a classic NA brawl, Dan.
It has, yeah. The Vexing Bolt is nasty. It's certainly nasty. Yeah, I would expect that we're going to see a lot more Sinclair, especially with the buffs. I think the kit is actually awesome. And I think the ult is actually pretty easy to use, but nice dive coming in there from Calico. The burst damage is so hard to be ready for it at this point in the game.
I mean, there's a reason why Cold Front is bought early on anyone in the front line that's having any sort of early dive. I mean, not only does it slow you down, the burst damage is actually ridiculous. It's still pretty good even for getting camps, one of the highest value items in the game. Meanwhile, though, this is where Calico really shows her presence. You have one kill, can immediately Ava over, look for more pressure on the other lane. Telekinesis in, Infernus under the gun. Here comes Calico, looking for the fall through on the end, into the shadows, not even needed as AVG goes down.
Yeah, beautiful setup there. Just as you were talking about it, just The roaming from the Calico is really dangerous, and we mentioned that Holiday can be maybe a balancing force to that. But on the lane 4 and lane 3 side of the map, we had like a somewhat of a skirmish, but there's been a disengage, and we got more pressure on that lane 3 Guardian now from the Pocket and the Holiday. That's going to be responded to by Arkham on the Geist. And that's also going to pull across the Shiv. A couple players from lane 4 going to come across to try to punish those players who were deep. They're falling back, though. So right now it feels like, you know, this push and pull is definitely somewhat even, considering what I feel like you'd expect based on some of the kill action we've seen.
I was expecting Wraith to get some hands. With the minimap, you have a Mo just lurking in the shadows. Instead, it's going to be a Mo versus Calico. A little bit off screen. Wraith, meanwhile, just taking a little bit of cover by the tower. Of course, if you're Cool Cheese, you would love to get an uncontested combo pickoff. Of course, as we're talking about this, over lane 3, 2 quick pickoffs for Saya. Just completely cleaning out the lane. And you look at the progress there, might even lead to a Guardian.
And we got Calico coming back over to lane 1 here. It's going to be a 3v2 in favor of Llama Lords. So melee creeps rightly falling back to the tower, but might not be safe even around the tower. As now the push comes onto lane 3, that's got to be respected. So we're going to see our Calico player coming back. This is Lucky trying to defend this using the ult as well to slow things down here, prevent that extra damage being done to the Guardian. It's being extra annoying. In comes Viscous as well. Scout looking to send them way back, but Corgis, it seems unrelenting here. I still wants to stay deep, gets the Guardian into the combo. There's the frozen shelter, though. This should have really helped to secure this one here for melee creeps.
Goo Ball coming out in response here from Scout. Gets comboed, able to cube. Goo Ball should be safe, but you know, while that was going on, you had a gank over in the lane 4 where Cal ran afoul of Holiday, and you know, right now, melee creeps is kind of sitting within their victory conditions, Dan. We kind of set it up that they needed to be pretty aggressive, especially with Pocket, Holiday, and Mo. They've done just that, and speaking of Holiday, finishes off Arkham. Nice little 6k lead. Telekinesis, though, meanwhile, in progress. Lane 1, and AVG cannot get away. Rocane will be a problem if some of this gank pressure can't move over in the lane 1.
Yeah, great work there from them. And oh, it's gonna get worse here for melee creeps as Holiday unable to escape. Lomain is not long for this world, as that's going to be a Guardian converted as well for Llama Lords on lane 3. So really fighting back, but here is melee creeps on lane 1 trying to potentially maybe get some value back themselves, looking to try to take down that Guardian. However, there will be some resistance. We've got both the Wraith and the Viscous in there to try to defend this Guardian. Oh my god, that puddle punch was huge.
So that was Flex Lock coming up for melee creeps. A little bit ahead on the macro here so far. 3-man push into lane 1. That'll be the final Guardian going down. And the Guardian situation is probably accounting for the bulk of the soul difference we're seeing right now. But ooh, AVG blowing up Arkham. No teleporter able to be taken.
Okay, will there be survival on the cards here for AVG? Yes, able to fall back in time. Some burn damage, but not really too much to sweat if you're a Calico. You've got so many ways to sustain. The teleport coming in potentially here. I don't know, is it going to be stopped? It will not be stopped. Out of there. And that looks like melee creeps are unable to convert them.
Good game sense there for Calc not to stay and fight. Sometimes you gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and that was a fold. The amount of people that rotated over. But the troubling part for Llama Lords here, when you look at overall map control, they lose several pickoffs. You have Axe just rotating the urn over. There's not going to be any contest here whatsoever. Llama Lords instead just trying to catch up on Guardians, Dan. That's kind of the trade we're getting here, going, okay, you'll get urn. We'll at least get one Guardian, get a little bit closer to our flex. But melee creeps nursing a lead, which, again, is kind of what they had to do with this composition to truly make it work.
Yeah, and Saya's doing a great job on Pocket as well, just like making sure, just staying up on souls as much as possible. Like that's going to be a really important factor, especially with Pocket's ability to burst down players. We talked about how tanky Llama Lords could potentially become. And also if they're able to, you know, get ahead and stay ahead and do enough damage to kind of start to snowball things before Wraith really begins to come online, that's going to be nice too. But that said, Holiday is always online. You just need a jump pad and a barrel and it's a party.
Yeah, and Holiday also just, you know, a unique character as far as scaling with mechanical skill, where even if Crackshot isn't the focus of the build, you still get a whole lot more out of it with more accurate headshots. Meanwhile, though, Lane 4, bit of walker pressure coming in right now. Melee creeps pushing the issue. Llama Lords looking to defend in full. Says Lucky though, getting caught on the outskirts in lane 3. Melee creeps pushing down 2 lanes while Llama Lord just defending lane 4. Frozen Shelter used. Calc off on the finish, finds a Kelvin.
Yeah, melee creeps trying to really focus on these objectives, and they have generally been behind on some of the kills, but yeah, they've been ahead on the objectives. But now the objectives are starting to dwindle. You know, they're going to have to start to convert on that soul lead, try to find more favorable trades on these situations. And well, seems like that might be the case here, and maybe in trouble. Shiv is getting bursted, but still pretty healthy here. The Divine Shield coming in from a distance, and
yeah, and Naked is coming in when the support has audience participation up. This is not necessarily the most favorable fight. However, Calc gets completely caught, frozen out. Shelter goes down, and he is completely frozen out without a hope of being saved.
Wow, the action just does not stop his EP into the combo, and that's another kill, and they can probably get the walker off of this. 3 players there. We have Arkram on the guys is ziplining over, but there's just not going to be able to do anything to stop this, I don't think. Against 3 players, quick Geist Bomb is going to come down, but that's more of just a courtesy. It's not going to have too much of an impact here. This walker is gone. And that's fantastic work. And right now, you know, Rokane obviously has a TP, is trying to beginning to pressure that lane 2 walker, but not much to be done there. And in the meantime, it really feels like CP melee creeps are in the driving seat on the map at the moment.
They absolutely are, and I mean, Scout Gang picked off the cherry on top of that. The real problem is, too, is, you know, we talked about this in U, where you have some comps where you wonder, what is your condition back into the game? And, you know, Llama Lords, they are running a comp that, you know, while it'd be great if they were neutral to ahead, their comeback options are, you know, somewhat limited. They don't have as many pick style options. I mean, they have a telekinesis, sure, but it's not like they're running a Paradox. It's not like they're running a Holiday. They have to work a little bit harder to get clean pickoffs. And once you start getting a gap like this being made, Dan, finding those opportunities, it honestly becomes very difficult.
Yeah, and I think Pocket especially is one of those heroes that they get ahead of this time of the game. Their spirit damage can start to scale up really, really quickly, and that burst damage feels overwhelming when you're up against it. You don't have enough money to really get those the spirit armor in and just like find ways to mitigate that massive burst spirit damage. You're just always going to start these fights pretty behind on health. So that's a huge issue that I really worry about for Llama Lord. And so AZP, we started off with a hopeless, desolate world for melee creeps, so they've turned it into a fertile ground.
650 bag just being dropped there, immediately snatched on up. Melee creeps keeping the pressure up here on lane 4. And look at this pocket going in. A huge affliction. That is about as meaty as it gets. A full course seasoning onto Llama Lords. And melee creeps are ready to feast.
Oh my god. That is just beautiful. We talked about that burst spirit damage, and what can you do against that? Absolutely nothing. That's another walker that's going to be converted. And on the other end of things, we've got Scout trying to slow down another walker from going down. But right now, melee creeps are snowballing the entire map, and with it, their souls are growing out of control here. A 20k advantage. And what's that? Axe is going to pick up the urn.
Well, the parry, a little bit of reprieve there between Scout and Naked. And perhaps they doth go a little bit too deep there, Dan. Losing a few pickoffs there. Actually quite important to Llama Lord, just trying to keep their heads above water.
Yeah, I'm curious what the kills actually look like, because I feel like melee creeps have been happy to trade somewhat to the negative in certain cases, just to focus on objectives, which has been working out. And they are ahead on 2 walkers at this point in the game. Yeah, we can see. Okay, melee creeps are slightly ahead on the kills. Very ahead on the action points, and a 3 kill streak for Poshy Pop. So talking about the tankiness CP, you know, the tankiness is not going to be a factor at this point, given how tanked up melee creeps are in terms of gun damage and spirit damage.
Yeah, you're not going to be tanky when your overall soul count is down, you know, around 2 to 4k per person on average, if not more. You don't really hit the point where your composition becomes absolutely oppressive. Now, melee creeps posturing a little bit near middle. Right now, I don't feel like they need to push a mid-boss, not until they have a pick-off to go with it. Oh, there we go, the Mo comboing Mo. However, instant interrupt happened. This is lucky. able to find Saya. Even still, you see the chase down here, still trying to chase down the Mo. Gonna be able to finish off the Mo. It's one clean pickup for Llama Lord so far. Still looking for more, Dan.
Yes, this is a problem because if Melee Creeps lose another 1 or 2 players here, this could be a mid-boss conversion for Llama Lords. That's their way back in the game. And right now it's a massive fight outside the mid-boss here. And Melee Creeps trying to survive, but they are low on HP here.
You have so many low people on Melee Creeps. Killing Blow is good to go. In this case, Calc, not necessarily near any of the low people. That could have gone so much worse for Melee Creeps. They're able to disengage and just avoid what could have been surefire disaster.
Yes. Oh, it's actually kind of crazy how close Melee Creeps were to maybe actually being at a sole disadvantage. Lose that fight, lose the mid boss, and they are probably behind. So the fact that they all stayed up and disengaged successfully, I'm honestly shocked.
Well, your shock leads into a natural point to call in Mitch for a little bit of a breakdown on what he's been seeing here so far. A back and forth game where, you know, you look at that last fight, though, it feels like Melee Creeps just barely held on to their lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry to put my microphone back on there. Look, we're at an inflection point, I think, in this game, especially now as, you know, Llama Lords are still trying to hold on to those walkers, but they've got a chance to start to come forward here. Young Calc looked pretty scary in that fight, and I think we're going to continue to want to see the Shiv be able to make a pretty big impact. I also like looking through the builds as well. Excuse me, I've had a chance to like have a look at sort of who's doing what. Saya is looking pretty frightening. I mean, at about this point in the game, a lot of spirit being invested in as well. So Poshipop also just getting those toxic bullets online. I think they're also going to be a threat in those fights that are drawn out to give the Mirage more time to go hand with the gun.
Now, Dan, as we look here, earn in movement for Llama Lords. One of the easiest ways to catch back up in the game if the other team will allow it. And Melee Creeps right now, not allowing it for free. However, if you look at Llama Lords, they might not be trying to go for a full turn. And I think they're content to defend Walker, get the defensive buff by being around Walker, and let Arkram solo push to the right. I don't know if that's going to work out well if the Mirage just immediately go in the rotation. Poshipop all over the split push attempt.
Yeah, and whilst it's been going on, the Frozen Shelter was not up, but now it is up. Like, all the ults have kind of refreshed it for Melee Creeps, so now if there was to be a fight over the sun, Melee Creeps are way better tooled to actually just crush it, and it's just not possible to turn that down in at this point. And I think Llama Lords are more than well aware of that. And in the meantime, whilst this is all going on, Melee Creeps have a Poshipop, who of course has Traveler online, you know, dealing with some of the creeps, like evening out some of these lanes that are a bit pushed whilst all this delay is happening. But here it is, here's the chance on that urn.
Combo opens it up. You see the rescue beam coming out right after. Gets the Calico out of the fray. Now Naked goes in, Naked goes out. Immediately punished by Lemaine with the lasso. See how this fight breaks down. The Frozen Shelter goes down. Calc has one here so far. Killing Blow though on cooldown. Got a second. Is a Shiv about to come online? Shiv now under the gun, again frozen on out. A Song of Ice and Fire spells Young Calc's doom. And Melee Creeps getting the better of the fight.
They're doing a great job of really not overplaying their hand, I feel, and just really ensuring that each team fight they take is well thought out and not overzealous, and they're going to be rewarded for it. You know, as they take this mid boss, it will be uncontested. I just think back to what could have been a bad fight into a mid boss for their opponents had they not had the sort of wherewithal to disengage in what looked like a very easy fight to try and engage with. So Melee Creeps showing great macro, great discipline, communication, all of the above.
Llama Lords are going for the steal. They're going to get it. No. Melee Creeps securing it. No Naked Magic this time. However, with 2 kills, Llama Lords still might be able to salvage something good off this. Getting a little bit of kills, evening the gap just a bit. Poshipop very, very low. Might get caught. Here comes Calc. Sizlucky with 2 so far in this fight. Calc on the hunt, and Rejuvenate or no, Llama Lords making some lemonade out of what's actually lemons here, Dan.
Yeah, amazing work. Just getting all those kills, getting rid of the rejuice. That's going to really help in helping to avoid some of the issues in map control that I think Melee Creeps would have sat on. Obviously, Llama Lord out on the map at the moment, still have to push these very deep lanes now in favor of Melee Creeps, but getting some value out on the map is going to be good. Seeing if they can get any additional value before they have to fully retreat here. The urn is in play at the moment. And here is the challenge for it. And you can see Lamalord's not really wanting to give up any of these kills too easily. They know that if they do ZP, that those walkers are truly going to be gone.
Lamalords right now is really on the knife's edge of fighting for their right to stay in the game. The difference between teams is not so large that it's something you can't bring back. But if they lose one more clean team fight, it very well might be, or even if they give up Earn. So the fact that Melee Creeps has Earn now, if you're Lamalords, you're looking for any engage to start this off right. And, you know, one bright spot here, you talk about income allocation, Rocane is a real threat right now at 23K.
That is always something to keep an eye on. We've talked about in the previous matches today as well, that Wraith scales so well into the late game. And it looks like the Earn is going to be ferried back across here. So this might be that fight, that any fight that you were looking for Lamalords now, about to commence.
Lamalords, how do they approach this? Right now, they're not really in position to contest. They're missing 3-4 people near the Earn turn in. And here we go. Lasso comes out early. With Calco's a target at the beginning. Frozen Shelter down. Naked. Already using audience participation. Goo Ball now in. Scout looking for a little bit of disruption. AV burns down the Shiv. There won't be any Shiv Snowball this time around. This is lucky, though. Making the most out of Scout's disruption. Frozen Shelter now down for Axe. The true Frozen Shelter, not the one that Naked just stole. Scout, though, stuck. Can't get away. Melee Creeps getting a slight edge on the trade-outs here so far.
Yeah, definitely always painful to be up against an Infernus when you are the Goo Ball. And there is the Hex, a cute little bunny rabbit, just for a moment. But back into that Walker that Lamalords were hoping to be able to protect, but it does not look like that's going to be a reality here, as now they've lost every forward objective. And it's just their base that is left to defend. And they have zero map control. So what was a slight advantage or slight disadvantage on the Souls has now turned into a 20k disadvantage. And the next issue is going to be that mid boss, but it's about 3.5 minutes before that mid boss is going to spawn. So still some time here for Lamalord to potentially get a little bit stronger, try to coordinate something, but it's going to be painful because it's really hard to get out on the map, DP, when all these lanes are so pushed.
You say get stronger, but you look at the jungle just being completely devoured by Melee Creeps, where it's not just that they won the fight. They win the fight, and even if they don't go for a ton of push right after, they're going to swarm over the jungle like locusts and completely just deprive Lamalords of extra farm while putting themselves even further ahead. And again, the problem here is one of allocation, where Sizlucky, you know, in terms of frontline, not the worst and where they're at, but it's just, this is right on the edge of viability for Lamalords, and getting initial pickoffs is going to be difficult. You know, I do think when you start looking at what you want for an ideal audience participation, Frozen Shelter, not bad from Naked, but I kind of think they're at the point where he needs to get the Affliction copy, if for nothing else, just to maybe set up the Shiv Snowball. But easier said than done, perhaps.
Yeah, and you know, another silver lining is that Rocane is the most farmed for Lamalords, and it is on parity with Melee Creeps as more farmed players. So, you know, Wraith has insane DPS. As long as Wraith is able to stay up, doesn't get targeted early in the fight, but can really leverage that damage, there's definitely potentials here for Lamalords to find a way back in after a good team fight. However, just like you said, you know, we do have a decent amount of souls gained by Melee Creeps as they fell back onto the map. And the next thing that is happening is these bridge buffs. And you got Melee Creeps who will be in a good position to get the bridge buff on the right side. No one there towards the left side of the map, though.
I think it's just going to be Poshy Pop slowly walking up. Absolutely no one there. Lamalords, I think they're just in this cursed position to an extent where they cannot play map control evenly, right? They have to play a little bit more towards their own side. They have to hope to catch someone out and get an advantage. And again, this Earn that's coming up here, a little bit of an inflection point, but when you look at the Lamalords comp, Dan, they don't have anything that's great at setting off an uncontested pick. They almost have to wait for a serious positional mistake from Melee Creeps.
Yeah. And so far, Melee Creeps have shown like great discipline in not making those types of mistakes. So it would be a first, I would say, at least in this matchup. But it's going to be another Earn, it seems, to potentially create the fight that could lean into the mid boss.
Do they even fight the Earn? Right now, they're looking. The urn's gonna get turned in relatively for free. There's still poker on the outskirts. Melee creeps though, not too low just in. And of course, as I say that, Cool Cheese bursted down. Frozen Shelter now out in return. Naked down. Llama Lords looking for anything right now. It's Calc that's under serious focus fire. Not on screen, but Shiv about to fall. Arcane gets AVG down and trade. Not the worst between both teams here, Dan. A lot happened off screen, but you know, for Llama Lords being as behind as they are, they're again making a little bit of something out of nothing. But how long can they do that again? Another trade.
Yes, is lucky with another one. And okay, 3v3 at the moment here. Again, the stakes are mid-boss is upright at this point. So got to be very, very careful about which way that one falls. And okay, well, Melee Creeps 3v2 now. Might be thinking about going for it.
They're going to be able to mid-boss with more of a numerical advantage here, right? Pool Cheese back up from death, still down 2. They can force it. Now, when you're looking at steal potential here, Naked could get there. You remember, Naked is a steal specialist. Rabbit Hex actually quite good at setting up steal opportunities. Brand new way to steal Rejuvenator. Can Naked, he who has done it so many times before, find a way to steal it again? It might be Llama Lord's hope here, but the mid-boss not even down. Melee Creeps, they back off and say, no, no, no. We don't like how hot this might be, Dan.
Yeah, I think that's a great choice. When you were mentioning the Hex, I was getting worried. But Melee Creeps, again, great macro choices. Playing the situation where it's impossible for it to be stolen. If you don't kill it, it cannot be stolen. So they will like force back Llama Lords, but at the same time, everybody's up here for Llama Lords, and they are certainly going to go in on this EP. There's no other choice.
Is there a steal opportunity for Llama Lords? The game on the line, the chance to go to the money match. Frozen Shelter down. It's going to ice out the Rejuvenator for just a moment. Shelter is down. Rokane gets the Rejuvenator for Melee Creeps. And the finish is there. Naked not able to steal it. Frozen Shelter, steal or no. And Llama Lords might be facing the end here, Dan, as Melee Creeps look to end it in style.
Yeah, they've been doing a valiant effort in holding on this long, but it does seem like this might be the time. At least, of course, all the shrines will go down. The first patron is going to go down. And there'll be one more chance for Llama Lords, but obviously the souls that are accrued in the decimation of the base is going to give even more of an advantage for Melee Creeps, who have been so good this far. And well, you know, we doubted them a little bit in terms of the comp ZP, but turns out that they did so well in the early to mid game, and I mean throughout the entire game that it didn't matter.
Well, we did doubt the comp, but we did lay out the conditions for which it could win, which they executed on brilliantly. They had to get ahead in the early to mid game, and they did it with just the unrelenting pressure from Pocket Holiday Mo. Arkham though, find an axe. Llama Lord's still not doing the worst job of catching Llama Lords out off some of these disengages, but again, Dan, the problem is how much further they have to go. And you know, while we're in a lull, Mitch, you've been seeing the lead here just get bigger and bigger. What are your thoughts right now as Llama Lords start running out of options?
Yeah, look, some of the fights that Llama Lords are taking are a bit sussy. Like the one that they took over by the Urn turn-in, which was through a veil that ended up getting Naked caught out straight away. Also, once you look at the items, what do you want to itemize into when you're up against a Geist and a Shiv? Probably Healbane.
Yeah.
There are like 5 Healbanes on the Melee Creep side. And those Melee Creeps players that want to have healing of their own, they've already bought healing boosters, obviously, to reduce the healing reduction from Healbanes on the other side. So this is the reason why Young Calc is not sustaining through these fights. And, you know, shout out to Sergi, but, you know, it does appear that NA does know to buy these items. So those have been some big edges in itemization for Melee Creeps.
Frozen Shelter coming down early from Axe, already left away Pocket. Diving in, looking for an affliction. Scout under the gun. Sizzlucky and Scout both down. Melee Creeps looking for the final push now. See the Patron just getting pummeled away. And Llama Lords, they will not be doing another run to the finals this time around as Melee Creeps. Dan, they are in the money match. The Patron is dead. Who needs frontliners anyways?
Yeah. Who needs frontliners? Amazing performance from Melee Creeps. they had such a great early to mid game, just like he said. They knew that they had to hit up that pressure, and that's exactly what they did. And then once they got the advantage, they didn't overplay their hand. There was a lot of spots where they could have overextended, maybe a lesser experienced team would have, but they didn't. There was a lot of danger points that they avoided. So yeah, massive props to Melee Creeps. And this is the kind of game that you want to see from a team that wins this opening match, because we know who they're up against next, and you got to be on the good form if you want to give them a challenge.
Yeah, and one thing that I think you have to look at here too is Melee Creeps. I feel like they've gotten better and better every week, and Lava Lords, they've suffered some setbacks here, Dan. They had to adapt to not only a new carry player, but also Lord NM, who is more the playmaking role. We'll see him in the next match. It was the Hydronation special. They have assimilated those who have done them harm. But let's bring Mitch back in here. Mitch, obviously we just heard it from you towards the end, but I feel like it was a very high risk composition that Melee Creeps ran out here with, given how they had to execute. But they did execute brilliantly in the end.
Yeah, look, I'm really impressed. I think they got the pocket ahead early. It was another game where, you just kind of pop off with their pocket. It was good early ganks, I thought, from Llama Lords. Sizlucky as well, one of the newer additions on the Calico. Very effective, like 4 early kills. They're building not like a normal Calico, though. I'm watching them pick up a lot of these spirit items as well. Less like full tank, full utility focus. They really load up on trying to do damage, and you can sort of see there's vulnerability, right? There are a lot of these players are taking spirit lifesteal, on the side of Llama Lords, and it is a little bit hard to sustain in these fights against Pocket, who's super fed. Affliction gets thrown down, Healbane countering those lifesteal effects and reduce them by a significant amount here. So Melee Creeps, say what you want about their comp, but it was a situation where the conditions required for them to win started to be satisfied pretty early on. I think getting Pocket ahead and fed is a huge part of that.
Well, we do have some extra stuff to say, notably about the player of the match presented by Intel. And Mitch, you were off here deciding who you're going to give it to. Definitely several options you could look at here, but for you, who was your Intel player of the match this time around?
Yeah, I thought Loman was great, but my play of the match is going to Saya this time around. I really think that the start that they were able to get on their Pocket is pretty absurd. Over 40k player damage by the end of the game. Pretty absurd stuff. Just a really quintessential, showing on this Pocket. Pivoting off a good start, despite these solo lanes being pretty hectic early on. And for me, that's the playmaker that sort of seals the deal.
Yeah, and we talked about that burst spirit damage. If you get it ahead quickly enough, the tankiness of Llama Lords isn't going to matter too much. And I love how we also saw one of those particularly epic afflictions that came in and chunked down 4 players at once. That really just showed the degree of presence that Saya had in a lot of these fights, these team fights, and that's really hard to answer. I don't think there's any easy answer for Llama Lords for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw it at one point. It was on one of the side lanes. I think it was either lane 1 or lane 4, and it was just Pocket coming in and getting the affliction of the gods. And Saya sets it up, and just not only can you not defend the walker at that point, you're going to lose people left, right, and center. And I mean, it just kind of shows the comp they were running was one that, if you can get ahead, you can keep using it to stay ahead. And they never had to deal with the other edge of this compositional matchup, which is that if they got behind, they probably weren't going to be killing a whole lot.
I mean, you can see it here. Rokane, again, we're still seeing, we were talking about this a bunch in EU, right? These late game hyper carries that we've sort of labeled them, right? Like Wraith, like Infernus to some degree. 30 minutes is not enough time. Genuinely, 160, 34k souls for Rokane, still not quite where they need to be, especially when their survivability is extremely limited, where there's pressure coming in from this holiday, where you have these big afflictions thrown down, when Cool Cheese is just locking an individual player up for a long period of time. It's really hard to be unfettered moving around the map. You don't get to the point where you have to build unstoppable. Generally, you have to prioritize your Tesla bullets, your intensifying rounds, all these important tier 3s. You cannot just rush a tier 4 and have impact on the game as a Wraith or any sort of late game hyper carry. I think that was the issue here. Again, AVG didn't have to go nuts. We never really got that far enough whether your gun builds were that developed for you to take over the match, I feel.
great performance leading into the next match is going to be pretty fun to see if there can be a repeat from Sire there on the Pocket. You know, Pocket's such a fun playmaking hero, and also, as you know, love the confidence behind their team in terms of how they ran this comp as well, because we've seen even like very good teams where they were kind of in the draft almost outdraft themselves, where they're trying to just pick heavily against their opponents, take stuff away, and then suddenly they're in the spot where they've got a comp that doesn't really synergize with the strategy that they're comfortable with running. And so we saw a comp that synergized super well with the strategy that they wanted to run, and it worked perfectly. Like CP said, they understood the win conditions, they got after it, and they were successful. So I hope that we see, you know, some more of that.
Well, Melee Creeps, they have put their way into the money match, $1,000 at stake, and they did it by defying some of the common meta. No frontliners aside from one, no problem. Will that be enough to shake Hydra Nation and end their streak of dominance, or will Hydra Nation just add one more notch onto the belt? We're gonna find out right after this break. We're back here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. North American action, the money match, now underway. I'm ZP here with DDK and Dan. Melee Creeps back in it once more. Again, no frontliners aside from one, no problem. Rushing forward with a very highly aggressive playstyle, take down the Llama Lords on their attempt at a resurgence, now face the mighty Hydra Nation.
Yeah, loved it. I felt like they looked really cohesive. I especially loved the use of Holiday. You know, I think Holiday is obviously one of the new characters and is really strong. And she has she fits into your strategy in a very specific way and provides a lot of disruption. And I think it's such a great tool. And I definitely think that the fact that they can play it effectively is going to be something that Hydra Nation need to think about, because I wonder if Hydra Nation will start to prioritize it or not. It really feels that strong.
Now, one thing we pride ourselves here at Deadlock Fight Night is our use of statistics, where we have, found new stats that we show off in the draft, show off on cool splash screens. We push the envelope every week. And now we have Jason coming back to the broadcast. Jason, he hasn't spoiled what it is, but he has an incredibly interesting statistic that might show why Melee Creeps will beat Hydra Nation. Jason, what is that statistic?
I think you have me confused with someone else. I don't have any stats. Oh no, actually there is one. There is one. Ever since Poshy Pop said this,
I am Poshy Pop, and Jason Kaplan is my favorite caster.
they haven't lost a match. So coincidence, correlation, don't know. We'll find out.
Dan, so, I know you and I, we talk about a lot of science, but look, from my layman's point of view, the science might check out.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to see.
Wait, Dan, what happened? You need to hear it again.
I am Poshy Pop, and Jason Kaplan is my favorite caster.
Wow, it's do you heard that, Dan? Do I need to play it again?
I thought for a second that he was going to juke us and actually just not do it for some reason. And I was like, wait, he's going to not take a chance to actually just set himself up to make himself sound amazing. Is that what's happening?
It's fine. I go to every streamer, every pro player stream. I'm going to donate you $5, but you got to say this line. I'm going to record it out. I'm just going to have my whole soundboard of every player saying I'm their favorite caster. It's all going to be lies, but at least I have some proof that they said at some point.
Chat, do your duty. Call out Jason's propaganda. Do not let him win. But, speaking of not letting win, we're here in the draft. Draft getting underway here. Melee Creeps versus Hydra Nation. We'll see if Melee Creeps has anything cooked up for this draft in terms of how to play it, where the one thing we've kind of established here, Jason, over time between these two teams is that Hydra Nation is hard to ban out. They have enough versatility in their roster that, generally speaking, whether it be on Hydration or Lefa, they have a way of always getting carry heroes that will get ahead with good resource allocation, and they can usually play the early to mid game pretty well to set that up.
So you're saying basically, ZP, they're the complete package?
Right now, especially in North America, yes. They absolutely are.
I don't think you ever ban them out. I don't think you necessarily outpick them. I think what you do is you have to outplay them. And one team, I think the only team we've ever seen do this is Melee Creeps. I really want to focus on Saya and Hydration as the matchup between these two, because typically a lot of teams in NA will let Hydration just continue to farm up. He'll push some lanes. He'll continue to have his routes, and he'll never be pressured from an opponent in that lane to kind of stagnate or slow down that farm, where he eventually becomes this powerhouse, joins fights, and they win. So Saya was the only person who did that on Calico versus Warden last week. That was able to keep him in check. He actually was able to get a kill onto him in lane once the team started to group up, and it kind of prevented him from becoming this immovable object. Problem was that Lefa was still getting insanely strong on his Yamato, and it made it very difficult for them to fight in a 6v6 format. But I like seeing that. I like seeing teams looking into what they're doing and trying to counter it in some sort of way.
I wonder if we would get a holiday ban here, as sort of like, okay, you guys can't have Paradox, and then Hydra Nation would be like, well, we won't let you take holiday, because this was kind of the strap in the previous draft that Melee Creeps went with.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you deny the holiday here, it's kind of both teams going, okay, well, we're not going to let you get a key playmaking hero, and that is exactly where we're at. I mean, it makes sense. Again, you look at player hero pool, you look at how players have adapted to the addition of 4 new heroes, all being dropped into Deadlock, all at effectively the same time. And your Paradox players became holiday players overall. And generally speaking, both heroes getting used for the same purpose. And look, at the end of it, they're 2 heroes that can get you ahead in the early and mid game, and they can pull you back from behind. So it's no real question as to why they are high priority on first ban, first pick. But Vindicta, first pick. She may be dead in EU in more ways than just because she's a ghost, Jason, but she's back here in North America at the very least.
Yeah, we've seen them have Vindicta played once for Melee Creeps, and they won that match. And obviously, it's a hero we don't necessarily see get through too often. How well it's going to work, I wish I had the ability to check, like, how successful have teams been playing Vindicta against Hydra Nation? Well, generally, I could probably say like 0% because they've only lost legitimately 2 maps out of their 12-week stint. But Hydra Nation is going to have some prepare for this. Bebop is still going to be open. Great Talent is still going to be open as well. We know Vegas plays a lot of Great Talent. So it's not necessarily like a guaranteed win just because they have Vindicta. But it is an interesting sign that they was able to get through, and that's where they wanted to throw their first pick into instead of like a Wraith.
I think the thing with Vindicta too is that Vindicta, I don't know that you need to necessarily have a overreaction to her, and I think that we're maybe out of that territory, because if Vindicta doesn't get kills after she gets the 4k 5k souls when she gets level 3 Assassinate online, if she doesn't get kills over the next 10 minutes with Assassinate, she kind of falls behind. So that snowball capacity is not achieved, and that's when Vindicta is super dangerous. So if you can figure out a way to mitigate that, then I think you're good to go against a Vindicta player.
Now, the interesting thing to me, okay, Hydra Nation goes with Wraith Calco, which, makes sense as far as the meta we've seen so far. It is going to give up a Viscus here, I think. I think Viscus will be in the next 2 picks. They go Warden, and I like the idea of picking Warden here. It is simply going to deny Hydration's arguable best hero. And I think, generally speaking, Hydration hasn't had Warden get denied a whole lot in recent history. It's just been Hydration getting good farm, getting resources allocated to him, and by the time you get mid to late game, you have a Warden that's like 7k ahead of most of the rest of the game. Now, I would go a step further here, Jason, and now you've picked Warden. If Hydra Nation doesn't pick Yamato in their next pick, I think you make Yamato your mid-round ban here, and you just get rid of the carry heroes that Hydra Nation is really relied on more than anyone else.
Well, I'm going to say this, is that with Hydration, I think he's played the most heroes out of anyone in Deadlock Fight Night, E or NA. He's played 9 different heroes. So kind of outpicking him or taking away picks from him, for me, isn't that big of a deal, because I mean, even last week he played Dynamo, right, in the 3rd matchup against Melee Creeps. So he has that very deep pool. But when it comes to Yamato, I mean, they played it 10 times for Hydra Nation. It's not necessarily their most picked. They have Paradox at 13, Infernus at 17, Wraith at 14, but it's definitely one of those heroes they want to secure for the player like Lefa. I like the Kelvin pickup though for Melee Creeps, because we saw Lord and M play it, I believe, 2 times out of the 3 last week. I'm just checking that really quick. Yeah, he played Viscus in one of them. And it's a very stable pick. It gives you a lot of like stability in the matches, in the long term, because you can heal up a lot in these fights and turn things around with Dome. What I'm kind of curious about is, will we maybe see like a player out of Hydra Nation because the Kelvin's been picked?
Is it just me that feels like the Shiv ban is weird? I feel like that, like Hydration banning Shiv, they fear the Shiv of Melee Creeps.
I mean, a little bit. I mean, Shiv with Warden would not be the worst of plays. I don't know if Melee Creeps is going to go for it, given the draft that we just saw, where they were definitely more willing to play a little bit loose. However, when they did do that sort of strategy, they did have the holiday, right? Like, they were a team that was way more set up for picks. And they go for the Great Town pick, which is targeted directly at Vegas. But now, Hydra Nation, what do they come in here? Ah, man. The picks they could go with here, I mean, I almost wonder if it's
Viscus
just
is still there.
Yeah, Viscus actually is the most sense. I agree. I think Viscus makes the most sense to grab, especially given the fact that they need more heroes along the frontliner setup, and the fact that Vegas has played Viscous when flyers are off the menu. So yeah, I think Viscous comes in.
Maurice and I got your back.
Interesting. I was wondering if they would pick Mo and Crow just because, you know, in one part deny, but also they know how to play Mo really, really well. And then that does create frontline issues a little bit for Melee Creeps potentially. Actually, no, they already have Warden, so actually it's not too crazy. So definitely still a lot of good options for them. With Melee Creeps now, I feel like, you know, they've already got their support. Like, what are we looking for to fill this out? We're looking for some more damage. What's available? Kind of scratching my head here.
Maybe like an Infernus to take it away from like DMB potentially, because I feel like you still need someone who can put out some really good damage towards like the mid to late game. Lash,
got the Initiator.
I don't hate it yet.
They couldn't get the Paradox. They couldn't get the Holiday. Getting the Lash instead.
I mean, if they don't pick Yamato here, what's probably gonna happen for Hydro Nation is that they'll put DMB on Wraith and then go with Lefa on Yamato, just based on how they've drafted in the past. Obviously, every week is different.
You can't let them have Yamato. Hydro Nation, that is, surely.
Well, I think that's gonna happen because they go Abrams. Probably one of the more feast or famine heroes in the game, where if Abrams gets behind, it's never a good time.
No, well, it was Melee Creeps last week who had that really sick Paradox Abrams combo where you would hit a swap right into a charge. Obviously, can't do that since Paradox is banned at the moment, but there is room for like a big Death Slam out of Lash into like a 5-6 man charge out of Abrams if you can obviously hit the Death Slam into that many people. So there's still potential for some wombo combo, not to mention you can lock them down with Vindicta, with the Stake. The Sinclair though, the counter Death Slam with your own Death Slam or the Frozen Shelter is going to be is stupid strong.
Or please, let's just see the counter Vindicta snipes, just because of it. Another
one snipe. It's like, I need some souls really quick. Hold on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the upside of the cooldown's pretty short on that, but yeah. What do they go for last pick here? How does Viscous get picked last?
Yeah, that is
blowing my mind. Like, we just had a week of DFN last week where Viscous was basically first picked both regions, and in just 1 week, Viscous suddenly far lower in priority, Dan.
Yep, it's really hard to predict how these teams will be picking things in those drafts as well. But it also, like, there is a case that we don't know what the scrimming is like with these teams also behind the scenes. So there is always data that we don't have.
How does Sinclair's ultimate work with Yamato's ultimate? Does it reset his other abilities as well? Like, could he hex and then pop the audience participation and then hex again?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Because I don't know, because the ultimate resets cooldowns, but I don't know if that's innate just to Yamato or if it works for
cooldowns,
Sinclair.
but I think that the text on it is saying I think it resets the Yamato cooldown. So I'm not actually sure. It might not reset.
I'd be interested to see. Like a double hex in a fight could be cool.
Yeah, it's one interaction I haven't tested yet. So
I have tested it, but I don't remember.
Yeah. Look, I'll take responsibility. Someone on this desk needs to. So
no, let's ask our Returnus chat. Chat. Does Sinclair's abilities reset if you use Shadow Transformation with audience participation? This is our own audience participation.
Nice.
This is a futile exercise. It's going to be like Frozen Shelter clone 80% of the time, and we'll be struggling trying to figure out which Frozen Shelter it is when they're both close together, because that's a tough one casting wise right now. It's one of the harder interactions I think I've seen in almost a decade. But Hydro Nation versus Melee Creeps, getting ready to go. And Jason, this lane step in the beginning should be very interesting to see just exactly how it pans out.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now. I mean, Vindicta, I don't want to see Lash in a solo lane because I'm just too scarred from it seeing TF2 boomers put Deathy in a solo lane where it just no shade, Deathy, I know you're watching, but it just doesn't work too well. And it looks like he actually will be in the lane too. So they're gonna put Abrams and Yamato in the solo lanes. The Wraith Yamato matchup I think is gonna be cool, but I'm a little bit worried for Abrams over in lane 4 because of having Mo and Krill in lane 3. Like that's some pretty easy ganks once you hit that 3K mark.
Yeah, also Mirage is arguably the one hero that can actually make Abrams sweat a little bit. Usually Abrams can at least, make a lane neutral, but against Mirage, that's pretty difficult just with the level of pressure Mirage is able to apply.
As a last note, before I go, chat is saying it does reset Sinclair's cooldowns.
Yo, that's OP. Sinclair's really good, man. I feel like he was good before, but now he's very, very...
Well, Sinclair's just in the style of hero that, okay, obviously there's been changes this week, but in general, it's a very high skill cap hero, and if the hero is remotely balanced, you're not going to see people be great at Sinclair immediately. It's going to be like Pocket, where people weren't doing ridiculous Pocket stuff in May of 2024. It took a longer period of time for Ido levels of mastery to come about.
Yeah, makes sense. Especially with all the movement tech that had yet to be discovered.
Oh yeah. Well, there wasn't even wall jumping in the beginning. Like wall jumping was a later addition, even though it's so vital to the game now.
I wasn't cool enough to know the game existed back then. I gotta say.
Alrighty, the magnificent Sinclair. Being played by Vegas, by the way. I thought Vegas might have been on the Viscous, but Lord NM's hero pool does play a lot of Viscous, so it would kind of make sense that there's a shift up here, and you don't have Vegas playing the Viscous, even though he used to be one of the main Viscous players for Hydronation. So
yeah, on the same player.
The domino effect of new team members continues on, Dan.
Certainly does. So far, it's been working out for Hydronation, but it is another Wednesday night, and it is another time for Hydronation to defend their just pristine title. It has yet to be tarnished. And looking at these extremity lanes, like you said, Wraith Yamato matchup, I feel like should be pretty decent here for Wraith. But to be honest, these days it's not really as much necessarily about the matchup as it is about who's ganking who, and who has the ability to do that. And a lot of action here on lane 2 already. Vindicta up in the sky and able to get out of there and disengage. So I thought something was going to happen, ZP, but nothing really did.
I think the two barometers of melee creeps having a chance in this match that you really have to pay close attention to. It has to be AVG and low main. AVG because anytime you see Abrams get played, Abrams is either in the thick of things and having a good game, which killing DMB definitely adds on to that great early pickoff for AVG, or you're a broke Abrams and you just kind of exist, but you're not that terrifying. But an Abrams that gets farmed, very different from an Abrams that falls behind, probably more so than most of the heroes in the game.
Yeah, that's a great point. And with the Vindicta too, it's like, how well can you snowball this or not? It's very snowbally. You get those assassinates. And I always forget what the level 3 assassinate requires souls-wise, even though I've played Vindicta so many times. But it's around like 4 to 5k or something.
Dan, it's rare.
800.
It's truly rare to see Hydronation kind of losing lane phase to the extent they are right now, where it's like economy, it's even, but the quick deaths coming out in favor of melee creeps on the Leffa and DMB too, no less. Usually Leffa's the other way around, where it's Leffa taking the 1v2s.
Yeah,
not quite in this case.
It's an interesting comp as well for melee creeps in the sense that they don't have a lot of the only ranged damage that they have is solely the Vindicta. Otherwise, it's very frontliney, and they I think should have a lot of potential to have very strong contestation over objectives, with just being like a death ball basically, and using Lash as an initiator. So the comp itself like just makes a lot of sense just on the basics, but we'll see how it really pans out in terms of the execution. And wow, another pickoff on the DMB. This is going to be a problem soon for Hydronation. Maybe I'm calling it a bit early, CP, but I like what I see.
No, Abrams killing you twice in a lane uncontested? Yeah, I would consider that a problem. I mean, at the very it should be Mirage that's keeping the Abrams more on the back foot, but you make one mistake, you eat a bad charge, the HP swinging the lane can get too much, and now, I mean, DMB's going to have to call for help. It's like old Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, please someone come over here and help me with this Abrams. Like, someone is going to have to gank this lane sooner rather than later. Combo, though, comes in, axe down. Hydronation looks to get up ground on lane 3.
Great dive, and that's a lot of tower damage as well. But yeah, a good point. And almost 2k souls behind at this stage of the game is DMB to AVG, so that's pretty sizable for sure. And there's a Death Slam. It's going to catch one player. No tower to throw him into though, but there is some assistance here. There's no escape. Into the dome you go. And that's Vegas buried deep underground. And melee creeps. So
that's one other advantage you have of picking Kelvin early in the draft and then picking Lash late in the draft, is that one of the more annoying ultimates to go against. Oh my goodness, Leffa! Falling Yamato, taste of his own mess, and usually it's Leffa on the Yamato. Oh, what in the world was that? Hey, My goodness, Dan just walks over, parries in motion. Surely not. Surely there's not a push onto the Viscous here. Lord NM running for his... You know, I was about to make a point, but that was poetry in motion from Pashi Pop. Wow.
Yeah, everything going right now for melee creeps. AVG crushing it on Abrams, Boshy Pop having a good time of it on the Yamato. All things you don't want to hear if you're Hydronation. Obviously, the stall parity is still there, and I think Hydronation have done a good job in ensuring that they are getting some objectives traded at least, or some good damage in that capacity. But yeah, we're going to get a movement, as we can see here, from Lomin. But hold up. Oh, because in comes Lash with another Death Slam. And I don't know if there is the follow-up
Fake Lash, as it were. the Sinclair slam. You wouldn't think he had that upper body strength, but you know, he compensates by you know, not being quite as mean as Lashes, I suppose. But yeah, the point I was getting to before is that I do like the idea of pairing the Kelvin with the Lash, just because it takes away one of Lash's biggest counters, and you can even use it to steal people in after a Death Slam. So, you know, some of the draft logic for melee creeps, checking out in practice.
Yeah, it's looking quite nice. So Pushy Pop will rejoin that lane 1 once again, pair up those creeps. Nice Guardian claimed here by Lone. And here is some resistance. Okay, so we're getting closer to that 10-minute mark. Okay, hold that thought. We've got an engagement on lane 4 at the moment. Around that Guardian. I'm just seeing the circles, the avatars like spinning around on the minimap.
Abrams is strong though, is the thing. Like, you take a look there and you just don't see AVG's HP going down at all. You see, you know, the dance around him. 7K Abrams, and remember what we said for keys to this game, Dan. We brought up AVG and Lomain, and AVG right now, one of those keys for melee creeps has a pretty significant lead has started to open up.
Yeah, still fighting on towards lane 4 at the moment. And there's Vindicta swinging on through. Oh no! The money! It's the money!
I see the enemy.
It's always so depressing when you miss the assassinates. But there's a couple little baby bags to be collected at least.
The baby bags that, you know, maybe come up to about what you would have gone for assassinate without it being fully skilled up. But over here, lane 4, Abrams and Kelvin. The verse is Mirage and Mo. And again, this is something where melee creeps can still make something happen here in this 2v2. I don't know how interested they are in diving. I mean, information-wise, there's enough gaps that I don't know if AVG's immediately looking for the dive in, but it's enough certainly to make DMB think twice, because DMB has just gotten beaten to a pulp in this lane. Whether it be 2v2 now, the 1v1, the terror does not fade. AVG is surely not going in here.
I thought for a second that he'd consider it, but I think definitely a good decision when Mo is burrowed like that. It's really hard to do too much, even with the seismic slam. Okay, well, we're going to hear Sinclair just, he's a bit too deep. Will there be a punish? There is a pursuit, hot pursuit here from melee creeps, looking to see if they can catch Sinclair. And into the mid-box, we're going to get the death slam. Sinclair is dead, and there is an assassinate. So, okay, Lomin on 9k souls now, and in fact, a 50k to 41k lead. That is pretty sizable.
While we have a pause here, in fact, I'll use this as a way to get Jason in here, is that we just saw a death slam from Sinclair. Followed up by the real death slam from Lash, killing the Sinclair. You think Lash in canon would be saying some unkind words to Sinclair about how it's actually done? If you're gonna do some rope wrestling,
I think there'd be some definite teabagging in there if I was Lash trying to use my own abilities against me. No one does that but myself. Yeah, you see Vegas go in, and I think it's been interesting to see how he's been utilizing that audience participation. I even saw people in chat saying like, "Wow, that was a quick refresh on Frozen Shelter." Thing is, I don't really expect the audience participation to really do much in like in the mid game. I would say I feel like that ultimate is super strong early game and super strong late game, and Vegas. I mean, he's kind of a specialist for Hydronation, is he not? I mean, he's more of like the flyer specialist, like we talk about with like Vindicta and Grey Talon. But to see him picking up Sinclair this early on, I mean, I'm really interested to see what he does as a specialist player for them.
Yeah, especially because it's a little bit more in the support end here. If you had asked me, I would have expected Lord NM, but Lord NM has many games of Viscous Dan, and sometimes a hero comfortability outweighs all.
Yep. And, you know, we did see Vegas play exceptionally well on Viscous too, so Lord NM's got to be certainly quite impressive. And we know that he is.
So impressive that, you know, you rattle Hydronation and you just find yourself on their team. It's just one of the mysteries of North American Deadlock.
Well, you know what's crazy, ZP, is that this lead, 10k advantage in the souls for melee creeps at the 10-minute mark. That is actually outrageous. And we're going to get an earn attempt here. A freshly baked earn is being delivered. Is there going to be a challenge? It's 3k souls. People don't normally look to challenge this, so you'd rather get objectives instead. Yeah.
And look, I mean, if you're looking at this earn and feeling inspired, you know, you go to deadlockfightnight.com, check out the merch store, and get that earn on a shirt. Well, an earn that is legally distinct enough to not get us in trouble on a shirt. But, you know, it's an earn with legs, you know.
Earn on the shirt.
Do what you want to do. Yeah.
Okay, well, the TP in is going to be helpful here. That Ice Beam is not going to do too much. I mean, it's really hard to deal with that TP. Now, Lefa is definitely one of the comeback options for Hydronation, but only if he can actually get farmed. And I feel like Melee Creeps is in a spot ZP where they're going to begin to be putting lots of pressure on objectives that might prevent good farming.
With what money? Lefa's credit score is just shot right now. No one's giving Lefa money. Saya, though, going in. Stolen.
Oh my God.
He's the last stand here from Vegas. However, Lordet just gets crunched by AVG on the other side. Seismic Slam in. Tornado out. AVG, though, might bit off more than they can chew. Death Slam, though, in. Again, the real Lash, not the fake Lash. Drops the Death Slam. Follows up and in. 2 extra pickoffs here from Melee Creeps. Hydronation not walking away with nothing out of here, but that is a healthy Lash, and that is a very dead Sinclair.
Ooh, that's a problem. That is a problem. Hydronation going down even further on the souls. And this is getting kind of scary right now. Melee Creeps with 3 enemies down are looking to continue with their fighting, and they got a decent amount of map control at the moment.
Hey Jason, get the database right now. When was the last time you saw Hydronation get this worked in the early to mid game? They've made some good comebacks, but if you're a Hydronation fan, you gotta be a little bit worried about this, no?
All right, well, I'm thinking back to a week or two ago, probably 2 weeks, and a certain team named Llama Lords was starting to smack them up. I mean, I can't even be too serious about that. My database doesn't go that deep into this one, but the last legitimate time we've seen them be this far behind, probably never. But if you're talking about non-legitimate matches, 2 weeks ago.
If you're talking about things involving a payment service, perhaps, well, do I got some headshots for you? But yeah, we don't talk about that much. Melee Creeps right now looking to threaten lane number 2. You see Hydronation right now a little bit split. You got the 2-on-3 going on in lane 4. Lane 4, the place to be, perhaps. You see Lash running, AVG, low HP. And they get the Guardian, but do not chase for that extra little bit of Bloodlust, Dan.
Yeah, and they had to split off some players too, because Lefa was pushing lane 1, so a couple players having to deal with that. Yamato most Pushy Pop on the Yamato went over to try to prevent any shenanigans. And at this point, that's smart from Hydronation. You do have to try to present a series of threats on the map all at once, so you create a world where Melee creeps can't just easily gang up and just run you over. So with that said, a lot of players really having a party here on lane 3, looking to go and fight. Melee Creeps actually outnumbered to begin with, but in comes the Vindicta to assist.
Yeah, also the Vindicta is just stacked up bag upon bag. 17k right now. Low main, you talk about income allocation going up there. Poshy Pop, much the same. The people who need farm on Melee Creeps are getting the farm, Dan. And with 2 kills near the middle, this could just be mid-boss. They're dropping on down. And let the mid-boss begin.
There's nothing really to steal this either. There's no one who's up at the moment who has any ability to do anything about this. This is looking textbook, I should say, from Melee Creeps. Converting advantage after advantage, and in the meantime, where maybe you feel like there'd be some respite on some part of the map to farm, you've got DNB going down again, getting picked off by Pushy Pop.
I kind of want to go back to like a statement you mentioned, is like, okay, Lefa could be a carry. Right now, if you're looking for lifelines out of what is a very tough situation for Hydronation, and you look at Lefa as 11k Wraith, Do you expect Leffa to do anything other than fold like tissue paper as soon as Pashi Pop is within 50 meters? Because I don't.
No,
That's a situation Hydra Nation is in right now. Their important players cannot really stay alive to what's going to be some basic dive.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the dangers of Yamato, because Yamato's like burst damage, spirit damage is like crazy to deal with. With that said, another engagement here towards this lane 3, these lane 3 objectives. Hydra Nation having to try to defend as they run the urn at the same time, so they'll at least get an urn out of all of this. But will they give up a Walker and maybe some kills for it? Because that pressure is still continuing here on the Walker. The alchemical fire down on the ground as well. Most spinning around, trying to do anything and everything to try to keep this Walker up, but it is going to get taken out here, ZP, and in comes the charge for your troubles, and Flick is going to get absolutely melted.
Oh, the overall damage, not even enough for a combo to kill a at death's door Abrams. As melee creeps, they make a smart, functional macro trade. They go, you can have the urn, we will take 2 walkers, we'll get another flex slot. And now, I mean, for Hydra Nation, you just wonder, where is the exit right now? Where is the off-ramp from a situation that just gets worse and worse, Dan?
Well, the problem is that Loman has 23k souls, and right behind Loman is Poshi Pop on the Yamato with 22k. So that, you know, I know that you like to talk about the stat check and all of that. Yeah, we're definitely in that territory right now. I don't know what they can do about this. Trying to defend again, but they're just going to get annihilated. Just a full run of the map here for melee creeps. And honestly, this is, if this just keeps going as it has been going, ZP, this is going to be the most textbook victory, like non-showing of Hydra Nation I think we've ever seen in a map of Deadlock.
Well, think about why that happened, though. To the solo lanes, DMB got absolutely crunched by AVG in lane. Leffa, who normally can deal with lanes where there's 1v2 pressure and survive, also had a very tough beginning. So Leffa and DMB just ended up starved in the mid game, and meanwhile, AVG was able to roam. Lomane has been able to get enormous value off Assassinate. I mean, the issue with Deadlock is that if you fall too far behind in the early game, finding a way into the mid game beyond, sometimes impossible, especially with the comp that Hydra Nation is running where, you know, yes, they have combo, but, you know, you're not running something like a Paradox or a Holiday that can more outright set up free picks.
Yep, and it's just horrible because your entire jungle is getting absolutely farmed by your opponents. So the map is just bare for you. You got nothing. There's nothing here. You've been evicted, essentially, at this point. No rights to anything.
Jason, we've been sitting here running the equations. You know, again, you, Mr. Statman, but just, you know, raw numbers in and of itself. This is an over 30k lead with the economy on the right people, including Yamato and Vindicta. How does Hydra Nation pull a rabbit out of their hat? I mean, aside from asking Sinclair, which might be on his magic at this point.
Well, I think if you're Hydra Nation, you quickly send me a sound clip of you saying that I am so-and-so and Jason Cap is my favorite commentator. No, I honestly, I don't really care how far Hydra Nation are behind. I still think they will always have a chance because when they're given the opportunity to start like flexing out a little bit and get towards like the macro they want to play in this match, they can come back. And I feel like audience participation out of Vegas can be the game changer. Now I understand like Leffa is really far behind. You have Lomane so far ahead as well as Poshi Pop, but there's still to me always is that world of a comeback because of the powerful ultimates that melee creeps have for Vegas to steal.
Dan, I got a news report for you after Jason has just told us all of this. All the hopium in the country of Italy, where Jason currently resides, has been exhausted. You cannot find any bottles of hopium. It's gone. Like, just drink.
I don't think it's gonna be easy, but if there's one too many to do it.
Look, I'm just reading the reports right now, and the supply, it's out of stock for like 6 weeks after that. That's all I know.
I mean, I do have a big nose, so it is fair.
Dan, what do you got?
Well,
is the lead has now increased to 40k.
Well, you know, I like what Jason was saying. You know, Sinclair can steal an ult, but it's just has to like steal an ult of like one of 6 potential players. You got to get in range somehow to like I don't know. It's definitely going to be a challenge. And well, melee creeps looks like they may be looking to just, I mean, they've got this full map control, and okay, there's a 3-man push from Hydra Nation on lane 4, but the mid boss is coming up in 30 seconds, and and I think both teams, I think all teams at this level now are timing it very effectively, so I would expect that to be where the game should end or could end. Let's see how the fight goes here.
She is the destroyer. One where you must run from. The Shadow Transformation is out. In comes the grapple. Mirage tries the tornado away. Is just getting sliced to ribbons. Axe with the quick kill. Knockdown in onto the viscous goo ball or no. The assassinate pierces on through. And it's just devastating. And also you got this guy, the original Lash, not to be replicated nor duplicated by Vegas. Bringing in a hot urn to the turn-in.
Yeah. The assassinate does so much damage at this point. Oh my god, no, please. At least there's no ground strike follow-up. That's something, I suppose. But Hydra Nation, I mean, there's almost nobody left. 4 of them. Just all they can do is just watch on. Watch on as Melee Creeps take everything.
It's like watching an old wrestling performance where someone is just in a submission hold and they can't get out. I'm starting to struggle to think of the last time Hydra Nation was able to get a kill here, let alone the last time Hydra Nation was down nearly 50k. I don't think that's happened. But what I'll tell you is that mid-boss is going to be coming up fairly soon here. And even if Hydra Nation gets the miracle steal of their lives, like Lord NM gets in there, lands a good puddle punch, again enough disruption for mid-boss, they have to do that in about like 7 other miracle plays here, Dan. That is how grim it is for Hydra Nation in our best of 3 money match, map 1.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Because they got to do it. They like have to go for it. So here we go. Mid boss. I mean, they basically faked them out a little bit. They drew them in to the outskirts of this mid structure so that they could try to force the fight here. But just teasing that mid boss, forcing Hydra Nation to come out to these positions. But Hydra Nation, they know what's up here, CP. They're backing off. They're disengaging. They're smart.
I mean, Melee Creeps could just type boo in chat and Hydra Nation would back off right now. And that would be the statistically good play. That is how badly they're stat checked right now. And I know people might be listening is like, well, how many times can you repeat this? It's like, well, I don't know. This is tough. Hydra Nation just needs the isolation of isolation. But step number 1, can Hydra Nation get the steal? They go on in. Death Slam though, over. Comes on down.
They got it.
Yeah, Hydration gets the steal, but the rest of it, they even get a kill on the axe. This is step 1 from Hydra Nation, but it comes with a whole bunch of deaths at the same time.
Actually, for 3 of them to still be up, that's actually kind of a good result. A steal and 3 of them to be up. I'm actually impressed, but the advantage is still pretty huge. It's not. I mean, I forget which fight night it was. We saw a fight night where there was like a recovery from like 40-50k soul deficit. I think though a lot of mistakes were definitely being made for that to be possible, but
I'm not even sure if that was fight night. The game you're thinking of, I feel like that might have been
Melee
like
Creeps versus Llama Lords, and Melee Creeps went for mid boss 3 times. It got stolen twice by Llama Lords, and then Llama Lords went on to beat Hydra Nation in the very legitimate finals.
Ah, yes. You know what? That was the finals that occurred. But as we look here, so Hydra Nation, they stay alive for now. The gap between both teams still massive. The resource allocation onto those who need it, specifically Hydration on the Calico or Leffa on the Wraith, a bit lacking.
Yeah, 10k difference between Leffa and Lomain and Pochipop. Not good. Not good.
Yeah. Also, you know, even though Hydration got that steal, it was a Death Slam. I'm pretty sure like Vegas cloned Death Slam. We had 2 Death Slams go in there. So the fact that you can just use Sinclair to set up steals not only with Rabbit Hex, but also with stealing Death Slam, kind of ridiculous.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Speaking of Death Slams, we got some Death Slams back, and just the DPS is actually outrageous right now from Lomain. So I was going to say that, you know, Hydra Nation have definitely bought themselves quite a bit of time by getting the rejuve because of just how, you know, just how all these lanes get pushed. It just makes it like a lot harder for the team that's, even though they're ahead, to kind of push forward and get those final objectives. And it looks like they're, you know, Melee Creeps are willing to wait out the rejuve to some extent before they go in and push onto a walkout.
Did you see that chat bubble? I've just now noticed that despite having Sinclair in my games, just You know, you call out the Sinclair. It's not in lower caps. It's basically Vindicta yelling. Very long sentence. I see the magnificent Sinclair. I wish one day, as casters, we've never gotten to the point of just long titles like that as being part of the course.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, okay, well, another fight around the urn, drop off. Big ground strike coming on through once again here from Cool Cheese, chasing him down. And DMB is going to go down again. Having a terrible game here so far today, DMB.
Well, again, it started from lane phase. I mean, DMB just met his match in average on the other end. AVG, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Either way, one 3-letter name over the other is Leffa again. Just gets caught out and more assassinate, bigger bag, a lot of souls. That is like 1,200 souls just attached like an accessory to Vindicta.
Oh dear. 35k stalls, it's a lot. One of them is rolling on through. Oh, seismic slam to get out of there. Oh, is it good? Yeah, we get the rescue beam as well for another heal, and it's like nothing ever happened, actually. It's back to full HP pretty much.
A little bit of Infernal Resilience, bringing it back up right after. 3 down, 4 down. And Hydra Nation, I mean, they've done well enough to avoid some of the more serious building damage so far, but about to be a 70k soul damage or difference here, Dan. You're talking about like the entirety of the souls in the entire Mortal Kombat series collected by Shang Tsung. Like that is the difference between Melee Creeps and Hydra Nation right now.
It's funny because I feel like that is also how Hydra Nation tend to operate. If you like one of their players, or rather, sorry, you know, they assimilate players, they steal their souls. And I wonder if that's going to happen. Is they're going to take someone from Melee Creeps? They're definitely at risk.
Hydra Nation loses this week. Next week, Melee Creeps is just Hydra Nation with hydration. Like, it's the full steal. Yeah, I mean, you might be telling yours like, why so many jokes? Well, it's hard to come back in Deadlock when you are this far behind. And Melee Creeps, aside from mid-boss, they're just not making mistakes, and they have the stat difference in spades. With these deaths here, Dan, Melee Creeps gonna put themselves one map away from dethroning the champions of EU and Hydra Nation. This is the path they must take. The patron, though, is down, and Melee Creeps kick it off up 1-0.
Damn. All right. Okay. So the question is this the day? Is this the day that the streak for Hydra Nation is broken and are Melee Creeps the ones to do it? That is the question. They just need one more map to seal the deal. And with that performance, I mean, it just felt like Hydra Nation, we just didn't see them that entire game. So if that, I mean, that can't happen again. It can't happen again.
Look, I think, again, when you wonder why that happened, and you can get deep in the team comps and everything else, but to me, and we're going to bring back in Jason for this, because Jason, I'm curious if you concur, is that it comes back to the fundamentals, and particularly what happened in the early laning phase, where you can't die to Abrams cleanly in solo lane the way DMB did, and you can't, as your Leffa, you can't fall that behind with early deaths yourself at the same time. There's just too many points of failure too early into the game.
I honestly thought you were setting me up for the sound clip again from Posh Pop. The fact is that typically, like, Leffa won't lose lane or DMB won't lose lane, but we never see them both lose lane. That's like the really crazy part, to see both of them lose lane. I think I said this before with Melee Creeps in prior weeks, that if you want to be able to beat Hydra Nation, you have to be able to handle Leffa and DMB. More so Leffa, because he is more of that playmaker for the team. DMB more of the split pusher, looking for objective damage while his team fights. So really cool to see them be able to pull that off, especially in very, like, well, I'd say one of those lane matches was a lot more difficult than the other. But for them to kind of do that, and then them to start to group, start to push down objectives and really prevent Hydra Nation from bouncing back into the game. I think one really interesting factor is that you saw Leffa, he was actually the one pushing objectives down, which is something we don't normally see out of him. Normally he's with the team and he's making these plays where DMB is the one to do so. But Leffa on the Wraith, I feel like just didn't ever get ahead enough or equal enough in farm to Melee Creeps for him to afford to be in these fights. I feel like it was almost too easy to get to him with the lineup that Melee Creeps had.
Yeah, this was definitely very troublesome. we see this, you know, if you're a team and you do a really good job on that early pressure game, it just can snowball really heavily. And the thing is, because we had both AVG and Poshipop doing really well, and then you add in just cool cheese that could come in with death slams, and then all behind this, low main is able to just farm the assassinates. That's really difficult to deal with. The fact that the Vindicta has so much pressure to be like, all that pressure is created that allows Vindicta to just be able to farm safely. So everyone's getting ahead. Everyone's getting ahead.
And what's so great off of that is the fact that if you talk about like resource management and who you're feeding souls over to, you don't have to feed as many souls over to low main because he's getting his off assassinations, which means Poshipop can pick up more, Saya or whoever else, maybe AVG can get more souls as well when it comes to these lanes. So it gives you that little bit of extra resource that doesn't exist in the game for everyone else because you have a Vindicta.
You know who else is getting ahead, by the way, Dan? When you look at our Twitch channel and you look at the channel point wagers that have been going on, a lot of people lost the house on Hydro Nation in that last map. Like, bankruptcies have occurred. People will have to just work that off for a long time. But Jason, you brought up a very interesting point, which was bringing up how much you saw Leffa pushing. Look at the player damage to objective damage here. The stats quite honestly support that, where normally Leffa, top of the game, in this case Leffa, dear God, the pushing isn't happening, I'll do it myself and hope for the best. And I will say though, as far as on the losing side, I did not think Vegas was putting out that much damage on Sinclair. That is wild.
That's crazy, actually. Where did they come from? Where was it? Because they were getting obviously so destroyed in all the team fights. It was hard for us to really see Vegas performing because oftentimes we were just seeing him get caught out, like trying to go for those ults and so on. So yeah, I don't know. Did you see this damage output, Jason?
I mean, I saw like a last stand used once. I saw like a frozen shelter. I saw the death slam out of cool cheese. I didn't see anything in particular to net him that much damage because he is like, if you look at the other side, he is way beyond higher than anyone else. Like he's 10k ahead of low main, and low main's the highest damage dealer on the side of melee creeps. This is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those things like, okay, is this real, or when you copy a last stand you just get 3x the stat padding, the ultimate stat pad tech? I don't think that's a thing. This is just me going into, but how could this be bugged? I think the reality is that Vegas just outputted an absolute metric ton of damage, but it didn't matter with everything else that was going on in the game, especially when you consider how Poshipop was basically able to dive with impunity on the DMB and Leffa throughout most of the game.
He got so far ahead, like in 38,000 souls. Next closest to him on the other team is 27,000 of hydration. Like he was so far ahead. It reminded me of the Sonya Sniper game with H4 up against Maidong, where he just came in. He's like, okay, I'm farmed. And he was able to dive anyone in. And the thing is, they really didn't have anything to stop him other than Flick and his ultimate. But then again, you have like a Shadow Transformation to stop that. You have protection of your own team with a Frozen Shelter. I feel like, which is weird to say, I think Hydration just kind of got outpicked with a lot of these heroes.
So this leads me into the most interesting question, which is now Hydro Nation are on the back foot. How do they decide to adjust in the draft? Question mark.
I mean, well, I'm assuming we're going to see pretty similar bans, but the thing is they can start with the bans this time, which means they'll get a first pick. So they could let Paradox through and force melee creeps to ban Paradox, and they can get Holiday or obviously a couple of other different heroes in here. Like maybe they want to go for Yamato themselves. It's gonna be interesting to see because we don't normally get to see Hydro Nation lose a map and then go into the draft phase. Normally they're the ones that have to react, but they're the ones that can kind of set the pace of how this goes.
Well, Hydro Nation finding themselves with heads lopped off on the edge in once more, yet history that they're not so easily slain. Will melee creeps be the one to finally do it? Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel, continues after this. It's happening again here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. Hydra Nation, the all-time champion who is yet to be beaten in North America, finding themselves one map away from elimination. I'm ZP here with DDK and Dan. That last game was not just a win, it was a destruction.
It was an anomaly. I don't know what to make of it, really. We always see Hydra Nation able to find their way back when they have a bad start, which is not too often. And then, I don't know, we didn't see a single good moment from them. Not to like, you know, be talking about them negatively, but just like there wasn't like a moment in the game where they were able to engineer a good team fight or like really a good engagement or a good exchange of value. They were just behind the whole time. And usually I feel like these games, DP, there'll be some kind of drama back and forth, but that was the most open and closed book Deadlock game I've seen in a while.
Well, you talk about anomalies, and that feels like, you know, we need to bring Mitch back in here because if nothing else, that would describe his choice of shirts for the last like 6 years. An anomaly in fashion. Mitch, where's Mitch?
Andrew.
There he is. He's come back.
It does look like it would make like a really good rug. Or like curtains.
What do you mean? This is
like it.
I think you guys. Oh, come on, man. Like, bro, I have to have something to fucking do in my spare time, and that's just decide what ridiculous shirt I'm gonna wear for my broadcast. You know what I mean,
I do love it. I wish I could actually twin with you.
Peek behind the curtain. So, like, the people that, you know, pay for esports broadcasts are not paying for wardrobe anymore. So this is like 5 years old. My whole wardrobe.
Anymore? When did they do that?
But I mean, you're on CS though, like, you know what I mean? Like, you got paid, you got a lot of gigs, got paid good rate, but they didn't do that shit. In Overwatch world, they like pay for wardrobe and stuff. So I have a wardrobe, but they've stopped doing that entirely. So it's all 5 years old. And the only reason why I'm not wearing the same thing every day, or it looks like mega repetitive, because I have like a relatively large collection of absolutely bullshit shirts. So that's why.
Mitch,
something new every week.
You know what would help though? I just here's an idea if you need to expand your wardrobe. Deadlockfightnight.com. Check out the merch. Get yourself some new stuff, like everything on screen here.
Amazing.
That's a good segue.
What a segue.
Yeah, someone hanging out with hexgrams. Okay, so this stuff is dope. We have more stuff constantly. We haven't earned one now, which is a ton of fun. I'm kind of hoping you know, we get some really funny in-jokes because we're right at the start of a new esports, folks, and everyone is like so far up their own rectum about the game, and like we're very deep in the weeds, you know what I mean? We need some proper good memes that, you know, we can print on shirts that only we collectively, 2,000 of us, will actually understand.
And that's important. You're just in the in-group at that point, and you have a piece of history. You'll look back and be like, you see this piece of gear that I got back at, you know, Fight Night 13? They're in like Fight Night 200 now.
Also, I need a new wardrobe.
Yes, also new wardrobe. But also, you know, we need here a new draft for Hydra Nation, not in the spot they are in all that often. They get to choose whether to go first or second. And now, Dan, I think it was you posing the question of what do they change in the draft? And I think for me, when you look at this year, I think they're going to go back to the basics that they have truly prioritized overall. I think, and you think about how they've won, Hydration on Morden, Left on Yamato. We see them prioritize those two in particular, along with the, you know, smattering of meta picks. And I think if you're Hydra Nation, you don't try and reinvent the wheel. Maybe you put Sinclair to the side, even though Vegas looked awesome on it, and you run what works.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, so Melee Crews did a great job at disruption in the early game. I feel like that really has felt like a theme of today, is because we've seen so many good examples of it opening up in EU with Holiday, and we're seeing also teams, you know, being quite aware of that dynamic too. So I think it was Listic in EU that also showed us how you can do that with Calico. And I don't think that we've seen that in NA yet to that extent. So I'm wondering who's going to win the disruption game. I feel like that is obviously in part how Hydra Nation got behind, because they did lose the early game, like pretty significantly. And they couldn't pull their way back after that because Melee kept putting the pressure on once they got that edge. So that's what I'm going to be looking towards in terms of these bans. You mentioned, CP, that the Paradox might get left open.
It's a possibility in regards to this. I mean, for Hydration, I also think if you look at the last game, you probably take away things like that were clearly causing you all sorts of pain. And again, you can make those things your strength, right? Like Yamato, for example, with Pashi Pop just absolutely crushing you. At the very minimum, you want to set this up so you get that. But also, they take out Kelvin immediately, which you think about, a lot of good frozen shelters, but a first ban Kelvin, what is this, back in the era where Rejuvenator didn't get stopped by frozen shelter? You gotta go that far back.
I mean, it is odd to see, I think, a first ban Kelvin. I think second round bans, so we see them come up fairly often here. It also is Hydra Nation trying to leave certain heroes open and force a ban from melee creeps. So they do end up, leaving the paradox open here because melee creeps are forced because they're second pick, right? They're forced to ban something they're afraid of. They're the ones that have to hedge, whereas Hydra Nation don't care. They get a power pick because they're first pick. They don't want to like take them out of rotation. Otherwise, like what are they gonna do? Ban paradox? You know,
do they give up the Vindicta, or do they pick the Vindicta? Like, what's happening with Vindicta right now? Because I feel like that's one of those things you're thinking about as to what went wrong for them previously. So right now, either if they don't pick it, obviously that's so they get Paradox. So do we get the repeat Vindicta opener? Like, I think sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look back at how last game went, I think you absolutely come back in and grab the Vindicta. Why would you change it right now? I don't think there's any reason why you change that up. I do wonder what you go along with it, though, in the sense that I don't know if you pick the Lash, now you don't have the Kelvin to sort of protect and help make your death slams even better in this instance. I don't know if they go Lash later in the draft, but early on, Vindicta, yeah, they go for that.
Okay. So obviously Paradox gives you a little bit more to deal with the Vindicta, excuse me. If we go back to the last map, there was nothing that really hard neutralizes the Vindicta, right? There was the Mo and Krill, but you've got to get her down to the earth first. You know what I mean? And I'm not suggesting you go as far as picking Bebop to do that, but there are ways. You can swap her down to lower ground as well and let her get jumped on. That's also an option.
Surely they Wraith here too. I feel like you don't give Wraith up unless you disrespect Leffa and DMB on it that much. Okay, they go Holiday. Yeah. Well, I think Holiday got banned last time too, right? Yes. Because Holiday wasn't picked, so...
Yeah, they got banned. They got banned.
Yeah, it was Holiday Paradox that were banned, so way better playmakers on both teams.
And this is the situation that's been caused because Hydra Nation took a non-ban in the first round. Obviously, they probably did... Like, you ideally would probably want to ban Calvin for the second round, unless your opponent takes them too early, which sometimes leaves you in, like, weird draft situations. So... I think Hydra actually wanted to unleash like both of these playmakers out into the world. So that means they get the Paradox rate. So virtually these teams, the nucleus of these two drafts is pretty similar. You've got a playmaker that can create peak potential. You've got obviously a carry that can run away with the game. Do Hydra Nation have an explicit counter to Vindicta? An answer? No, but time to build into that with the next 4 picks.
I think Paradox begins... Oh, go ahead,
I just think they Mirage here. I think they run it back and they go, look, that was an aberration. We don't normally lose lane that hard. I think it's going to be the exact same thing. DMB and Mirage. And, okay, they get the Great Talon early because Great Talon got banned in the middle of the last draft. So this is more of a Vegas, we're going to give you your bread and butter.
I think this is helpful because I think with Hydra Nation, they got Wraith last time, but the problem was that they couldn't get the Wraith online because they couldn't deal with the pressure game. I think melee creeps' opening already suggests we're likely to see a similar, attempt at dominating the early pressure game that we've been talking about. And I think Great Talon's actually really good with the power shot because it's very, very strong early on in creating opportunities and also deflecting some of that early game tension that we might see. So that's what I'm thinking. If I'm Hydra Nation, I'm thinking, how do we get out of that? How do we deal with that early game and not just lose all of our space on the map?
So Calico, Viscous, Yamato, pretty important, I think, right now going into this ban and next pick sort of rotation, especially with Warden off the field. I don't think like Lash is going to be prioritized here, but these next bans, are we dealing with strong solo laners here? Does Geist actually factor in this particular draft? The Mo and Krill gets banned.
I mean, I think you would see Geist get play. It's a little bit weird that because I don't think Geist was banned or picked in the last game. So that was kind of an aberration in and of itself. But this ban right here for your Hydra Nation, in terms of what's coming up, I think you either ban the Yamato or you pick it. But I think does melee creeps get the first pick out of this? If they don't, then you leave it alone as Hydra Nation. You pick Yamato. If you don't have first pick, yeah, I think they have to ban Yamato. Okay, good. I don't think they want to deal with Pashi Pop on the Yamato again. That was a non-starter and a huge problem for both Lefa and DMB staying alive into the mid game.
It's always awkward seeing two airborne like carries and then thinking about Viscous, right? It doesn't feel nearly as good. I still think there are like use cases, but you'll probably see it picked a little bit later now in the rotation until either team has a feel of whether like the goo ball disruption is going to be worth the squeeze.
Well, it is weird how we've seen Viscous get prioritized so late. And okay, Calico coming in.
So I said Yamato, Calico, and Viscous were the three to watch here.
That's number one.
That's the second.
This might be a hydration Shiv game. Like, I'm looking at this hero pool and wondering who does hydration play here. Well, Warden is gone. It could be also maybe a Viscous. I mean, it would be a long... It's been a little while since I've seen the hydration Viscous.
I mean...
And they've had Lord NM play it before.
Yes. And the Kelvin, which is currently banned. So...
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
there we go.
Yeah, that's got to be Hydration's hero for this game. Because, again, you look deeper in this hero pool, especially if they're planning on getting Viscous here for Lord NM, you know, you've kind of hit bone dry for stuff that Hydration has played in recent memory, you know?
Geez, the roaming, though, for the Melee Creeps roster and the global presence out of Mirage is actually insane. All four of these heroes can basically be wherever, whether it's like with Ava, with Traveler, with Holiday using Bounce Pad, with Vindicta just floating and shooting someone else in a different lane. These guys almost have this global influence.
Yeah, I do love the potential here for Melee Creeps to like fill this out with. I mean, an Abrams would be pretty cool. I do like how that synergizes with Holiday, because obviously you can like really get in there with the Abrams off of a jump pad initiation from a Holiday. That's going to provide some of the front line that you need, because there's not a lot of front line actually left. They haven't also picked a support just yet, so I'm wondering, you know, what kind of support they may be thinking of in this instance. I'd like to see an Ivy. I guess that's really the best option.
Yeah.
So.
Here it is.
It was going to be Ivy or McGinnis, but Ivy makes sense.
Sorry. This team could be, this team could roll up 20 deep on any lane, any day. Literally drop your location pin, and these guys are going to turn up with their 32 cousins just coming out of the woodwork. They're going to pack 32 people into one van and just roll up and gank you. My God.
You know, just wait till a record comes into the game where it's actually, you know, coming in on an actual, you know, car, essentially. You know,
We have no front line. Well, I guess like a kind of counts maybe, but not really.
Okay, so that is true. I mean, it is. No, I don't know. Does Calico count? It depends, I guess, on the build. But again, this is a team that doesn't have a great front line, but Vindicta creates her own space, right? And then who else are you trying to protect? No one. Honestly, like the rest of this team is kind of happy to scrap it out here. Like Vindicta obviously can create a little bit of distance here and doesn't have to worry too much about being dragged down. Knockdown's going to matter here a lot, but Majestic Leap Pocket also gets around the map pretty well. So this Melee Creeps roster, super flexible, super maneuverable. And if I think the calling is good and the rotations are strong, this is one of the best compositions to take advantage of it.
I think the interesting thing here, of course, is that you look at it's just like frontliners.exe not found. However, on the same note, when you look at this for Mirage, is that yes, Mirage is slippery with Tornado, but when these are the supporting cast around Mirage, Mirage is just going to repeatedly get punched in the face a lot. Like, there's no way that Shiv isn't going to look at Mirage first in a lot of these fights
You're
and go for the
Mirage a bit here,
yes.
I think.
Yeah, I actually feel like, especially if we get the anti-heals online, that Shiv might be pretty underwhelming potentially. With that said, though, if it's in the hands of Hydration, obviously it's hard to say that it's ever going to be underwhelming.
Ooh.
Okay, Twitch Preds. Yeah, get your Preds in, folks. Get your Gamba guy. I've actually noticed, yeah, it's pretty even right now. We'll let you guys catch up and sort of see it here. I also, like, you know, there's obviously some pretty good, like, AoE that does create a little bit of space for your squishier characters, right? You do have the Ivy Kudzu. You could respace that with that. Also, the Vindicta Stay can be quite effective for zoning purposes. So, I do like both comps. I'm very interested to see how the Melee Creeps team uses this, like, hyper mobile setup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, obviously, this worked to great effect versus Llama Lords, even though versus Llama Lords, they still had at least a Mo and Krill, right? Like, they still had a little bit of beef. In this case, again, you're going to be seeing Mirage running for their life. You're going to see Vindicta running for her life a little bit. But the offensive power, and especially what's going to go on in the early game here, can't entirely be denied, even though, you know, on the other end, Hydra Nation doesn't exactly have, Dan, a lot of heroes that you would necessarily call weak laners here. It's not like, I don't think they get run over just by what melee creeps is running, even though I do think once ults get online, there's going to be a very tense like 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, I concur. I think it will be. Oh, hello! Just instant. That's chunky. Oh my god, the damage back and forth there. It's because it's Calico. You're actually leaving that that situation with less health.
DMB can't do this again. This is the same matchup as AVG versus DMB, and second verse right now, same as the first. DMB got absolutely thrashed in the like man-to-man matchup in the last game, and already it's looking tough for DMB. So I feel like this is a case where you sack your pride, and if you're DMB, you go help. You scream loudly. You get some ganks over here and make sure that you don't run into the hole the way you did in the last map.
Yeah, before I disappear, like Hydra Nation have very farm-reliant solo laners. Very. So they absolutely have to spend resources out of lanes 2 and 3 to set up these peripheral lanes here. I don't think that is a sure thing at all, especially if you notice Lord and M's getting pressured down a lot. That Vindicta lane is going to be a pain in the neck for Hydra Nation. So they really have to work to the extremities of the map here.
I think just controlling is going to be important. And man, the Calico pressure, not an easy lane for DMB, by the way, but also not easy when you wonder if you're in your opponent's head a little bit after what happened before. The trade outs more in favor of AVG here, and also just dashing over the flames.
Yeah, I mean, Calico, I mean, it should be a better matchup than the Abrams against the Infernus. Obviously, Abrams is no slouch, but Calico has insane sustain. And okay, we got the healing right online, so everything's fine. Everything's fine. Although I don't know if anyone's going to be looking for hydration. Doesn't seem to be the case. So we'll be back up.
Calco's on the hunt again, by the way. DMB is about to hit the ground and just barely gets away. But look at the HP between the two. AVG completely full. DMB on the verge of, do you go back to base or not? And it's going to start being reflected in soul count.
And also, like, the way that Calico's optimization works out is like so synergistic as well, because you got that melee lifesteal for the melees, then you get the what's the purple melee item called again? I always forget what that was called. That gives you a bit of spirit shield as well as spirit strike. There we go. Yeah. And as well as that spirit shield, which will help obviously with the burn damage. You're gonna also have some additional melee damage for like more heal return, and then oftentimes a Calico will also get restorative shot. They did get rid of the extra percent weapon damage, but it doesn't matter really as much. You still get the heal. So you got so many ways to heal. It's kind of wild.
A little bit of puddle punch pressure coming in from Lord NM over here in lane 2. And again, with how deep AVG is, you know the real problem here, Dan? Calling for help in a gank. AVG is so healthy that it's not even a good gank, even if Hydration or Lord NM were able to peel off undetected.
Yeah, that's a great point.
It's tough.
Yeah, DMB is for some reason when you're saying like he'll call for help, it reminded me of that Monty Python scene. Like, help, I'm being oppressed. I don't know if that like reference is really going to go over most people's heads, but
it's a classic. And if you got at least a handful of people, you've done well. But so you're doing well. Vegas always a threat on the Talon. Landing the damage, looking for Ivy. Well, she just finds Felix. Though dying in turn, and close.
Ooh, that would have been a kill for sure. I'm pretty sure that was enough damage. That was unfortunate for Vegas, but perhaps more of a comfort pick for Vegas overall. So might just be in a greater state of contentment as this match goes on. I'm sure Vegas will find a lot of good opportunities, but for now, it is definitely not as bad for DMB in terms of like last time he'd given away a couple of kills, and you can see left here will be harassed by Gorties on the holiday. And we've seen some really awesome holiday ganks and just like this high ground. So irritating. And the barrels from up high. Oh my god, the damage is wild. And it is surely a finish. There's a couple bullets left, but it's not enough. The jump pad.
I think that was reflex doing you wrong. That was like 2 shots to kill Leffa there. And you're afraid of a card at full HP? That's cowardice. That is like, what else you got caught? Like, you could have stayed in for 2 more shots. Like, come on. Like, your reflexes have just failed you at that point.
Damn, DP is brutal.
I call it as I see it. Like, stay stay
And
in.
you're not
Hold the
going to get
course
any
and-
players calling you the best commentator with that kind of
I
stuff.
mean,
man.
I
Yeah,
feel
you
like
really
if
need to
anyone
work
looks
on
at the,
grooming Reddit to say nice things about you, ZP, honestly.
well, let me get really, really hype when someone does a garden variety kill, and I hear that's the way to make Reddit money.
Oh, he's changed, man. He's changed.
That just comes in uncalled for. But no, speaking of uncalled for, AVG did finally get that over DMB. Is nearly a 1K soul lead, Dan.
Yeah, melee creeps starting or continuing as they started, I suppose. I was about to say starting as they mean to continue, but this is somewhat of a continuation of that dominance to some extent from the first game. And again, Vindicta, low main is certainly a threat. So we're close to that point of having level 3 on the Assassinate, and that's when things really start to scale out of control. Getting that extra bag. DMB chasing down the Calico, AVG, but I just don't think AVG is killable without assistance. Assistance is required. Press the big red button.
Yeah,
someone in here.
two games in a row, by the way, which is kind of unreal. How AVG has just been giving melee creeps a leg up in the early game from the solo. Although, look at this, Saya under all sorts of pressure, can't escape hydration. But Dan, while that's going on, AVG has killed DMB again.
Okay, AVG is a problem. And that's
Like-
a lot of extra farm. And oh my god, so DMB is 4K, AVG is 1K ahead. So
It's probably more like 1.5K. Like after 5K, you're not getting the decimal. See, I was right, 6K now. Oof. This has been a dominated lane, Dan, and DMB I don't think can show up there without help, which is why Lord and M is now there.
okay, but is that just more food for the Calico for AVG? Ooh, fancy replay. Ooh, the parry. The reverse parry. Oh my god, he's getting slapped in the ass.
I mean, you're not wrong.
That was a big gloom bomb stick, by the way. That like 500 damage was because every one of the one ability from AVG caught on the DMB.
I legitimately thought you said that was a big glute bomb after what Dan had just said. Just that time of night, gentlemen. That's where we're at right now. But melee creeps, the gap has closed a bit, despite some of the solo lane shenanigans. And while Infernus will not be rich anytime soon, Hydration is carrying his end of the bargain for Hydronation.
There was a lot of attention that lane one that was the fight between DMB and AVG. Oh, in over the top with the pocket, the barrage coming into play, and DMB is trying to get out of there, getting connected with by that cloak and the satchel as well. Big burst damage is out of there with the flame dash though, and in goes the viscous ball, and out goes the viscous ball just quickly. So it's a lot of fun things happening on screen, but really all amounting to nothing. My favorite.
Dan, sometimes you have this David Attenborough vibe where it's like, and here comes the wild viscous ball. But out it goes just as quickly. It's just like, that's where we're at right now. But you see the pocket pressure coming on over. Lord NM shirking it, dropping the puddle punch behind. Could have been actually quite deadly for pocket. But now Vindicta going, oh, you're a little bit weak. Got some assassinates. I'm looking.
I just love that our production caught the booty clap earlier. Still buzzing after that one.
Our entire highlight reel is just going to be that, like 3 times in a row. And oh, DMB! That was almost another round to the booty clap reel. Is what we just saw there, Dan.
Oh yeah,
he was out of there in a hurry.
Gonna have some red cheeks, and I really have to get off of this. So don't want to make the whole cast about this, but looks like we'll get some more action again here on lane 4 as well. And this is not a good situation for the Mirage. Oh my god, the point blank bird coming into play as well. There's no escape. No escape. Poshipop will go down. And that is Hydronation getting some dubs here on lane 4. Here comes some assistance though. Actually, this could be a great trade coming in for melee creeps off of the back of losing Poshipop. They get the trade.
Yeah, Vegas was just pinned in. The Spirit Snare was not going to be the savior needed. And all right, get over here. Lasso. That's lasso, not lasso. As Paradox just gets crushed in lane. Another, I have to say, the heart and soul here, like we've talked about AVG doing well, but I feel like Cool Cheese has been right place, right time on the holiday in multiple lanes right now. It has been a masterclass of holiday play thus far.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm so with you on that. Coolchi's been doing such a great job. And it's just seen Coolchi's playing that Mo, and I feel like with Mo you don't get as much fun as you do with the holidays, so good to see for Coolchi's. Here's some Shiv action. Okay, the killing blow. Are we ready to go? There it is. Taking out the Ivy. Brutal, absolutely brutal, but Hydration beginning to power up. 9k souls, CP. Back ahead. That's what we're used to seeing him.
I think the way I would describe this is Melee creeps to an extent wondering why they hear a boss music. And it's because Hydration is starting to be that guy once again. We're at 9k. We've seen the story before. Leffa not super far behind. And that was a great production note where I believe we cannot throw the Mitch for a moment, as we've been told.
Nice.
He's away on a special mission. Speaking of special mission, this is Hydration just stuck in the depths. Cosmic Veil, and there's Vindicta with the finish.
Yeah, that's a big finish again. You know, any finish with that assassinate, that carries a lot of implications in terms of the souls. And okay, DMB is going to get attacked here under the Guardian once again. This has been happening so many times, but can he stay alive? Okay, there's some assistance here in Lord and M. And okay. So Melee creeps a couple K souls ahead now as DP after some of these exchanges.
Leffa looked very in danger. I think Leffa was able to get away from it. You look at the mini map there for a second. It's like, I don't know if Wraith wants to be there. 56k to 58k though is still a better game than last, Dan, for Hydra Nation. They're not like entirely behind in the same way, but some of the same trends perhaps persist right now, which is AVG and low main being threats, just not super far ahead of the alternately farmed threats on the other side. Still in contest.
Yeah, more pressure going on to lane 1 now. You know, Poshy Pop is up against Hydration as well as Flick. They're looking to try to take down that Guardian finally. So the dive's coming in. Some assistance though on lane 1. AVG will join the fight. And actually, this is turning into a much bigger fight. It was the Guardian take attempt from Hydra Nation, but it's been well and truly defeated. And I like this. You've all stacked up on this lane. You're giving up control elsewhere. Quick TP across the lane 4. And that's going to keep potentially Leffa a little bit more honest. Another player you've got to be really concerned about, obviously, is that Leffa.
I just looked at the main map. It was a tale of, you see Pocket go in, Pocket drop, try to drop Affliction, and Pocket go out. I'm not sure what happened there, but it was Saya getting deleted and sent back to spawn was the end result.
Yeah. The lane 1 Walker has been chunked down massively, and the response has come in from Hydra Nation. In the meantime, here as well, the Great Escape. Okay, well, looks like finally AVG is just going to be unable to escape, and that's a Guardian traded out. But it looks like, I'm not sure if that lane 1 Walker's gone down just yet, CP. I think it has. So a couple kills given up from Melee creeps, but they do get some more objectives.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of trade outs. Coolchi is finding DMB towards the end where, again, DMB having troubles getting consistent farm in this game, but even still, it's found a little bit of time to catch up. You look at the economy allocation, it really is about as even could be. The main difference being, you know, you look at the progression between the two teams macro-wise, just Walker advantage from Melee creeps. That's about it.
Yeah. Even on kills, even on AP. So yeah, very close game all in all. And you can see only 1 kill for low main, only 1 assassinate kill. That was an 800 assassinate kill as well. It was leveled up to 3 at that point. So definitely some extra souls there. Coolchi is keeping up quite nicely on the holiday, which is good to see as well. That spirit damage packs a punch.
I will say this is one team comp where even if Hydration does become a little bit of a monster, the fact that you have Lasso and Assassinate, we've seen Shivs kind of get blown up versus Holiday at times, just because of the incapacitate from the Lasso. You know, it's just long enough to set up other people, in which case be Assassinated. But Swap in play, Coolchi's able to take down Vegas immediately as this goes into play. Swap or no swap on the other end. AVG, a little bit weakened, but otherwise still enough spot to harass the double vault camp.
Leffa is just killing a Walker by himself right now. There's no one giving any attention to it on lane 2, because there's a fight at the other side on that same lane. So the action is quite spread out. Looks like Axe will be there to try to deter Leffer. And Owen is getting picked up in the meantime. There's action absolutely everywhere right now on the map. Pochikov trying to escape that deep position on lane 2. I don't know that this is all that possible.
Ooh. He's bleeding. There's blood all over everywhere, and it's enough to bleed him dry. Meanwhile, got an Owl going straight for the urn, directly on the Vindicta. Burning the Spirit Shield, not so much the HP. The interesting thing here, they can wait for Pochipop, who's going to be able to use Traveler to come in immediately. I don't know if they... on one hand, okay, you have Talon, but you've just used Owl. I don't know how much you want to take the open fight versus Vindicta here. Like, it's a little bit scary. Or as I say that, Vindicta gets absolutely caught out. The rotation, perfect from Hydra Nation, but they give up the urn in turn here, Dan, so... It's an urn for about 2 pickoffs. Can they convert this in the mid-boss? I think they might be looking for it.
Yeah, it does look like they are. At the same time, there is pressure on that lane 3 Guardian. That could be a pick for them to get. It is the Pocket, who's always elusive, slippery. Pocket will be escaping. So I don't know, are they going to try to bait this? Or do they really go for it? It's like a few players on the outskirts at the moment, and they're going to go in for this.
The steal options aren't that ridiculous. They can help secure the concussive combustion. Melee creeps, though. Now poking in. Hydration being the one taking the blunt of the damage so far. Quite healthy too, but won't be for long. Gets hit with the stake. Assassinate over and in. Hydration down.
What a pick, though. That's a huge pick.
Well, no, it's massive. Hydration like tried to be a one-man army, and it turns out there's a reason why armies have more than one. Yeah.
Definitively, yeah. Yeah, and that's going to be very helpful. Now the Regi is going to be coming down. No hydration to be found. Who's going to be able to pick this one up? There is the dive on top of the Rejuve, and it's Cortez for Melee Creeps to pick up the mid-boss. Not an objective they were looking to take, but Hydra Nation forced the issue, and they get the last laugh. And look at the follow-up kills here, ZP as well. The lasso. Oh my god. There's just nothing you can do, and what a conversion.
You know, okay, standing still means it's easier to land headshots afterwards, but it still feels disrespectful. I'm gonna sit here and watch my buddy just absolutely beat the crap out of you. But also, Dan, nearly a 20k lead now, exactly 20k lead, or over 20k. It just keeps combobulating here with building after building. Melee creeps. Could this be it? Could this truly be the day in the money match that Hydra Nation is dethroned? Well, Saya dying the flick does not help your cause there, as the Owl on cat duty. That's called PETA. That's abuse.
Yeah, this is looking really, really bad right now for Hydra. Just that one fight, and it's so crazy, obviously, because maybe there was a sense of not hubris per se, but just an overestimation of the strength of Shiv there, because Hydration got caught obviously in the open, which you've been kind of pointing that out. You're caught in the opening against a Vindicta. That can be kind of dangerous, even if the Vindicta isn't super strong just yet, which was the case. But after that kill, low main's like 4 or 5k souls up. Since all that action has transpired. So yeah, one bad fight was all it took. But obviously, I think like Jason was saying earlier, you can't count Hydra Nation out. But Melee Creeps, they're doing the right things, CP. They're picking up all the souls on the map.
You mentioned what Jason was saying earlier, but what's Jason saying now? Jason, what are you saying now? Or not Jason, Uber, sorry. I don't have done.
I got
just
you.
Like...
Oi. Oi. I'm back here with my Vegemite.
That's
Got
crazy.
my shrimp on the bobby, mate.
That's crazy. I don't think I've ever said on broadcast. But
okay, so just like about 80 times in your personal life per day. But no, continue.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Look, I mean, pretty standard stuff there. You wonder why low main got caught out earlier on. It was this paradoxical spot, managed to catch them out here, but a great steal. Not much more to say. You notice the burst here on Cool Cheese is pretty nasty. Check their items later.
Well, also check this flick down. Saya going in deeper, cloak out. And you look at hydration. Hydration not so scary right now on the Shiv. It's not the gap you need soul-wise, and he just gets gunned down unceremoniously, Dan. Hydra Nation down 3. Melee creeps on what could be a victory lap.
Wow. This is pretty wild stuff. All the objectives are getting destroyed The base is under us all. And how much damage can be done? Is there anything, any answer? They're staggered right now. Hydro Nation are staggered on their death at the moment. This is the worst case scenario if you want to stay in the game at the very least. That patron's going down. Everything's going down.
The soul gap just continues to increase. First stage patron surely about to fall here. Flashy Pop getting a little bit low from Vegas pressure over the top. Lord and M though goes down, and again the dive. Flick can't even get into the corridor. It's not. It might be Hydra Nation's base right now, Dan, but it certainly does not feel like home.
Oh yeah, and like the staggered deaths, especially given the fact that Hydra Nation, or rather Melee Crews are pretty strong. There's a world where they could have continued to push that, but they're going to play it safe and just keep the advantage. Just guarantee that this is going to work out. I can't believe how low Ava actually was there. Wow,
well,
AVG.
You know, look, that hitbox, pretty small. Not the easiest to hit, if nothing else. I mean, it's an invasive cat. You don't need to send on the minimap. What more do you want?
Oh my god. So much damage. So many souls. Oh my goodness, EP. I don't know if DMB is going to be able to get out of this one. That is a pretty farmed Calico. In comes the Holiday, the dash in.
The answer to that is DMB will not be able to get out of that one. You'll be hunted down mercilessly in the subway. And yeah, I mean, look, on a serious note right now, they abandoned the urn. Do they just go for the end here? Are we about to have new champions? This could be it, Dan. Hydra Nation down 2, Melee Creeps moving forward. They know they're on second stage patron. They don't need much. Hydration caught by AVG. History in the making as the assassinate lands. And this could be it, Dan.
Wow. The very, like, half of the identity of DFN is just Hydra Nation winning everything. So it looks like that's all about to change here as Melee Crews march in to do the finishing damage to seal the deal here.
The patron falling bit by bit, the $1,000 for once not claimed by Hydra Nation. Melee Creeps is your new champion of Deadlock Fight Night, North America. And that was a show presented by Intel and then some. They've fallen. This time, perhaps with not the controversy after. This one was for real. It was definitive. And Dan, they did it with a logo that we made them change because they sent us AI slop and our producer said, no way. That logo's better.
This logo is better. I mean, it's you got a cat on it. I don't know how else you make that better. So good choice. And wow, I mean, it's crazy that it's not just that they won. It's, I think, this fashion in which they won that is truly the surprise, because we've been asking the question for a long time, who's going to close the gap against Hydra Nation? And this wasn't necessarily even the gap being close as much as seeing that there was a gap between Hydra Nation and Melee Creeps in this particular affair. So that to me is pretty shocking because we're used to seeing Hydra Nation, you know, at least some like push and pull, right? But that didn't happen.
No, it didn't. And, you know, chalk it up to wherever you want. But to me, I feel like, and, you know, we'll bring Mitch back in here for this. It was uncharacteristic execution from Hydra Nation. And I just go back to what we saw in the solo lanes where AVG, I mean, look, he was beating DMB like DMB owed him money across both maps.
Not only was that happening as well, but like if you notice AVG's positioning, they are sat in front of their Guardian. They know that there's a good chance they're going to get dove if there's any chance of Hydra Nation to get DMB going. The help never comes. There is not one, in the first 10 minutes, there is not one gank over towards that side lane because every single lane for Melee Creeps was winning, was putting down this immense level of pressure. I think the lane 2 was the Invicta pocket lane. So there was no chance that Hydra Nation were getting out of that. So eventually AVG starting to just get a bit more audacious, put a bit more pressure down on DMB. And unfortunately, like Left is in the other solo lane, that doesn't go any better for them either. So none of those very farm dependent carries ever get what they actually need. I think Sire's in the other, or maybe Cool Cheese, I'm not sure who it was in the other lane. Poshy, I don't know. There are a bunch of like solo individuals that can play here, but this lineup is what we talked about coming into this game. Melee Creeps so active around the map because their composition, every one of their heroes is designed to be a roamer or to have some form of global presence. You know, you can use item supply drop, you can Poshy pop TP in, Lowman can just float around, Sire can, you know, heroic leap to a different lane. The comp was really good and it worked out well. The solo lane has got ahead. AVG looked incredible, but for me, like, I mean, the Holiday play was spectacular. They gave up the Paradox pick and still managed to find an even better way to start some fights. Flick had a couple initiations, but by then it was just too late.
So we're going to bring it. This is a little bit rare because usually we stick with one analyst, but before the MVP, we do have a stat read here from Jason, and he assures us it is very serious and is extremely scientifically found and would not be a retread of any jokes earlier in the night. Jason, what stat do you have that explains this, what we just saw?
Just putting me in a real dangerous spot here. I'm just saying the Statman Kaplan, 100% win rate for saying this.
I am Pashi Pop, and Jason Kaplan is my favorite caster.
Just saying. So any of you other teams out there, if you're looking to win Deadlock Fight Night, my PayPal is open. Just hit me up.
Look, I think what they say is true, that you can be great at Deadlock and still have shite taste. That's just the way it goes.
Well, on that note, you can be great at Deadlock and have great taste. And that's why our player of the match is presented by Intel. Mitch, you were watching the whole thing. This is a tough one. I can make a case for multiple people on melee creeps, but who did you have?
It's Cool Cheese for me in this game. I've got to be honest. Obviously, an incredible steal of the Rejuvenator that really started off, but Cool Cheese was insane. The rotations were absolutely incredible. I really think this is like such a great example of, like, you know, pushing Holiday to her limits in so many ways. This is obviously earlier on in the series, and obviously this is the lash, and look, the lash was not necessary. That's kind of crazy, right? Cool Cheese didn't even have to be like dominating in terms of, like, you know, roaming to setting up these kills. They did, but again, every lane for melee creeps just seems so much better. It was another situation where you have left who needs to get farmed and sort of doesn't get quite enough far ahead, but Holiday was sick. In lane, dominating. That was the first kill. I think one of the first kills of the entire game, like that. Cool Cheese being able to take Flick down. No one's ever ready for the burst, of those barrels exploding. And there was also like a long range, I think, tech into. So again, Cool Cheese realized they were a little bit ahead, so I had a chance to start thinking about some slightly more impactful gun items, and still was building, pretty supporty alongside that. But I'm really impressed. Cool Cheese was really everywhere on the map. This is crazy. This is very, very dicey situation. They come out with the reju catch and find those 2 kills. I'm really impressed. I don't know. This team has come such a long way over the last couple of weeks.
Dan, we heard all the glowing praise of Cool Cheese. It's hard to disagree, but stat screen out here in front. There's a lot of things we can take from this, but what are you getting right now?
Yeah, I didn't expect to see so much damage on Sire. I think that has been somewhat consistent on the pocket, though we've seen Sire being really, really, really excellent. But yeah, I think, what you're seeing really here is a great team effort, because any one of these heroes typically could have like really high damage, like a Vindicta, for example, the Holiday, the Mirage, or the Calico, and the Pocket. But it's the case that the damage is like evenly spread. That really lets you know that, like, it supports so much what Mitch was saying, which is how roamy this playstyle was and how much pressure there was consistently on all of the map. And we have theoried, we were talking about this off camera a little bit. We're wondering, hey, what would happen if Hydro Nation played an EU team? Are EU teams just too disruptive? And would that be something that Hydro Nation wouldn't be able to deal with? And I feel like we saw the most disruptive playstyle in like a really effective way here from melee creeps, and it did seem to throw off Hydro Nation's typical tempo.
It was meta breaking. It is something we haven't seen in EU and we didn't see in NA, and it was the stuff that dethroned a champion. But now, of course, it's a good thing that this week we got some interviews. That's right, we got the man himself, Cool Cheese, of the newly crowned champion Melee Creeps, to give us some insight as to how this happened. Cool Cheese, first and foremost, congratulations.
Thank you.
So, obviously, hard-fought win. You guys have fought Hydro Nation quite a bit in the past, but now you guys made it work, and you made it work with a composition that kind of said we don't need frontliners. How did that work out?
Yeah, so we drafted a very specific draft strategy for both Amber and Sapphire to completely, to counter basically the heroes that Hydro Nation is super confident on. And so we knew that with regards to the heroes that we can play and the type of style of game that we can play, that we're less hero reliant in that respect. And so despite maybe not having the most ideal comps in both of those games, we decided to go for a strategy to ban out Hydro Nation, and I think we did that pretty effectively.
There's a question asked in the chat, and I have to re-ask because I'm curious about, what's been cooking for you guys. The question was, who have you been screaming to make this game look so easy? Because this is not exactly how we expected Hydro Nation to get dethroned. The first game was unbelievably unclose. The second was not much closer, a 22-minute game. What's the prep been like here? You mentioned some, some development of strategy here, but you guys, for our eyes, have come a huge way in the last few weeks.
I think our biggest issue as a team was primarily consistency and also just being like nervous for these like big or for like tournaments. Like the same thing happened with us in the Space Station gaming tournament back in the day. A lot of our players are like pretty unexperienced with regards to competing. And so we kind of ironed out some of those nerves, and we've been working on that consistency. Like we scrim most days, like almost every day a week, like 4 hours a day. We do lane practice 2 hours a day. And so we definitely put in a lot of work in order to achieve this. And this is definitely something that I think all of us on the team that we knew was something we could achieve. But it was just about finding that right opportunity, and it just lined up today.
Nice. And I have a question about like the other regions too. Are you guys watching the other regions a lot? Obviously, like EU is a great region. Are you doing any VOD review of them? Like, what do you think of the EU competition at the moment? And are you taking things?
Oh yeah. I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but someone on VP, Listic, me and him actually go back from a previous game called The Finals, and we played that game together for a while, so I know him pretty well. It's a good friend. Shout out Listic.
Oh, sick.
And so I definitely I think I probably keep in touch with EU more than my teammates, but like I definitely think that their different perspective on the game is super valuable, because only thinking about the game in like an echo chamber or just competing in an echo chamber just kind of limits your perspective on the, I guess, like different ways to play the game and whatnot.
I think a lot of people watch Deadlock Fight Night, Cool Cheese, wondering how to get better at Deadlock, or, what are the optimal things to play? Why do you play certain things, right? And in this case, you put on a masterclass on Holiday, and, some people, when they're going, okay, you want to play a more playmaking hero, between Paradox and Holiday, you put on an incredible showing on Holiday. What made the Holiday play so good? Like, what did you focus on to have the performance you had in the last map?
I think, okay, first of all, that hero's overtuned as hell. So first of all, but despite that, I think what you have to understand, I guess, is manipulating waves, which I think a lot of newer players within the competitive scene aren't necessarily too familiar with. And it's about knowing when you can all in with your bounce pad and a warp stone to get a lasso and then bring him back. It's kind of similar to the Mo and Krill, but I feel like Mo and Krill is more so defensive than Holiday, and Holiday is that all in, just look for people. And so I like to manipulate waves and shove waves on one side of the map, and when I know a wave on the other side is crashing, just look for them, for the people that are inevitably going to be there to kill, or to kill the minions, and then snap their neck with the lasso.
Well, there you go. We got some extra Holiday tips from the champion himself, Melee Creeps. Congratulations once again. The $1,000 is yours, and most importantly, the glory of, for now, being seen as the best in North America. But that is our interview. Dan, Mitch, we're heading to the end here. We're going to review schedule in a moment, but before we do that, thoughts on what we've witnessed here tonight?
There was definitely a feeling, I think, over the last few weeks that the gap was closing between Hydra Nation and a lot of our other top teams. And I mean, it's here in Cool Cheese, great interview, by the way. That is the amount of work that is being put in to win these tournaments, and in such an early time. The game is not even released yet, but players, give them something to play for and they will put in the work. So I'm really impressed with Melee Creeps. I think this is going to do a lot for NA as a region, because for the entirety of DFN, ZP, we've been hoping that someone would really push Hydra Nation and give us some close games. And we've had them recently. You can see the last month, we've had very close games against Hydra Nation. Melee Creeps are the one pressing them, Llama Lords in the past. So this is great. I'm happy to see a 3-horse race, and I guess I'm looking for things like TF2 Boomers as well to start knocking on that same door to level up and start to really put pressure on them too.
Yeah, it's always really awesome to have because this is the thing, a team that wins will eventually lose, and it can happen for all sorts of reasons. But there is that fundamental difference between being the ones on top and being the ones chasing being on top. So, you know, one of the questions too will be, will Melee Creeps be able to now do what Hydra Nation did for so long, which is to continue innovating and continue working to keep, you know, creating a distance for people to have to climb, or will, you know, they get to a point similarly to Hydra Nation? And having multiple teams like this, yeah, it's going to elevate the whole region. And so that's super exciting.
Well, for completeness sake, if you're just tuning in, the show might be over, but this is what transpired here today, here in Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. It was just one heck of a day of matches, going to 3 in EU, where Virtus.pro does successfully defend against Perivision. Perivision able to defeat the ghost of their old team for many members of Perivision and the new Pajulaya Scumbria. But Virtus.pro, they hang on. But it's NNA where the story really occurred. Melee Creeps taking down Llama Lords and going on to 2-0, the multi-time undefeated champion in Hydra Nation. It was truly history. And if you want to relive that history, I got good news for you. That's right. Our YouTube, we put all the VODs of all the action up right away. So you can go there, you can bounce around, you can see every moment, you can see the great parries, you can see the steals, you can see Cool Cheese just wreaking havoc on the holiday. It's all there on YouTube.
Get there. I mean, we are, yeah, I know, you know, our crew have put a lot of work into trying to make sure they're accessible for you. So make sure you head over there, make sure you give them a like and subscribe to the channel as well, so you'll get notified as soon as the VODs from the day drop. You'll have access to those. And we hope you enjoy.
And I really couldn't add anything else of value. So I'll hand it back to you, CP, to close out the show. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been epic.
Yep. Thank you all those who tune in. Thank you, of course, to our sponsors, Intel. Thank you to all the viewers and players. And look, congratulations once more to Melee Creeps and their $1,000 prize. This has been Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel, and we'll see you next time.